Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 9 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships, coming to you live from Shenington Kart Circuit just to the west of Banbury in Oxfordshire, England. We are coming to you on this overcast day for the penultimate round of the championship here for both our lightweights and heavyweights classes. My name is Howard Mitchell. I am from Double Dash Motorsport Media, as too is, for the first time for seniors this year, Mr. Andrew Mather.
Hello, I've turned up to work for once. Yeah, great to be back here at Shenington. This circuit's just over a kilometre in length. 7 turns. Looks simple from a track map, but is anything but. One of the grand old ladies of British karting as well, established back in 1960, a couple of years after karting came over the Atlantic shores. You're absolutely right, Howard, to say it is overcast out there today. Very different conditions to what we had yesterday. It felt more like the end of August yesterday. It's very much gone back to October here today. Bit of a breeze over the circuit as well, but it's dry. It's dry for the drivers out there, which is a big plus.
Absolutely, and I think many of them, just speaking to a few of them this morning, are during our paddock walk, which you'll be able to enjoy during lunchtime on your Alpha Live broadcast. Yeah, many of them would like it to stay that way, but we are on sort of the crest of a hill here in the northwest corner of Oxfordshire, so we're going to have to keep eyes on the skies a little bit, but as you say, due to stay overcast at the moment. Plenty to talk about in terms of championships as we're getting towards the business end of the season. We're just getting ready for the karts that you'll have seen as we went live. Those were out for their test session, the morning test session that the drivers were out for there. A few drivers, Andrew, here at Shenington for the first time as well this weekend. Not necessarily a circuit that you know, is one that all drivers have visited. It's not perhaps featured on calendars as much as some of the other places that we visit.
Well, yeah, it's a circuit that has been on the calendar for the last couple of years, but particularly, you know, it's a one time a year visit for the seniors, and the same with the respect for the cadet and juniors. They did have an academy day here earlier in the year. It's not like a Wilton Mill where you get a couple of visits or a Buckmore Park in that regard. And in terms of its characteristic, it's a very different circuit. It's still very much your classic, almost owner karting style circuit. Big curbs around here. It can punish a driver quite easily here at Shenington if they get things wrong. It's a circuit. It's a brilliant circuit to drive. It's one of my favourites, not just because it's 15 minutes from my house. You know, to be quick round here, you've got to be brave. You've got to be bold on the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Really got to throw the kart in to pretty much every corner. Actually, there's not a corner I can think of here where you know you can afford to be half-hearted in your approach, your braking if it is one that necessitates braking the next corner, and your turning. Yeah, really good place for some good battles as we're just waiting for the drivers for Heat 1 to get into their car. How do we want to do this, mate? Do we want to talk championship?
Let's talk championship.
Let's go with that then.
Yeah, so we're getting to the penultimate round of the championship. In the lightweights this year, it has been one of the most competitive lightweight seasons that I can remember. It's been an absolutely fantastic year so far, which intriguingly, the championship leader, this is going on drop scores by the way, so taking the worst 3 sets of scores away from each driver. Ed Barrs leads on 1,072. But doesn't have a finals win so far this season. He's had very good consistency through the course of the season, hence why he's at the top of the table. His advantage is 4 points over Dante Dillon, second in the championship last year, looking to go one better this time round. Harrison Kirkham in third place is the only driver, and this I think is the most remarkable stat of the season so far for the lightweights. Harrison Kirkham, last year's C2 champion, is the only driver to have achieved more than one A-final victory. We've had 8 rounds, 7 different winners so far this season, and Kirkham, as I say, is the only one on 2. Andrew McWilliam is 5 points further back, meaning the top 4 are covered by 12 points at the start of the day. Andrew McWilliam has been moving up fantastically through the field. He's one of those 7 drivers who's taken a race victory in an A-final so far this season. Sam Lovelace as well in 5th. It's very much a top 5, and then the rest in lightweight so far this year. But don't count out Miles Reitman, BUKC graduates, has been in C2 this year and could secure C2 as a championship today. We'll keep up to date with all of those scores as and when they come in. He's 6th overall in the championship on 994. Closest challengers, Lewis Marchant, 10th overall on 943, and then a really, really close battle between Justin Draper and Dave Cottrell on 942. Next up, we'll talk C3. Ben Pickard is currently your leader in that championship, 669. His lead is 32 points ahead of Phil Holmes. Don't think we'll see the C3, well, we won't see the C3 title mathematically decided today, because you never know, a C3 could come along and win everything.
Yeah.
But it could be a big day as well for Pickard in that respect. Let's get ready for it then. Lightweight Sprint Heat 1 is next.
Carts out then for their reconnaissance laps ahead of Heat 1 of 12 that we'll have for you here today in the lightweights. And don't forget, we'll be doing all of this again in the heavyweights. If you are tuning in to enjoy the heavyweights, welcome. Do stick around for the lightweights, but the heavyweights specifically are this afternoon. Let's take you through the first grid of the day then, whilst the drivers are getting their eye in on the circuit. Keaton Ford will start this one from pole position. Rory O'Regan, who had a fantastic time out at round 8, will start alongside. Isaiah Guagu and Philip Babilao are your second row of the grid. Sam White and Christopher Powell-Taylor make up row number 3. Row 4 is where we will find Dan Munro and Sam Lovelace. Callum Martin and Martin Joyce round out your top 10. Dan Seeger and Harrison Kirkham make for a very strong row 6 there. And then it'll be Jeremy Deeks and Johnny Fletcher on row 7. Then we get into our Class 3 runners. In this one, we've got Jordan Richards and Ben Pickard. Pickard, as Andrew was saying a moment ago, in the pound seats at the head of the Class 3 standings in the championship. And then Barry Lakes and Samuel Spencer round out an 18-car grid to kick us off for our first heat. That's how they line up for the first heat of 12. A little bit of stuff on the format. There will be 12 heats in each of the classes here today. And the main point of the heats is, well, there's two things you get from heats. One is championship points, 25 points to the winner of a heat race. But also the idea is to get as good a position as you can on the finals grids later on. Each driver will contest in 3 of the heats, 1 from each rotation of 4. So there's 12 heats. All of these drivers who are out now, the earliest you might see them again is heat number 5, because that will be the first of the second bank of 4 races, and then they'll compete in another race from races 9 through 12, and they will have 3 scores, which is why we often see things so close on those finals grids, because you're not all in every single race, so it's theoretically possible for everyone to get or 2 drivers to get exactly the same finishing positions across their heats. That is entirely possible because they'll have been in physically different races. Other bits of housekeeping. The red number-plated drivers here are your Class 1 drivers. Your black number-plated drivers are your Class 2 and 3s, albeit Class 3s are shown as blue number plates on timing, but they don't actually have that physically on the carts, so do just bear that in mind. If you are here to support a particular driver, it's well worth memorising their number if you haven't already done so this season, or maybe it's the first time they're competing on a broadcasted round. The number stays the same for the driver throughout the whole season, so if we mention the number and not the name in the heat of action, you will still know that the driver you were supporting was involved, hopefully in something good and you know, useful for the progress of their campaign in the race, and not something unfortunate that they now need to do a recovery drive from. And yeah, we're just waiting for the drivers to finish their reconnaissance laps and form up into a grid formation for the classic rolling start. Indeed, quite a big one to kick off with. You're talking about those 7 winners so far this season. In this race, you've got 3 of them. Yeah. Sam Lovelace won back at Buckmore Park at the very start of the season. Rory O'Regan won in round 8. To be clear, that was not the most recent round. Round 2, the rescheduled round 2 at Wilton Mill was the most recent round, so just to confuse everybody there. Yes. That we've gone 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2. If you are looking to put together a really difficult Club 100 pub quiz for about 10 years' time, That
Do
is
that
going
one.
to be a humdinger of a question.
And why was it rescheduled? Obviously, those who followed British karting a lot this year and Wilton Mill, track changes at the start of the year will know why. But no, just to make it clear, when we refer to round 8, we're talking about the Llandau race in South Wales. 2 meetings ago, Rory O'Regan took the race victory for that one. He's in this race, and Harrison Kirkham, as we said, the only driver to win 2 rounds so far this year, and he did win that most recent meeting in Club 100 sprints at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. Thumbs up in the air from Elliot Alt, the pace kart driver. We are looking set to go here at Shenington for the lightweight sprints, round 9 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Championships in the sprints, into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go green. We are away and racing here at Shenington. It's a good start for Keaton Ford on the inside, number 38. Rory O'Regan knows this is a big race, has got to capitalise from his front of the grid position versus the 2 that he'll have later on in the morning and early afternoon. It's a clean start, Howard, as they run down towards Stratford Corner.
Which is what we always like to see. First major braking zone, then here at the Stratford hairpin, as the drivers work their way through. Not too many drivers going for a bold move on the inside, playing themselves into this one gradually, which I think is the right approach. That looks, though, like Dan Seeger was on the move there. We've got out there. That was Sam Lovelace, wasn't it? So that's quite a significant name to have dropped off to the side of the road. Change for the lead at the front, though. That is Rory O'Regan going by on Keaton Ford to take the lead of this one as they come round to finish lap number 1. But it'll have been a lap 1 to forget, unfortunately, for Sam Lovelace on the second of the chicanes.
And the trouble with this circuit as well, if you lose the toe round here, you are cooked. You are absolutely done. It's probably the fiercest circuit we go to, with maybe the exception of Clay Pigeon. It's down the inside, lovely move there from Daniel Munro, and the number 40, last year's junior champion the last 2 years, has had a tremendous season stepping up into the seniors, has won the championship in the Hyundai Coupe Cup as well in some of his car racing, and that's a beautiful triple or double move there from Munro to take 5th place. Yeah, and it created a hole that Dan Seeger and Harrison Kirkham were able to capitalise on as well. So it's been a difficult lap for Isaiah Aguagu and Philip Babilal insofar as the Class 1s and Dan Munro as well coming through on them. But they just need to, not worry too much about that. Keep your eyes forward and get back the momentum to your race as Christopher Powell Taylor there battling away with, I believe that was Ben Pickard as they came into Park Bend, and still battling away a little bit actually as they head towards the Stratford hairpin. Yeah, Ben Pickard having a really good season. You can see him there in 10th place in the bright blue suit and the black and silver detailed helmet. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Remember, the time, once it expires, that will set the last lap. Plus 1 lap for Club 100 sprints. There you can see Harrison Kirkham in the orange and black helmet, kart number 5. Battle for second just ahead of them off shot there. Dan Seeger going for it on Keaton Ford as they head into this latter complex of the lap. And that's Babilal as well being passed, I think, there by Sam White and Johnny Fletcher there. And Callum Martin as well, actually. Plenty of change going on in the first few laps here in amongst the top 10. I tell you what, Dan Seeger has checked out and he's gone. This is a very impressive performance from Rory O'Regan as Munro looks down the inside of Keaton Ford. That should be a good move through the Stratford hairpin for 3rd place, and it is. Harrison Kirkham's now going to have a run on the inside of Keaton Ford into the Bruno chicane. Very tricky corner to get an overtake done, though, and I think Kirkham's taken the right choice there, just to hold back, have another go as they run towards Hanger Corner, one of the fastest corners on this circuit, one of the fastest corners in British karting. Kirkham's got his nose down the inside. He can get it done on the brakes. It's a little bit greasy out there on driver's left. Good move there from Kirkham. It's up to 4th place. Yes, indeed. Another Class 1 driver, I'm sorry to report, not having perhaps the first race we would expect from them. Christopher Powell Taylor has been given an ABC takeout penalty, which I believe was for taking out Martin Joyce in the number 87. I think that might have been on. So costly penalty there for Powell Taylor, and that's not what he would be wanting from this race, where I think this was his start from the back, if I remember the grid correctly. So we will have better grid positions to play with later on, but yeah, this one's a bit of a recovery drive now. It is indeed. Ben Pickard's fallen down to 11th place and is now under a bit of threat from others behind. It's not his fault. It's all just kind of bottled up ahead of him. This is another thing that can happen sometimes at Shenington, that drivers, they've got to keep themselves at the front of a pack. That's a brave one from Philip Babalal down the inside of Isaiah Guagi there for, that will have been for, I think, 9th place. It's all chopping and changing at the moment in the middle of the pack. 2.5 minutes to go. O'Regan leads from Munro. Do not adjust your sets. This is not a juniors race. This is the age of time passing on. Now both up in the seniors and still have got very good pace leading this 1-2 at the front.
Don't say it so deep. You're making me feel very old when you say it that way. But yeah, there's Christopher Powell Taylor there going for a move on Ben Pickard through the Stratford hairpin, but couldn't quite make that move stick. And it's actually allowed the recovering Sam Lovelace to get by now. So Sam Lovelace now up into 13th place, that will be, but still for these Class 1 drivers, denoted by those red number plates, it's where neither of them want to be, as Jordan Richards there puts a move on Ben Pickard. And it's going to be side by side. Oh, Sam Lovelace is going to try and buy in and feels he has to go off track to avoid an incident there. High speed part of the circuit. And, well, they all carry on for another corner, but that was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment there for Sam Lovelace. He thought it was an opportunity, and it very quickly turned into a closing gap.
Yeah, I don't think Isaiah knew he was quite there at that moment, and again, he just had to move. Oh, Sam Lovelace trying to go around the outside now. That's going to be a brave one. Has got to be careful of those tyres on driver's left. 1 minute to go in this one. Rory O'Regan is being closed in on by Daniel Munro at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And Munro's got a little bit of help in the shape of Dan Seeger behind. Meanwhile, Sam Lovelace back down the inside. Go there for, that is going to be 12th place. Sam Lovelace, and the moment, we'll mark it through in a moment, whether this could already be a drop. Every single driver, if they complete the full season of 30 heats, they drop their worst 9.
It's the last lap, and Daniel Munro is closing on Rory O'Regan at a worrying rate of knots if you're Rory. It just took 0.4 of a second out of him last lap. It's going to have to be quite the stellar final lap from Munro, but this could get close towards the end of this last lap for the race lead, having had O'Regan control this one so well. Here is that was Callum Martin chasing Johnny Fletcher through the Bruno chicane. Here is your lead. Here are your leaders coming round. I believe they'll see the checkered flag this time around. O'Regan takes a slightly shallower line perhaps because Daniel Munro is closing the gap. Will it be the checkered flag? I've got last lap showing on timing. It is indeed. So Rory O'Regan wins, but I think he will have been very glad that that ended when it did, because Dan Munro has some impressive pace under him. Dan Seeger in third, Harrison Kirkham in fourth, Keaton Ford rounded out your top 5 there for heat number 1. Nice race to get us going.
Indeed. We'll quickly get through then to heat number 2. They've got a couple of practice laps ahead of them for their first race of the day, but a good win there for Rory O'Regan. Heat 2 then for the lightweights. For all of these drivers, this is their first racing appearance of the day, and that's a quick demonstration of just how slippery it is down at the Stratford hairpin. A bit of an issue there for Thomas Holland. Let's take you through the grid for this one. 18 drivers due out on circuit. Good mix of drivers for this one in terms of experience, and some newcomers as well. Great to have new faces on our live broadcasts. Say 18 drivers will be out on circuit for this one. Here is your grid. Rana Menon, one of the BUKC graduates in this race, starts on the front row of the grid alongside Danny Hale. Rihanna Percox, who is off to Valencia in a few weeks' time to represent country for the FIA Motorsport Games, along with 2 other drivers in this paddock. She starts third on the grid. Jake Wilkins alongside on the second row of the grid. Michael Reeder and Ed Bars. Ed Bars, your championship leader. They start on the third row of the grid. Joe Craddock is alongside Miles Reitman for row 4. Miles Reitman is your C2 class championship leader. Could seal things up in that one here today. Jack Hughes and Ryan Williams complete the top 10 ahead of Andy Ordford and Luke Phillips. One more row of those in C1 and C2. It's Hussein Rashid and Toby Wykes. Then the newer drivers, the C3s, starting from the rear of the field. This is James Browning's best opportunity to move through the C2s from row 8. He's joined by Thomas Holland, another one of the current BUKC drivers there. Ricky Goodwin and Martin Goddard complete the 18 runners in this one.
Yes, indeed. We haven't mentioned, the one bit of housekeeping we haven't done was the grids and how we've come to those being as they are. Just a reminder, or an explanation if this is your first time joining us, the grids for Club 100 Senior Sprints are randomly generated, and I mentioned earlier that each driver will contest in 3 heats. The grids are automatically generated such that everyone has the same average starting position across their heats. How that tends to manifest, or how that will always manifest, is that you'll have one race where you're starting from the back, one race where you're starting in the middle, and one where you're towards the front, but not necessarily in that order. The small caveat to add to that is that our Class 3 novice class drivers, they still have random grids, but always put towards the back. So they will always be in the latter few rows of the grid. So they still get a sort of front, middle and rear starting position, but it's within that Class 3 subclass towards the back of the grid. And that is just to make sure that none of our novice drivers get the rather intimidating prospect of starting a race from pole. And as someone who was around before that policy was introduced, I cannot emphasize enough how good an idea that is. Having started on pole in my second ever BUKC race, it didn't go well.
Which team captain thought that was a good idea? Name and shame.
I'm going to say, well, it would have been Mr. Graham Kirkby's days, but in fairness to him,
Graham.
I was on Birmingham D.
Oh, okay.
There wasn't really a
choice.
We were all there for our first or second round.
At least one of the 4 bandits on Birmingham D that day was going to get that grid slot.
Yeah, in fact, I think I was the most experienced because I'd done one other race.
Excellent.
Which is why we need this system when novices start at the back.
Indeed. Very quick point on Ed Bars as championship leader. What is he trying to do in this race, you may be asking? Beat himself from earlier in the season. As I say, 9 of the worst 9 heats across a season for a driver get dropped. So 3 of those have already gone. So a 9th and an 8th and a 5th from earlier in the season have already gone for Ed Bars. So if he's going to improve his championship tally, he needs to be 4th or higher in this one. We're going to the line. We're green light. 7 minutes underway. Good start for Anna Menon. Is going to get a good push from Rihanna Percox behind as well. They're going to be first and second coming out of Pitts Bend for the first time. They're all through the first couple of corners and heading down towards Stratford Corner, the first big braking zone here at Shenington. It's a little bit spread out at the front, which is good news for Ed Bars. He can get down the inside and up to 4th place. Miles Reitman there in the blue suits with the orange shoulders is also on the move. That's a decent start for the C2 championship leader. Hussein Rashid there in the orange and blue helmet trying to find a way through. I think he's gained a couple of spots there. Heard that unquestionable sound of someone going against the curbs here at Shenington. Indeed they have.
We have got a spinner towards the back. Might have to
I also
that.
think someone may have lost a wheel.
Ooh, okay.
I've just seen one of the Club 100 marshals pick that up.
We'll keep eyes on timing as they come through, already into Park Bend and Cafe once again.
And
it looks to me like Danny Hale and Toby Wykes have gone to the back of the field here.
Yeah, there's one driver off in the Bruno chicane, and some of you may have noted why I've got these big cones on near the curbs that you probably wouldn't normally see for an owner race. That these karts aren't designed in a way to take those big curbs, so that it's trying to keep the drivers away from them, because if they do hit the curbs, that's what can happen. It's an unfortunate part of the sport.
Indeed.
Sorry. Yes, Toby Wykes is out.
Yes, sorry, and just to confirm, he is probably out with a wheel lost, as Andrew said. It was Toby. Sorry to cut across, mate. It was 2 names that I said. Toby Wykes is the one at the Bruno chicane. Danny Hale is still circulating, but has lost a lot of time on that first lap. Not sure if he had a drama further around the lap, maybe at Wilkins. Oh, and speaking of dramas, that is Jake Wilkins and Joe Craddock off, and that is down at Wilkins as well towards the end of the lap. So they've clearly had a little bit of a contretemps as they perhaps were under braking, battling away. Now they're now off the road.
I just wonder, because we did have a little bit of rain overnight. There was a bit of a dew on the circuit this morning. They've gone deep into the grass there at Wilkins Corner. I imagine that's a part of the circuit that's still a little bit damp. It's not had carts running over the top of it so far this morning in the one and a bit races that we've had here in a lightweight sprint and the 30-minute test session this morning. Yeah, just see the difference in the track surface there. And well, yeah, there's the evidence that they've gone a little bit too far to drivers left and been claimed. That's what we're talking about with this circuit being a bit old school. If you put one wheel in the wrong place, particularly down through Wilkins, it can bite you.
Absolutely, absolutely. In all of that, there's several news items we haven't covered. Jake Wilkins, who was just involved in all of that, getting an ABC takeout penalty. He's not the only one. James Browning has received the same, and he Orford has a tyres penalty. And in all of that, mate, I'm not sure we actually covered the lead change, which has seen Rihanna Percox overhaul Rana Menon, and now up into the lead for the number 21 Class 1 driver of Percox.
Yeah, Rihanna Percox, who has only had one heat win so far this season. It was back at Clay Pigeon for round number 5 as Reitman wrestles his way down the inside. That's why he's C2 Championship leader. Really, really bold stuff there from Miles Reitman. Ed Bars is on the scene as well. Needs to move up this order. 5th place won't do for him at this stage of the season. He needs at least 4ths, ideally top 3s and more. At the moment, he can see there's going to be a curious situation here because I think the leaders are going to catch up to some traffic.
Yes, indeed. Fair play to Michael Reeder, by the way. He's got Ed Barr's Championship leader breathing down his neck, and he has been positioning his car perfectly for the last half a lap since Ed Bars has been attacking down the hanger straight and into Wilkins. He did it just right. Ed Bars is not the easiest person to keep behind you.
No.
So fair play to Reeder for doing such a good job of it up until this point, as they once again are on the hanger straight, heading towards what is hanger corner before they are breaking down into Wilkins here. Reitman again on the move, and this time past Percox and up into the lead, crucially, Andrew, before they hit that traffic.
2.5 minutes to go in this one. Ed Barr's having another look down the inside of Michael Reeder for 4th place, but he's going to be on the outside for the next corner. Good work from Michael Reeder. Barrs is going to have to go around the outside and keep it in pinned there. The track will come back to him going left down towards Stratford Corner. That's him up to 4th place, still raging on this battle for the race lead, and all the while Jake Wilkins is being caught here. He'll most likely be shown the blue flag and be advised, there it is, to move over because the race leaders are charging, and this is a fierce battle. 2 minutes to go, still this top 5 in amongst it. Down the inside of the back marker goes the race leader. Reitman through, but Percox is going to take the opportunity. Brilliantly done by Rihanna Percox. Up into the lead. Goes a bit deep though. Reitman's going to be on the outside as they run down past Timing and Scoring into turn 1. Brilliant first heat of the day for these drivers. Reitman's going to stick it down the inside into Cafe Corner. Can Percox keep her nose alongside for the next left-hander? Yes, she can. Here comes Menon. Here comes Bars as well. Has anybody told these drivers this is just a heat? I don't think they have, as Reitman goes back down the inside. Can Percox get the switch back? No. Side by side between Bars and Menon for 3rd place. What a race this is, into the Bruno chicane once again. What must be going on in the minds of all 5-6 of these drivers? Jake Wilkins has got the best seats in the house at the moment.
He has indeed. Menon was wide into the Bruno chicane. It's allowed Ed Bars now up into 3rd place, so he's positioning himself well. This is not the last lap. We will get one more of this absolutely fantastic battling. We said it was good for a dogfight. How's this to get us going in the early phases of today's racing? Miles Reitman leads as they come on to the last lap, but will it end that way? Ed Bars is going to fire one up the inside for Park Bend there on Rihanna Percox, but he'll be on the outside through Cafe. Can he keep his foot in it? No. Percox closes the door. She wants to not be worrying about Bars and keep the pressure on Reitman if at all possible. Menon and Reed are still with them as well as they head through the Stratford hairpin, for the last time in this race. Now heading towards the Bruno chicane, and there's just a few kart lengths now that Reitman has in hand. There is Michael Reeder there, puts a move in for 4th place, and Rana Menon, nice move there. But Miles Reitman, I think, now has enough in hand as they head towards Wilkins Corner. Hazard Bar's got a move for 2nd. Percox is wise to it. What a brilliantly opportunistic move it was from her, by the way, a couple of laps to go to begin what was a fantastic sequence of battling. But that sequence will end with Miles Reitman taking the win for Heat 2. Rihanna Percox in 2nd place ahead of Ed Bars. All of them covered by just 0.6 of a second. Michael Reeder in 4th ahead of Rana Menon. Hussein Rashid in 6th. Ryan Williams in 7th. Luke Phillips in 8th. James Browning, your highest placed Class 3 runner in 9th, and Martin Goddard to round out the top 10. Well, how was that for a last few laps exchange there for the lead of the race? Highly entertaining stuff already, as Andrew said. Has anyone told them there's the rest of the day's racing to go yet? Let's look ahead now to the first heat for the next bunch of drivers, heat number 3.
Drivers out for their practice and reconnaissance laps. One driver, I think, was checking out the gearbox course through the Stratford hairpin. Let's go through the grid for Heat 3. George Lawler and Charlie Summers on the front row. John Adey and Sam Morris start on row number 2. Greg Smith and Jack Steele complete page 1 there on row number 3. Jack O'Neill, 6-time lightweight Sprint 60 champion in sprint action this weekend, alongside Nick Lacassas. That is the 4th row of the grid. Andrew McWilliam has had a round win so far this season, won at Lid, starts on row 5 next to Steph Theodoru. Udi Menon and Mortaza Hassan start on row number 6. Russell Cooper is the last of those in C1 and C2. We then get into the C3s. Benjamin Tompkinson Gray joins the fray for Club 100 for the first time, is the first of those C3 runners. That is row number 7. Phil Holmes, Jack Hopkins and Christopher Foxon complete the 17-strong field for heat number 3.
It's Jack Hopkins' first race with us as well. So all the best to him as well. Those drivers have done a test session and got their license to race, and are now here in the thick of it doing the real thing. If that's something that interests you, club100.co.uk for all of the details.
And keep your eyes peeled tomorrow.
Yes.
Because lots of information regarding the new season, calendars, formats, is all due to come out tomorrow, as again, there's not a lot of grip down there at the Stratford hairpin. You carry such speed into that part of the circuit. Not a problem. This is what practice and reconnaissance is all about. And they'll get to literal grips with the surface in due course. But yes, tomorrow, keep your eyes peeled across the Club 100 website and the social media. Dates due out, and some good calendars, some really good calendars, some different calendars as well. That's all I'm going to say right now.
I've just realised this is the... yes, I've only just realised the dynamic in this comms box that you know them.
I know.
And I don't know them.
You don't know them because I've not shown you them yet.
This is...
We'll do it during the lunch break.
Okay. Thank you. But for everyone else, tomorrow, keep your eyes peeled for news of 2025 in Club 100, as drivers are getting ready for Heat 3. As a reminder, this is the penultimate race of the first cycle of heats. And that sounds like I'm going to like some sub-clause section something of a contract, but it's the third batch of drivers to take on their first race of the day. Once we've got to the end of Heat 4, all of the lightweight drivers will have competed in at least one race. There is our pace cart ready to pick the drivers up for their first race of the day.
I'm just teasing you now.
You are. You're now just, yeah, you're showing me bits of calendars
that he can't say because it's
that
still
I can't
under
say.
embargo.
And what, do you know what though? I'll take it as a sign of trust in our comms box that you show me information I can't say on air
show this to any
whilst I was talking. That is a risk, but no, we're all good. The 74 there is George Lawler, your pole sitter for this one. It's kind of an interesting one, this. Several Class 1 three Class 1 drivers right in the middle of the pack for this one. Just a reminder, by the way, when we're talking about Class 1s, 2s, 3s, we'll talk about super heavyweights later on when the heavyweights are out as well. Everyone, of course, in the same Club 100 Rotax Evo machinery. The classes are, or the subclasses, I should say, are based on where we would, regularly expect these drivers to be based on experience and previous achievements in the series.
To note as well, Jack O'Neill is not a championship contender. This is only his 4th sprints racing appearance of the year, if you're wondering about that. Into the tram lines, looking good for a race start. We're green, we're racing once again, 7 minutes plus no laps. You can tell I've been doing a lot of British Kart Championships with that one. No way. Into the first couple of corners we go. Good start for George Lawler, who's got a bit of a break on the rest of the field. This is going to be a bit of a fight for second place. Down into the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Andrew McWilliam trying to find a way through. Down the inside goes Jack O'Neill. Well, he hasn't done much sprints racing this year, but you wouldn't have known it from that move. A beautiful bit of driving by the driver who wrapped up the SP60 title at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago, and then followed it up with, well, there's only one way of doing it. He's got a perfect score with the drop scores in terms of how many points he can maximum score in SP60. He took his 11th race win yesterday. You can't do better than that when you count your best 11 scores from 16.
So I've only just realised the significance of that. That means surely he was the first person in Club 100 history to wrap up the championship at round 2.
Correct.
So that's a brilliant...
Very
Again,
good.
That's what we mean. The pub quiz of Club 100 in a few years' time. This is your chance for a tough question. George Lawler with a brilliant first lap, and what a start it was from Jack O'Neill, from 7th to 3rd by, this point a lap ago, and he's already up into 2nd as well. I think the main reason was that John Adey from 3rd on the grid really gave Charlie Summers something to worry about through the first few corners, and it meant all the Class 2 drivers were sort of gathered up together trying to position themselves, and O'Neill just went, okay, there's a space down the inside here, and right now he is looking at the opportunity to take the lead. George Lawler positions himself on the inside into Wilkins. What will the corner exit be? Yeah, there's still not a lot of grip, is there? A lot of slipping and sliding here compared to just from the body language that I'm used to seeing of karts around here, Andrew. You can tell that there's really not that much in the way of grip. Still Lawler at the head, though, ahead of Jack O'Neill and Charlie Summers and Andrew McWilliam as well, staying with them as well. As further down the order, we've got moves aplenty. Jack Steele must have just had some drama, and there's the move for the lead into the Stratford hairpin. Jack O'Neill under braking and gives a clear signal there to George to say, let's work together now.
My bumper.
Yeah, let's get a bit up on ahead so you can seal in as good a result as possible. But that wasn't a good Bruno chicane for George Lawler. That's opened the door for Charlie Summers, and Andrew McWilliam senses the opportunity as well, and it nearly came to blows then as they tried to go 3 wide. Nonetheless, Summers down the inside of Lawler. Drag race from the corner apex onto the main straight once again. But if anything, that was poor drive for Summers. And it's opened the door now for McWilliam to try and buy into the top 3, albeit he'll be on the outside for Cafe Corner. And you can't really get a switchback through there. Although, as I say that, McWilliam gets a switchback through Cafe Corner and gets the job done, just to prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's part of the curious thing with Hanger Corner in that it's one of those that tightens very quickly, and if you apex it really early, you just end up washing out a little bit to driver's left, especially if you try and go too wide.
Yeah,
which is what happened to the drivers there. As there is a little bit of a squabble.
That's Phil
Nick
Holmes.
Casas and Phil Holmes involved, and Phil Holmes is going to lose out there, and the problem for Nick Casas is he's not going to be able to hand the position back there. Down the inside, Andrew McWilliam goes for 2nd place and has got it done on getting past both George Lawler and Charlie Summers on this lap. Been really impressed with Andrew McWilliam this year. Don't know, I've not been at the track a lot so far in 2024, but keeping an eye on results and how different drivers are developing. Andrew McWilliam has taken a huge step forward in 2024. He had a very good 2023 as well, but to take the battle to some really, really experienced drivers in this field has been fantastic to see. And he's been doing great work in the Endurance Championship as well. His C2 team, MHWR, wrapped up the C2 class endurance title yesterday. And to be honest, we talk about winning things at round 2 and all the rest of it. I think even back at round 1, the very start of the season, when MHWR came out with a real tour de force in the first race of the season in endurance, you almost could have handed them the trophy then. They've kept that form going throughout the course of the year. As I say, McWilliam in the top 5 battle for the championship order as well here in sprints. It's been a very good year.
Change for 5th place. Steph Theodoru is through on Greg Smith, and that is a move that he's been having to work on, to be honest with you. Greg Smith has been making it a hard task to get by. Good battle as well that we were having for the lead in Class 2 between George Lawler and Charlie Summers, but over the last lap and a half, George Lawler has pulled away from Summers, and as you can see, he is now challenging back at Andrew McWilliam in this phase of the race. McWilliam with the fastest lap of the race, but Lawler with the pace advantage at this stage. The gap out to 2 seconds now that Jack O'Neill has in hand. Further down the order, Udi Menon with some good moves up into the top 10 recently, up to 7th place. John Adey with a bit of a costly lap a couple of laps ago, now down to 9th. As another fastest lap of the race for Andrew McWilliam by way of a response to the pressure being brought to bear by George Lawler in that 74 car. This is the battle on screen now for 2nd place.
Is indeed. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. If you're supporting a particular driver, let us know in the comments. Hello to Ollie, who's gone in touch with us. David Whitehouse, as ever, admin at work in the Alpha Live chat. Hello to Adam. Apologies, my eyes. Oh, it's Adam Nather. My eyes aren't as bad as I quite thought they were in terms of looking at the little picture there. 45 seconds of this one to go. Jack O'Neill's gone. Jack O'Neill is clear and enjoying his racing here today. To say his 4th appearance of the season in the sprints, hence he's a little bit further down the standings, around 50th place at the moment. There's going to be a real thorn in the side of those championship contenders looking to maximise their point scores here today, and Andrew McWilliam is very much one of those, and has now got to deal with George Lawler all over his rear axle as well as they go through the Bruno chicane for the last time in this one. There's been a problem for Sam Morris. Sam Morris has fallen down to 17th place, but for Jack O'Neill into Wilkins for the last time, gives it a little bit of a drift, late apex, beautifully done. Jack O'Neill takes the race win. A very good start to his day. It's going to be very close on the line for 2nd place, but McWilliam will hold on to it. All things considered, I think that's a pretty good result for Andrew McWilliam. George Lawler 3rd, Charlie Summers 4th, Steph Theodoru 5th.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there in the battle for 2nd place. Well-controlled race from Jack O'Neill. Let's take a look ahead to heat number 4. Drivers out on track then, getting their reconnaissance in ahead of the 4th heat of 12 here for our lightweights. Let's take you through the grid. Dave Cottrell starts this one from pole position. Ben Sanders alongside. Hayden Lowe and Thomas Northcott are row number 2, ahead of Sam Pike and Lewis Marchant on row 3. Row 4 is Matthew Clark and Adrian Mertens. Then it's Dante Dillon and Alfie Hale to round out the top 10. Andrew O'Neill and Owen Camber on row number 6. Row 7 is Andrew Rabbage and Lewis Sills, and Alex Ford and Curtis Mitchell round out a 16-kart grid for this 4th heat. This will be the first race for all of these drivers, and after they have seen the green flag to start the race, all of our drivers will now, in lightweights at least I should stress, will have been seen in racing action.
It's sometimes how the cookie crumbles in Club 100 sprints, with everyone's got the same average grid position across their 3 heats. Sometimes, though, you get a bit of a favourable draw, and I think for Dante Dillon in this case, this is one of those times, because he's the highest ranked C1 driver in this race.
Yes.
The other C1 driver is a very quick driver, Andy O'Neill, but like brother Jack, he is not a championship contender. For Andrew, this is his 2nd sprint appearance of the year, although we should note that the other one he won in an A final. When you're starting towards the back of the field, this is Dante's car. It's either he's in the middle or towards the back one. Apologies, I'm not quite sure off the top of my head which one it is. But either way, he could make some really good ground in this race from 9th place on the grid, past some of these lesser experienced C2s with respect to them, and maximise points. It's a little detail. I could be completely wrong. I usually am. But if Dante Dillon can get a good return on points from this 9th place on the grid, it could set him up for a very, very good morning.
Yeah, indeed. It's a good opportunity that the draw has given him, no doubt. Obviously, over the course of a season, that balance would be, in theory, redressed by the
laws of probability.
The laws of probability, indeed. But you're right, mate. This is a good opportunity for Dante Dillon to get on up the order. There he is in the number 2 car, just going through. As the drivers now will it's probably their last lap of reconnaissance, easy for me to say, before they will be getting into their grid order. Here we are at the Stratford hairpin. Here we are now at Pitts Bend.
I should note as well, actually, it's not just Bars, our championship leader, who hasn't had a round win so far this season. Dante Dillon hasn't had a round, which feels remarkable.
I spotted that before when you were talking about Harrison Kirkham being the only one to have won 2. I was looking at the scoreline above and going, hang on, Harrison Kirkham is the highest placed round final winner.
Won a round.
Yes, but he's in 3rd in the championship. It's proper F1 82 stuff going on here. Except at the moment, our championship leader has won one less round than the winner of the 1982 Formula 1 World Championship. I.e., he hasn't won one. Sorry, that's
we're getting
a little bit of
what
F1
you tune
nerding
into for your Sunday morning, folks. So yes, Dante Dillon. That means Dante Dillon has not won a sprints round since round 2 last year, and that was a round 2 that was actually held at the time of year when you expect round 2 to be held.
Between rounds 1 and 3, which I hear is the convention. We are now in our grid formation. Drivers getting ready as they go along the hangar straight.
Thank you, David. This is Dante's middle grid position. He's got a P12 in Heat 8. But still, same point stands. As we're going to go around again, there's not 2 racing carts. There's 2 tester carts off the back of the field, but we are going to go round again.
Crucially, is that going to be in a sort of similar draw of drivers, though? Because if 12th place...
yeah, it could be.
I mean, if 12th place is your back-of-the-grid draw... Okay, it depends how many C3s are on that grid. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I do get the impression that, of the rounds this year, this one is the one that's very good for Dante in terms of that random grid draw.
A few heat scores, of course, have already gone because everyone who's done the full season has done 24 heats so far. So the worst 3 are already out the window in the bin. 17th was one of them. Dante's had a 9th as well that'll be gone, and a 6th. So similar to what we were talking about with Ed Bards earlier, where does he need to be to keep chipping away and putting his title score up? Really, Dante needs a top 5, you'd say, in this one to make any headway. But again, the number of C2s ahead of him, this could be a good opportunity to do so. He's got to do it clean as well, of course, into the tram lines. Could be 7 minutes once again. This is the last group going for their first heat. Away we go. Good start for Cottrell. Had a good day yesterday in the SP60 lightweight races. Oh, that's all a little bit tight. Ben Sanders has held on to 2nd place. Driver who's moved up to C2 in the middle of the season. Good experience from the BUKC earlier on in the year. Looking into Stratford. Dante Dillon quite cautious, understandably. I think he's going to take his time with this one. That was him moving past Lewis Marchant. This is a key race for Lewis Marchant as well. 2nd in the C2 title picture at this stage of the day. And there's Andy O'Neill as well. The white helmet with the Titan Motorsport suit is right on the rear bumper now of Dante Dillon. That's a good place to be. Through comes Thomas Northcott as well. Good move there from Northcott in the green, blue and grey suits. That's him up to third.
Driver who's had the most dramatic first lap without question I was watching there was Adrian Mertens, starting 8th in the 82. There was a load of brake smoke into this corner a lap ago, and that was him suddenly worrying that he was going for a closing gap. He's managed to gather it back up again, but he had a heart-in-the-mouth moment there to get his race going, and then there was contact with him in the Bruno chicane as well. So Adrian Mertens will be hoping for a slightly quieter time of it for the rest of this race. That was a bit of a dramatic start for him.
Good start this for Dave Cottrell. Inherited one of the race wins yesterday in the lightweight sprint SP60, virtue of a post-race penalty for Jack O'Neill. So I think it could have been 12 victories for Jack O'Neill at this point of the season. But big block up there. Again, it's so on a knife edge, the circuit at the moment. As I say, it's dry out there, but it's a cold dry. It's not the kind of surface that'll allow the drivers to push too hard. As round the outside goes Ben Sanders. That was a mega move from the driver of the 117. That's going to tighten things up at the front of the field as well. Dave Cottrell is going to maybe try and have a go once again down into the Stratford hairpin. Tries to tighten Sanders to the apex. That's not going to work. He's out on the curb. Northcott's going to get underneath as well. That is the risk when you go to the outside through the Stratford hairpin. It can get squeezed out onto that curb on driver's left and actually see wheels pick up off the ground. He's skating along it with the chassis and not propelling himself forward. Nicely positioned by Thomas Northcott. He's got a real chance to win this race.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Cottrell there. You know, keeping his foot in it around the outside, but as Andrew said, very much a risky manoeuvre if it's not all done and dusted by the time you meet with the exit curb and indeed tyres there. Thomas Northcott, though, playing himself into things well here. That's Dante Dillon putting a move in on Matthew Clark for 4th place, the number 2 going ahead of the 12 there. Matthew Clark doing well not to also allow Lewis Marchant through, as there is a move attempt there for the lead of the race, but that is still Ben Sanders just who's in the lead of this one in the 117. Once again, though, Northcott with good drive, and he's been bump drafted there through as well. With help there from Dave Cottrell, he's up into the lead, and Cottrell has followed through as well there. Great tactical play from the two drivers in second and third there to overhaul the leader, and indeed they become the new first and second. It's now Northcott ahead of Cottrell.
Yeah, indeed, but the trouble is that's really brought Dante Dillon into play. He's going to try and squeeze his nose down the inside of Ben Sanders for 3rd place. Thomas Northcott has not had a heats win so far this season, so this would be one of his best results so far in 2024 if he can close this out with 3 1/4 minutes to go. The trouble is, this is the tightest race that we've seen so far today. I'm not surprised that we're seeing that with a number of the C2s, knowing that this is a great opportunity to win a heat. Another lock-up there from Dante Dillon, this time down into the Stratford hairpin, the single inboard brake. On all of these machines, of course.
Matthew Clark battling away with Lewis Marchant there, was passed by Marchant in the first couple of corners, but managed to get back past at the Stratford hairpin, and it's brought the likes of Sam Pike into the battle, as well as Andrew O'Neill. You can see him there in the 259, one of the Class 1 runners. So plenty of change going on in the middle part of the top 10. Curtis Mitchell, your highest placed Class 3 driver at the moment, in 12th, and the Class 1 driver who's struggling a little bit at the moment is Thanasi Barnacote, not able to make inroads, although as I say that, he is up to 11th place, so he has now got by on the Class 3 runners, as Alex Ford becomes the highest placed Class 3 runner in this stream of karts that have very little spread. Frankly, the whole field has very little spread actually at the moment, apart from Owen Camber and Alfie Hale, who both seem to have had some kind of drama that's put them off the back of the pack. See our previous comments about if you fall out of the draft round here, it's very difficult to fight back, and there fighting back is Ben Sanders, still retaining, I should say, 2nd place against Dave Cottrell, but Dante Dillon now very much on the scene there in 4th place, eyeing up the move on our pole sitter in the form of Dave Cottrell. Behind him here is the battle, still being headed by Matthew Clark. Hats off to him, actually. He's again a driver who is positioning his kart really nicely here. He's got decent enough pace to make life difficult for those behind him. It's currently Clark in 5th ahead of Lewis Marchant and Andrew O'Neill, and Andrew Mertens now with the fastest lap of the race to bring him back up to where I believe he started the race in 8th place. As here is Lewis Marchant down the inside once again on Matthew Clark. This time Clark can't switch back because Andrew O'Neill is there to take the position, and now Adrian Mertens will try and buy into it. He's going to have to get through just at the Bruno chicane, which he does now do. It was a valiant effort at the front of that pack from Matthew Clark, but on this occasion, once his momentum was taken away from him, everybody in that pack of 4 was able to get through.
There were indeed 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Northcott still leads this one by 0.7 of a second ahead of Ben Sanders. That looks like he's actually grown a little bit on that last lap. Yes, it has. It's up to a second. Sanders and Cottrell fighting over second place. Dante Dillon's got to be patient here. He's done the good work. He's got himself up to a position that would add to his championship tally. I think he'll be hoping that Sanders and Cottrell have a bit more of a scrap, and that gives him an easier pickup of further scores. What he doesn't want to do is charge his way in there and have a clumsy move. I'm sure that wouldn't be the case, because Dante Dillon is one of the most experienced drivers in this lightweights group. 5 seconds on the clock. Has got to do it now. He's got down the inside of Dave Cottrell. Dave Cottrell's got the speed, though, to hold on to 3rd place. He's going to move to the outside through Wilkins. It's all getting a little bit tight on the exit of the corner. Andrew O'Neill beautifully down the inside. Northcott takes his first heat win of the year. Really good stuff from Thomas Northcott. 2nd for Ben Sanders, 3rd for Dave Cottrell, 4th for Dante Dillon. Will do, but I think he would have liked a little bit more. I think he would have liked to have got at least another position there, a few more points. 5th for Andrew O'Neill. Top C3 was Alex Forward. We've got to speed it up, though. Heat 5 is next.
Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 5. First race of this second rotation of heats. It will be the 65 of Luke Phillips who takes us away from pole position for this one. Murtaza Hassan alongside him. Toby Wykes and Ryan Williams are row 2, with Andy Orford and John Adey on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Sam White and Philip Babual. Rana Menon and Sam Lovelace are on row number 5, with Callum Martin and Dan Munro on row 6. Row 7 is occupied by Greg Smith and Ed Bars. Samuel Spencer and Ben Pickard are your first of the Class 3 runners on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Thomas Holland and Ricky Goodwin to round out the 18-car grid. All of these drivers competing in their second heat of the day.
They are indeed. Hello to Gary Pickard, wishing Ben Pickard the best of hopes in this one. We are racing once again here at Shenington. Good start for Luke Phillips, good start for Murtaza Hassan as well, trying to hold to the inside now through turn number 2. Oh, everyone running a little bit wide there on that occasion. Keep an eye out for the number 3 of Sam Lovelace in this race and the number 4 of Ed Bars. They'll be tipped to come through the field. Lovelace is off. Lovelace is off to driver's left. Well, Sam Lovelace has already had one race that hasn't gone his way on lap 1, and it's happened again in his second heat. This is a big, big moment for Sam Lovelace in terms. There he is. He ended up going all the way down the gearbox course here at Shenington. My goodness me, that is not good news for a driver you would expect to see in the A final later on this morning, early afternoon. Hassan down the inside of Phillips going for the lead of the race. Was he able to hold on to it? No. In fact, he lost second place. Toby Wykes is up the order. Down the inside goes Sam White there in the Warwick University colours. Very experienced BUKC team over the years, of course. And that's beautifully positioned by Sam White. He's up to P2.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Sam White. Disaster for Sam Lovelace. Should mention the other name in this race. We mentioned the Class 1 runners. Daniel Munro had such impressive pace in his first heat earlier on. He's surely going to be one to watch as well. Currently pressuring the back of Andy Orford for 7th place as the field peels through the Bruno chicane for the second time.
To be clear, what I think happened to Sam Lovelace, I think he got a little bit squeezed on driver's left and just caught the grass on brakes. He didn't suddenly get confused and think he was in a KZ2. He just did not have the grip to slow down for the corner, and it was quicker to just kind of pedal on round, go around the gearbox version of Stratford Hairpin and rejoin the race. The trouble is he's 6 seconds off the group now with only 5 minutes to play. Contact warning for Murtaza Hassan towards the front of the field. Ed Bars is getting the elbows out and needs to. This is a race where he needs to move through the field. As down the inside, Rana Menon going for the move there. Third place past Toby Wykes. Bit of communication between the two of them saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. And with good reason, because Phillips and White tidily working at the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. And the hole was punched through for Edbars, really by Daniel Munro, who had only just got by on Andy Orford himself. So still think we need to keep an eye there on Munro and Bars, not to take away from any of the drivers currently occupying the top 6, but those two drivers, there they are going to be, and that looks like Philip Babulal has got through on Andy Orford as well there, as there is the switch for first place. Sam White through and up into first place ahead of Luke Phillips now, and the gap closing in at the front with Rana Menon coming closer onto the back of second place as well, as they have that little exchange of positions. The top 5, in fact, let's say that, the top 5 separated by a second at the moment of Sam White, Luke Phillips, Rana Menon, Toby Wykes and Callum Martin. Martin with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, but we've seen promising things already from Murtaza Hassan, so you can't count him out. And then you've got, as I mentioned, Munro and Ed Bars. There is a move from Rana Menon on Luke Phillips, and that was also Toby Wykes and Callum Martin doing battle. Remember, Wykes needs a good result as well here, because he had a first lap incident, quite a dramatic one, at the Bruno chicane first time through. There is Luke Phillips fighting back for second place, and all of this is giving plenty of opportunity to break away for the 107 of Sam White, where once the top 5 were separated by a second, now it's almost a second that Sam White has in hand. In fact, it will be now after this little ruckus at the Stratford hairpin. It's now Rana Menon who's in second place, and gives a very clear gesture to say, we got to work together to get back up onto the leader here. But what it's allowed is for the likes of Ed Bars to arrive on the scene, as the 86 of Toby Wykes has a little look to the inside on Phillips, but if anything, it's upset his pace, such that he's now very much in the sights of Ed Bars and Callum Martin and Dan Munro behind him.
2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this one. We're on lap number 6. Sam White leads. Contact warning for the number 33 of Callum Martin. Callum currently 6th on the road. Bars looking to the inside. This is for 4th place on Toby Wykes. Textbook move from the championship leader. Through he goes, running through the Stratford hairpin. There's a quick side of Dan Munro, the number 40. Down the inside, having a good scrap there with Callum Martin. Callum's going to find himself a little bit on the curb there. Daniel Munro moves through, the 2-time junior champion. Ed Bars has a little think down the inside on Luke Phillips, but correctly thinks better of it. Just pulls himself out before it gets. I say it's such a fast corner. As I say, you do a track walk, and it doesn't look as there's a change there for the race lead. Rana Menon down the inside of Sam White to take the race leads. This one is not done yet. This has been a really good performance from two drivers with a lot of experience with the British Universities Karting Championship. There's been something happen through Cafe Corner, because there's 4 carts were recovering right in front of us at slower than full race speed. We'll catch up with that in a moment. See any of the race numbers from our position here in comms. Apologies for that. But I say, you do a track walk around this circuit, Howard, and you walk through it and you think, hey, this is nice, wide open. But it's the sheer level of speed that you take through Hanger Corner that means that the margins tighten very quickly.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what we're talking about, the high-speed nature of the track and the confidence you have to have around here, as Rana Menon sees the last lap board, just looking for drivers who... Whoa! And there's... Sorry, just out of my window. I'll tell you about that in a moment. That was a dramatic moment there for Greg Smith and Ben Pickard. Right, drivers who've fallen to the back of the field, I think, through some drama. Thomas Holland, Samuel Spencer, Ricky Goodwin. Here are your leaders heading towards the Bruno chicane. Battle for the lead. Sam White trying to find a way through Rana Menon. My involuntary reaction there was because out the corner of my eye, Ben Pickard rode up onto the back of Greg Smith and lost steering during Cafe Corner, but everything's okay. They kept going. They just lost a lot of pace in a couple of positions. But here we go into Wilkins for the last time. Checkered flag is out. Rana Menon just has to dump the foot down on the loud pedal and hope he's got good drive, and he has got good drive. Rana Menon with the win, just ahead of Sam White. Ed Bars, boy, he'd have fancied another lap to have a crack at that, wouldn't he? He'd just arrived on the scene to apply the pressure. You could just see there Greg Smith shaking his head. That was after the drama at the start of that last lap for them. But great win there for Rana Menon. We have to look ahead to heat number 6.
Getting to the halfway point of our heats for the lightweights. Let's take you through the grid for this one. On pole position, Harrison Kirkham. Alongside on the front row of the grid, Owen Camber. Johnny Fletcher and Martin Joyce go from row 2 ahead of Dan Seeger and Hayden Lowe. Row 4, Michael Reeder and Charlie Summers. Keaton Ford and Nick Lacasas on row number 5. Jack Hughes and Joe Craddock on row number 6 ahead of Sam Pike. Christopher Powell Taylor on row 7. Martin Goddard, Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, Lewis Sills and Phil Holmes are the 4 C3s in this one. 18 runners for heat number 6 of 12. To the tram lines, eyes on the lights, they go green. Once again we're racing 7 minutes. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Kirkham, Fletcher, Seeger all get the jump on Camber and Joyce, who started 2nd and 4th. It's 3, nearly 4 wide in the second half of the field, but it's a clean start for Harrison Kirkham. That's what he needs. Down the inside goes Dan Seeger. Nice move there on Johnny Fletcher for P2. This is a big opportunity for Harrison Kirkham.
Yes, indeed. Great start for him. And 5th to 2nd, exactly what Dan Seeger would have hoped for as well. Christopher Powell Taylor towards the back of the grid, perhaps struggling to make as much progress as just in front of Christopher Powell Taylor there was Contact and Round. I'll have to double check who the driver was on that one. They've got going again, but they'll be a few seconds off the back of the pack as the main field works their way out of Wilkins Corner onto the start-finish straight, or Park Straight as it's known here at Shenington. It's Martin Joyce who was around at the Bruno chicane, and Lewis Sills as well has had a bit of drama on that first lap. But it's Harrison Kirkham who leads, Dan Seeger in 2nd, Johnny Fletcher in 3rd ahead of Michael Reeder and Owen Camber. Your top 5 as there is round. That's Camber. That is Owen Camber round, and that was well, I think that started as a battle, an attempt from Keaton Ford. That's not me attributing blame, but that was the other kart involved. It was the 38 of Ford putting a move on Camber, but I didn't quite catch. I was just looking across from timing exactly where the contact came from there. Camber clearly frustrated with that one. Here is your battle for the lead. Kirkham and Seeger at the head of the field, and I have to say Seeger does not give the impression that he wants to work together that much here. Or at least Kirkham is feeling the need to go defensive on some of these corners. Still Johnny Fletcher there in 3rd place in the 83. Look how close it is in the mid-pack. Christopher Powell Taylor, your Class 1 driver, having to sort of, well, really get his elbows out in that mid-pack because they're all so close together. A sort of Jack Hughes downwards, 7th place downwards, as we're looking at this battle over 1st place, with Seeger pressuring Kirkham.
Dan Seeger looking for another top 10 spot as a minimum in the championship standings by the end of the year. Seeded plate from 2023 with the number 6. He's battling with the driver who just pipped him to being in the top 5 in the overall standings in 2023. Well, now Seeger's down the inside for the race lead, side by side through Park Corner. Kirkham's going to run out wide. Loss of grip on the approach to Cafe. Lovely stuff from Dan Seeger. I'm liking this from Dan Seeger. A bit more aggression from Dan Seeger that we don't always see. Kirkham's going to try and fight back here. This is good news for Johnny Fletcher and Michael Reeder. Michael Reeder on the scene once again. Kirkham trying to get that overlap to work down the inside into the Bruno chicane, and he has made it work on into the Bruno chicane, but it's now a pack of 4 fighting for the win here at Shenington in heat number 6.
Punchy moves from both Seeger and Kirkham, actually. Seeger just pinching Kirkham on the inside of Cafe Corner. Not actually easily done. Kirkham had to sort of back out because he was going to be run out of road on the inside of the corner. Such was Seeger's advantage, but now look at Fletcher being attacked by Reeder. It's all getting a bit tight there as they cross the start-finish line. Fletcher up the inside of Seeger and makes the move stick in a move reminiscent of what we saw Seeger pull on Kirkham. But of course Kirkham returned the favour with that bold move back again at the Bruno chicane. And now it's Johnny Fletcher who's challenging for the lead of this one. Kirkham going defensive into the Stratford hairpin. How penalised will he be on corner exit speed for that? Not so much that he has to worry about losing the position at the Bruno chicane. So it's a relative statement to say it settles, because still having to go defensive. But it's Kirkham, Fletcher, Seeger and Reeder, your top four. But Dan Seeger looking to the inside on Johnny Fletcher, and he's down the inside, and he should be able to make that one stick. And this has brought Keaton Ford onto the scene as well there in the 38. So now there's really 5 karts at the head of this one. Will Kirkham and Seeger work together a bit more to pull out a bit of a gap here? They've not. They've got, as it looks to me like Nick Lacassus has just lost out quite a few positions. Side by side for the lead of the race once again towards the Stratford hairpin. Dan Seeger trying to find a way by on Kirkham, but Kirkham once again positions himself defensively, tries to come across a little bit on that runway straight to dissuade any moves into the Bruno chicane. But it is now very much a 5-car battle for the lead, albeit Kirkham now has a couple of kart lengths maybe in hand, but we've seen how that can change corner by corner over the course of the last 2 laps.
Kirkham looks to have a really good handle on the slower corners, particularly through the Bruno chicane at this stage. It's through the faster parts of the circuit where he's having to check over his shoulder a lot. Seeger was on the grass coming out of Cafe towards Pitts Bend last time around. Less than 90 seconds of this one to go, and look how much speed that Dan Seeger's got. He's really got it hooked up through Cafe Corner. New fastest lap of the race from Christopher Powell-Taylor. To the outside. Oh, a little bit of a touch there between Seeger and Kirkham, and it's all gone wrong for Dan Seeger, who's going to find himself down in 4th place with it all to do. Johnny Fletcher back up to P2. Keaton Ford there in the CRG suit is having a really good run here.
And the second bank of 5 drivers, there's 2 groups of 5 here at the head of this field. They've got the memo, Andrew. We just saw the fastest lap of the race from Christopher Powell-Taylor. They're all, I just looked out the window, they're all relatively speaking behaving themselves, because they can see, even though we're probably going to see the last lap board and we do this time around, they can see that there might still yet be some opportunities for them on up the road.
Is the last lap then. There is Christopher Powell-Taylor down the inside of Sam Pike. That's for 8th place. Dan Seeger again looking quick in the opening sector of the lap. Can he get back down the inside on Keaton Ford? No, he can't. That's one of the troubles here at Shenington. If you've got no one directly ahead of the driver you're trying to overtake, you can send it, you can get it in there. But when you're in a close pack like this, it can be very, very tricky to get your braking point right in a squabble. That was a bit of a weaker Bruno chicane though for Johnny Fletcher, and just like that he's gone from 2nd down to 4th. Harrison Kirkham has got this race won. This is going to be key. Why is he 3rd in the championship? Why isn't he leading it when he's had 2 final wins so far this season? It's the heats. That's where he needs to maximise his points, and that's how you do it. Wins by half a second ahead of Keaton Ford. Dan Seeger finishes 3rd. Johnny Fletcher 4th. Michael Reeder 5th. Good race as well from Phil Holmes, who fights through to finish P10, top of the C2s. That was Heat 6. We've got a quick turnaround though. Heat 7 is next.
Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 7. Already into the second half of these heats for the lightweights. They're going by quickly. Andrew O'Neill on pole position. Hussein Rashid alongside. Andrew Rabbage and Alfie Hale make up row 2, with Rihanna Percox and Rory O'Regan on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Jake Wilkins and Thomas Northcott. Dave Cottrell and Miles Reitman are next, with Jack Steele and Andrew McWilliam on row number 6. Jack O'Neill and Christopher Foxon are your 7th row of the grid. As we see Class 1 and 3 on the same row there, with James Browning and Alex Ford rounding out the 16 kart grid. This is an interesting grid. There's quite a few names in here that I think we need to keep an eye on. As we are under starters orders, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and Andrew O'Neill leads them away towards turn number 1. In fact, the non-novice part of this grid is bookended by the O'Neills here. Andrew O'Neill on pole, Jack O'Neill in 13th. As they all stream through Cafe Corner, it looks clean enough. but Rihanna Percox losing out a few positions I could see there off the start. And in the mid-pack, battling away there with Miles Reitman and with Thomas Northcott there as they come through the Stratford hairpin. Otherwise, fairly calm at the front of the field. Andrew O'Neill still leading Hussein Rashid and Andrew Rabbage as they come through the Bruno chicane for the first time. But already on the move there, you can see Jack O'Neill battling away with Thomas Northcott. So I think he's already up into the top 10, having started 13th. Coming out of Wilkins Corner, Andrew O'Neill leading this one then as they come round to finish lap number 1. After a few dramatic first laps recently, that one relatively tame. O'Neill, Rashid and Rabbage still your top 3. Bit of a costly start for both Rihanna Percox and Alfie Hale, both down a couple of positions on that first lap.
Yeah, a bit of work for them to do as Rashid looks down the inside for the race lead ahead of Andrew O'Neill, but runs a little bit deep. You saw just as he got to mid-corner, off the main racing line, the kart slid from underneath him a tiny, tiny amount that allowed O'Neill to get through once again on the cutback. It also allowed Andrew Rabbage in that lovely blue suit. That's a relatively new one for Andrew Rabbage. He's now going to find himself on the outside. Nothing he can do here because the lane is open for Rashid to go down the inside. Rory O'Regan is there as well. The black suit with the orange shoulders and the white helmet. The Fraser Brunton livery is what we're calling that. It's clearly a quick one. Fraser's been using it for a good number of years. Rory now doing likewise to the same effect. It's had a good scrap in this one so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a frenetic battle going on over 5th place. Jake Wilkins, Alfie Hale, Rihanna Percox, Miles Reitman basically going side by side in one way or another at every corner. That time it was Miles Reitman still side by side with Percox down the runway straight. There is Andrew O'Neill leading the field through though, currently absorbing the pressure, but very little field spread as you can see in these early stages here. Rashid trying to see if there's an opportunity on the inside, but O'Neill is wise to it, and what that's going to do is encourage O'Regan to go around the outside, but there's still so little grip there if you're a little bit wide through Wilkins, and accordingly he skirts wide and Andrew Rabbage is back past him. But once again heading towards Park Corner for 3rd place. Rabbage is under attack from O'Regan as they come through Cafe. Plenty of drivers side by side. Good pace from Andrew O'Neill means that Rashid is not one of the drivers pulling alongside. But who's going to emerge from this Stratford hairpin in 3rd place? Rabbage is on the inside, O'Regan's on the outside, but had his nose in front. It's still not decided as they head towards the Bruno chicane. Now finally I think O'Regan has got the job done, as Andrew O'Neill once again has to get his elbows out to deter a racy looking Hussein Rashid as Rabbage is off onto the grass. We've got contact there as well with Alfie Hale in the 93 in the mid-pack as well. It's bulked up everybody there. That's such a costly moment there, and we've got a side pod going off. Was that from Alfie Hales? Yep. So that is not something we see very often from these pretty robustly built CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts. But there was a drama there on the exit of the Bruno chicane, and it continued all the way down the Hanger Straight and through Hanger Corner before Wilkins.
And that's one of the challenges here at Shenington. That'll be that side pod has hit one of the big curbs, and that's why the big cones are on top of them, because they are like mini walls to the carts out there. So that is a real problem for Alfie Hale. His transponder's gone with it. So if you've seen him fall to the bottom of timing, that's why, because his transponder is stuck down at Wilkins Corner. We did have a yellow.
Did I see him come into the pits? I'm not sure I did.
I think he did. I think he has come to the pits, which is a sensible thing to do. Down the inside for the race lead, Rihanna Percox goes past Andrew O'Neill. Well, these two will be sharing a kart in a few weeks' time, representing Motorsport UK at the FIA Motorsport Games. A good move there from Percox to move her way through. In fact, all 3 members of Team UK for the endurance karting element of the FIA Motorsport Games are at the front of this one. Andrew McWilliams trying to join the party there as well in 4th. Down the inside of his brother, Jack goes past Andrew there for 2nd place. Andrew McWilliam is now going to be trying to take 3rd place away from the driver, 2nd in the points in the heavyweight SP60. Does so very nicely indeed.
Yeah, Rihanna was a real beneficiary of all of that ruckus that happened a couple of laps ago, and that's not to take away from how she's got here. She read the situation well, is what I mean by that, and got herself into a brilliant position to challenge for the race lead. But she now has the prolifically winning, is that a phrase? Jack O'Neill. Dominant is probably the better word in the English language for that. Let's go with that. Jack O'Neill on her tail. So this is going to be no mean feat for her to stave off the pressure for the rest of this one. And indeed, there is a challenge from Jack O'Neill, a lap on from where he challenged his brother. And that is, as there was some drama maybe there on the exit of the cafe, but still Rihanna Percox leads just as they come towards the Bruno chicane. Andrew McWilliam trying to buy into this one in the 50, trying to hang on around the outside and take second place off of Jack O'Neill, and it's a good attempt from McWilliam here. He had the nose in front on corner exit, and he'll have the inside line under braking into Wilkins. We have seen some drivers hang it around the outside there, but this is not one of those occasions. It's Andrew McWilliam up into second place off the back of what started as an attack for the lead from Jack O'Neill on Rihanna Percox.
And this is what I'm loving about this kind of new era of particularly the lightweight sprints, that you've got new drivers like Andrew McWilliam, like Rory O'Regan, taking it to not just established names in Club 100 senior racing, but really strong racers throughout the history of the championship in the shape of the O'Neills, Rihanna Percox as well. It's been fantastic to see so far today. We are on the last lap. Can Rihanna Percox hold on to this race victory? She hasn't had many heat wins so far in 2024 sprints. Andrew O'Neill's having to check over the shoulder to see where Rory O'Regan is. Does Andrew McWilliam go for the move? He's having a little think about it, but that's well defended by Rihanna Percox. Rihanna Percox is going to take heat 7, McWilliam P2, Jack O'Neill P3. Whoa, that was a bit of a fierce one, with Andrew O'Neill 4th and Rory O'Regan in the top 5 once again. Top novice was Alex Forward. Well, there we go, that's heat 7 done. Next up, heat number 8. Take you through the grid for this one. 17 runners in it. Udi Menon and Jeremy Deeks will be on the front row of the grid. Russell Cooper and Steph Theodoru row 2. Isaiah Guegu and Danny Hale on row number 3. Ben Sanders and Sam Morris go from row 4. George Lawler and Adrian Mertens go from row 5. Lewis Marchant and Dante Dillon go from row 6. Matthew Clark is the last of those in C1 or C2, ahead of the C3s, the novices, Curtis Mitchell, Jack Hopkins, Jordan Richards and Barry Lakes.
So the lineup then, after this, all drivers will have competed in 2 of their 3 heats ahead of the finals. Judy Men on pole position, looking for the green lights. Away they go then into Park Corner for the first time. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Russell Cooper is going to try and cut across the inside and seal the deal on second place over Jeremy Deeks, which he does do indeed, and that means that Jeremy Deeks now has everybody else to worry about in the field as they come out of Park Bend, Pitts Bend. But that's wide for Menon, wide for our pole sitter, and is that going to give the opportunity for Russell Cooper? Indeed it does. Cooper up into the lead. Surely his nose is in front, and he is in front as they turn in for the Bruno chicane. Costly moment there for our pole sitter, sees him down to second place as the rest of the field streams out of the Bruno chicane onto the hanger straight. Looks to have been a largely clean start, not seeing anybody stricken at the side of the road post dramas, as there's Jeremy Deeks having to battle away with the likes of Ben Sanders. It's definitely been a tough start there for Deeks, but he's still in the thick of it, but down to 9th place, having started second, means he'll be hoping to move back on up the order. Russell Cooper leads. Good first lap for Isaiah Guagu there, up into second place. And then I think Steph Theodoru, although showing 4th, I think he's just got by an Udi Ben on there in the first few corners, as that is Ben Sanders battling away with George Lawler there into Stratford Corner. But there is Iguagu in the 27 in second place, under pressure from the experienced Steph Theodoru in the number 9 kart. Dante Dillon, the other Class 1 driver other than Theodoru in this race. And here's Theodoru going through up into second place. And that looked largely, that looked like a fair amount of heads-up sort of tactical play, compliance there from Iguagu to let Theodoru through. possibly with the help of following him through and beginning to apply pressure to Russell Cooper. Here's Dante Dillon battling away with Udi Menon at the start of lap 3.
Problem for Sam Morris. Sam Morris has been off through the Wilkins complex and has fallen to the bottom of the order. That's the second time I think we've seen problems for Morris today. That's not going to be A final results. It's going to be a battle just to get into the B final. Remember, every driver, once they've completed their 3 heats, dependent on the number of points they've acquired across those 3 heats, will either be in the A, B or C final. There are repechage spots. It is possible to go from a C final all the way up to the A final. It doesn't happen very often, though.
It's not a good day to be called Sam and be trying to have a good opening race.
No.
A few laps around Shenington kart race circuit for some reason. Dante Dillon still challenging Udi Menon. He's going to try up the inside here of Park Corner on the 68, and he'll be on the outside of Cafe Corner, but I just see out the window that he has got the job done. We cut back to Matthew Clark, who's battling away with Adrian Mertens and et al. There through Cafe Corner as we cut back to the Stratford hairpin, and that is Dante Dillon there, not happy with something there, but he's through on Aguagu as well, excuse me. So it was a double pass there for Dante Dillon, now up into 3rd place, I think.
I think what Dante's trying to say to the other drivers there is like, don't fight amongst yourselves for 4th place and everything else. Let's work together and try and catch up to Steph Theodorou and Russell Cooper and fight for the win later on in the race. It's a brilliant move from Dante Dillon. As I say, he got past Menon in one corner, then Aguagu in the next corner. There you go, he set the fastest lap of the race whilst doing that as well. Brilliant stuff from Dante Dillon, 53.228, so maybe he doesn't need the help of others. He needs a big lap here to try and catch up to Steph Theodorou. Aguagu's still holding on to 4th place here, but the risk with this kind of defensive driving is if you lose 1 spot here at Shenington, you lose 2, 3, 4 or 5. This gaggle goes all the way back to Danny Hale there in 8th place. Very close there between Menon and Aguagu. Lewis Martin's in the middle of all of this as well, needing good points for his C2 championship hopes. You can see the number 74 of George Lawler in the mix of this, and don't rule out the 258 of Jordan Richards, who's having a really good race. The C3 there, just behind Adrian Mertens.
So the top 3 have sort of got away, and it's now a question of what the pace of Dante Dillon is like. The answer is really quick, and he's reeling in Steph Theodorou. The top 3 are those ahead of this pack. So those top 3, there they are. This is a great shot to show you. And then basically everybody else, with Aguagu currently absorbing pressure, but it looks to me like Udi Menon, not Udi Menon, that's Lewis Marchand getting by and up into 4th place. And that is, so that's the first driver to have got by on Aguagu, and it looked to me like Adrian Mertens was having a good run there on the 68 of Udi Menon. Indeed he is. So now Mertens is ahead of Menon, and I think Ben Sanders may have got by. Yes, he has. So Ben Sanders now challenging Aguagu. Here he is, the 117 on the 27, this being for 5th place, I believe, and he is through. And now Adrian Mertens, who got by on Menon, starts to challenge Aguagu as well. So it's, as you say, Andrew, he was driving a very good defensive battle there, was Aguagu, but once one person had got by, it's difficult to keep that momentum, and he's now under a lot of pressure in that pack. Here's your race leader, Russell Cooper, and then comes this battle for 2nd place, Steph Theodorou and Dante Dillon. One has to say, Dante's pace at the moment is significantly faster than that of Theodorou's. It was some 0.4 of a second 2 laps ago that he reeled in, and then 1.5 of a second that Dillon improved upon Theodorou. He had a little of a think then about going for the inside line, didn't he? But didn't stick with the idea. Can he pull alongside for Park Bend? And I think to an extent, well, I'm not sure. Actually, Theodorou does look like he's going to fight it, but it's not too much of a loss for Theodorou, I don't think, because I think this is the best chance of them both being able to overhaul Cooper, although it's going to take something quite extreme now before we are on the last lap.
Yeah, it's going to take some kind of mistake from Russell Cooper to lose a second gap round this particular circuit. It's only the 4th appearance for Russell Cooper so far in the 2024 Sprints Championship. This would be his first victory of the year. I think Dante Dillon will be a lot happier with this second place, though, considering this was from the back of the field. He looks more in tune with the machinery under him in this particular race. Time is up. Russell Cooper's just got to get off of Wilkins' corner, so he's taking him fairly leisurely on this last lap. It's a good job it's not a +1 lap race. Russell Cooper takes the win. Second place is going to go to Dante Dillon. Steph Theodoru in third. Great run from Lewis Marchant. Picked his way through that 5-6 kart scrap, got fourth place. That is a useful haul of points. Ben Sanders as well in P5. Jordan Richards was your top 9. That was Heat 8. That's the end of rotation number 2. We go straight into rotation number 3. Heat 9 is next.
Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 9. This, as Andrew was saying, the first heat of this third rotation. Jack Hughes starts this one from pole position. Joe Craddock alongside him. Sam Pike and Sam Lovelace are on row 2, Andrew Rabbage and Owen Camber on row 3. Row 4 is Hussein Rashid and Andrew O'Neill. Philip Babulal and Rana Menon round out the top 10. Then it's Rory O'Regan and Charlie Summers on row 6. Row 7 is occupied by Hayden Lowe and Phil Holmes. Samuel Spencer and Christopher Foxon are your 8th row of the grid, and Ben Pickard rounds out a 17-kart grid. Well, we've said it's a difficult day for Sam's starting races. We've got 2 of them on the same row here on row 2. Lovelace really does need a good heat here. Jack Hughes leads them away in that number 29. It looks like a fairly even start from both sides of the grid, though. Joe Craddock is going to try and pull alongside and have the inside line through Cafe, and he has got the lead as they come out of Cafe, as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide on exit. But great start from Joe Craddock, probably the best we've seen from the second spot of the grid. He's been able to overhaul the leader and take the lead as they head towards Stratford Corner. Jack Hughes trying to fight back in that 29 kart, but Sam Pike was on the inside to stop that, and I'm delighted to say for all Sam Lovelace fans, he hasn't had a drama in the first half of this first lap. He's there side by side with Hussein Rashid as they come through the Bruno chicane and onto the Hanger straight. There's Jack Hughes, though, with a fast starting Andrew O'Neill. What a start for Andrew O'Neill, up into second place there, into Wilkins, as there's drama in the mid-pat there. Hussein Rashid's been held up by it, but he wasn't the main person to have dramas there. I'll double check that on timing. I think it was Jack Hughes who was really having issues there.
Sam Pike as well. Sam Pike fell down from that battle around second place. Is now 12th on the road. So, second lap of this one. Joe Craddock is your race leader. Rory O'Regan second place. Sam Lovelace in third. Sam Lovelace, I don't want this to sound too dramatic, needs to win this one. He needs to win. He's had 2. Oh, there's O'Regan down the inside. That could open the door. Craddock is going to try and fight back. Here comes Sam Lovelace. A bit of an apologetic hand there from Rory O'Regan. Sam Lovelace is going to push through to second place. Now having a look down the inside. Oh, O'Regan shuts the door. Goes a bit too deep, though, through Wilkins' corner. Tries such a difficult corner. You've got to turn and brake at the same time. Lovelace is through. O'Regan's going to try and fight back, though, down the inside into Park Bend. Another great bit of side-by-side action here at Shenington through Cafe Corner. Is Lovelace going to emerge as the race leader? Yes, he is. But look at the swarm behind. Rabbage, Menon, Phil Holmes. What a race Phil Holmes is having here. The blue suit with the yellow details. The C3 driver, the novice, is up to P6.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and it's a decent race so far from Rabbage as well. I think he was fairly far down on this grid. So some really big movers here. And well, Sam Lovelace heard your advice, mate. He's got to the head of the field, but he's got a lot of pressure here, not least from Rory O'Regan there in that 146 car. Andrew Rabbage down the inside of Joe Craddock at Wilkins gets the job done. So a change for third place there, with Andrew Rabbage now up into third place. Lovelace O'Regan lead by about 0.7 of a second there from Rabbage, Craddock, Phil Holmes, as you say. Andrew having a fantastic race in that number 22 car, highest placed Class 3 driver by some margin at this point. There he is in the black helmet and the blue suit with Andrew O'Neill on his tail. I think that's because Andrew O'Neill has got by on Rana Menon as well. Yes, indeed. The 259 now ahead of the number 13. As we look again at our lead battle, Lovelace has a long time still to go in this race to absorb the pressure, as that is Andrew O'Neill putting a move on Phil Holmes, and Phil Holmes feeling the need to take to the grass on the exit of Wilkins, and unfortunately that is going to drop our Class 3 leader down to the lower parts of the top 10, down to 9th place, as Philip Abulal sets a new fastest lap of the race. So the driver recovering from the grass will have the driver with the most pace on track right behind him, and indeed I just saw on that shot as they went through, Babulal has got by on Holmes. So Holmes now out to the fringes of the top 10 after that off-track moment there out of Wilkins, as we cut back to our leaders. Sam Lovelace leads Rory O'Regan into the Bruno chicane, then it's Andrew Rabbage, and then Andrew O'Neill I think has got by on Joe Craddock there, I saw this time through. So that'll be another position gained for O'Neill. Yeah, you can see there O'Neill in the white and orange suit ahead of the red suited Joe Craddock. Phil Holmes trying to fight back, but Hussein Rashid as well is back on the scene, and after getting balked by that incident at the end of lap 1, trying to buy back into this top 10. Sam Lovelace change there for the lead of the race. O'Regan through on Lovelace. I'm not sure if we caught that one on the cameras, but that has changed with the 146 now back to the lead of the race.
And these two will be well advised to give a bit of time with Rory O'Regan at the front and work together. Gap is 0.8 of a second back to Andrew Rabbage there in third. Andrew O'Neill as well in fourth place with some good race pace at this stage of this 9th heat. The last heat for all of these drivers. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Philip Babulal still holding that fastest lap of the race. P7 on the road at the moment for Philip Babulal. Phil Holmes, despite those problems a lap or so ago, still a top C3 runner. I think for Sam Lovelace here, this kind of result, I reckon, is going to leave him on the... It could leave him on the cusp of A final to B final. It'll definitely lead him in the higher reaches of the B final. But the difference of taking the race win could be what pulls him back into the A grid. He's down the inside. Not quite got the move done on Rory O'Regan. Rory O'Regan's going to have a go back into the Bruno chicane. Sam Lovelace leaves him enough room. That's beautifully finished off by Sam Lovelace. Left him enough room on the entry to the corner, but just squeezed O'Regan a little bit towards the apex, not allowing Rory O'Regan to take full speed into the left-hand part of the Bruno chicane. Rory O'Regan's not going to disappear though. Quick driver at a circuit where the slipstream is powerful. We're on to the last lap of this one now. Good scrap going on for third place as well. O'Regan's going to look down the inside into Cafe Corner. Lovelace again lifts and gives him enough room. He's going to have the advantage of the left-hander through Pitts Bend. Gets back across ahead of Rory O'Regan. O'Regan's going to look to the outside now through the Stratford hairpin, maybe for a bit of a cutback on the run to the Bruno chicane. Brilliantly dealt with once again by both drivers. Andrew Rabbage is holding on for third place as well, ahead of Andrew O'Neill through the Bruno chicane one last time. Sam Lovelace, if he can just keep it locked down, he'll take it down to the white line on the run through Hanger. Has got to carry the speed and keep it tight though. He does. Well driven by Sam Lovelace. This could be a key result for his day and for his championship. It's still not done because Rory O'Regan's got really good drive off the Wilkins complex. Lovelace holds on, takes the win by less than a tenth ahead of Rory O'Regan. Andrew Rabbage, brilliant there in third place ahead of Andrew O'Neill. Phil Holmes, the top C3 novice, home in 9th.
Yeah, brilliant battles there with Lovelace taking that crucial win. Already though, the kart's getting ready to go out for heat number 10. And let's take you through the grid for that 10th heat in our lightweights for round number 9. Callum Martin starts this one on pole position with Daniel Munro alongside. Greg Smith and Nick Lacasas are on row 2 with Lewis Marchant and Russell Cooper on row 3. Murtaza Hassan and Jeremy Deeks are on row 4. Alfie Hale and Thomas Northcott occupy row number 5. Keaton Ford and Danny Hale are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's Rihanna Percox and John Hady on row 7, Ricky Goodwin and Curtis Mitchell on row 8. Jordan Richards and Lewis Sills rounds out the 18-car grid for the anti-penultimate heat of our lightweights today. Pole on the left-hand side as we're looking at it right now. The right-hand side as we look at it now as Callum Martin leads them away for 7 minutes of racing, and already Daniel Munro with a strong start from second on the grid is going to try and repeat what we saw in the previous race and take the lead off of the pole sitter, and he does so. The 40 up into first place, and Greg Smith is trying to follow through as well, but there's contact at the back. We've got one driver at least off there at the back of the field as they stream out of Stratford hairpin for the first time. We've got yellow flags out and it's a false start. That's why. Several other drivers involved in that drama at the back of the field, and I'm not sure if maybe there was additional drama at Stratford hairpin, but the false start flag being waved, and that's going to be, I think, particularly difficult for Daniel Munro, because that was a brilliant start from second on the grid, replicating what we saw in the last race. These second place drivers beginning to get the hang of starting on the anti-pole side of the grid. But we will go again.
It's one of those circuits that if you can get the timing right from P2, it's not as bad as other circuits. Because yes, you don't have the advantage through the left-hander, but you immediately get the next corner in your favour on the inside line for Cafe.
5 minutes.
Instructions to the drivers. Yeah, bit of time knocked off.
Sorry, 5 minutes because of that false start. We'll go again. Callum Martin leads them away. It looks like another even start though. Daniel Munro will look to repeat exactly the same move if he can manage it. But this time, Martin is wise to it, cuts across, and it is the other way round this time around as they come out of Cafe and through Pitts Bend. Much cleaner at the back of the pack as well, I'm delighted to say, as they're braking for Stratford hairpin. Greg Smith with a strong start, overhauling, or keeping Lacasas and Marchand, I should say, at bay for now as they head down the runway straight towards Bruno chicane. And that only lasted so long for Greg Smith there, because it looks to me like Lacasas and Marchand have got through. Thomas Northcott and Russell Cooper going side by side in that mid-pack, as it is indeed Nick Lacasas up to third place with Lewis Marchand behind him, and still side by side between Cooper and Northcott as they get to the apex of Wilkins. And that's round for Northcott, and that's so late on. That was the lightest touch, and it was just whilst he was squirreling round for grip on the slightly wider line on the corner exit of Wilkins, as Marchand gets by on Lacasas for third place. But that would have been galling there for Lewis Marchand, because that was the lightest of taps just in balance the car, and the yellow and red stripe flag for slippery surface is out for the first time today.
I was going to say, is there a light bit of rain? There's nothing on our commentary box window to use that all scientific method. A debris on track is what we're hearing in our ears, as there was a problem there for two drivers down at the Stratford hairpin. I think one of them might have been Danny Hale in the number 94. Meanwhile, change for the race lead. Munro back through past Martin. Nick Lacasas trying to get in there as well with Lewis Marchand. Lewis Marchand's going to go through to second place, but point Callum Martin back through. I think he felt that one was a little bit too rough on his part, didn't want to pick up an ABC penalty.
We say back through for Munro, but technically in the story of the official race, given the restart, that's his first time getting by on Callum Martin.
True, yeah.
But no, you made the point. He'll have obviously psychologically been looking to get back into the lead where he managed to get on the first attempt at a start of the race. And now Callum Martin under pressure from Lewis Marchand. Lewis Marchand had the inside of the hairpin, but Martin, as several drivers are doing actually, Andrew, you've got to be careful sort of pinching your competitor to the curb. But so far today, I have to say, I'm seeing that remarkably well executed by a range of drivers. Just to go, hang on, I'm going to keep myself on this line, thank you very much. I'm going to leave you just enough room for your Club 100 Rotax Evo, but not enough that you feel you can dump your foot on the throttle and follow through on the move. So good defence from Martin there at Stratford hairpin, even though he was on the outside of the corner.
Also seen that Rihanna Percox has fallen down the order. Not the best of results so far for her, as Martin loses out to Lewis Marchand there. So Lewis Marchand up to P2, having a really solid day so far. 2 minutes on the clock. Daniel Munro, new fastest lap of the race, 53.563.
And this is when the pace is really impressive for me, Andrew, when I'm seeing someone out front with nobody to help him, nobody to bump draft him behind or to punch a hole in the air ahead of him, and yet he's still setting the fastest lap. That really underpins how good the pace is today from Daniel Munro in that number 40 kart.
So just over 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Daniel Munro extending his lead at the moment, but if this trio can keep it organised over the next lap or so, they do have a chance. Gap was still is hanging around 0.8 of a second. Now it updates. And yeah, it's just come down by 1/10 of a second. Lewis Marchant now the fastest driver on circuit. They've got a chance here. If Callum Martin and Nick Lacatas just keep the train strong, push along for the next lap, let's see if they have got the pace to be closing at a rate that would give Daniel Munro something to think about on the last tour of the circuit. Curtis Mitchell, by the way, is currently your top C3 runner, just to report in on a really good scrap that's going on over 10th place. To the 158 of Mitchell, the 258 of Jordan Richardson, and the 155 of Lewis Sills. We're going to keep here at the front of the order. Fortunately for Lewis Marchant, his own pace is a little bit of his... Oh, there's a problem there for Alfie Hale. Too much speed into Wilkins, and he's going to be joined on the scene by another driver there. I think that was one of the C3s going in. They being a little bit of bother for spinning out under yellow flags. Well, I say Marchant is a victim of his own speed. He is closing in here on Daniel Munro. If he can have a good run through Stratford, through the Bruno chicane, he could be on Munro's tail going into the last couple of corners.
Yeah, indeed. I think it may have been John Adey who was the driver spinning off in sympathy, as that was a bit of a spook move there from Nick Lacatas on Callum Martin. Martin felt the need to turn out from taking the apex in the middle of the Bruno chicane, and that has allowed the move to go through. It was interesting how that led to an incident there for Alfie Hale, as the checkered flag is out. Daniel Munro has controlled this one brilliantly and takes the win from Lewis Marchant, albeit Marchant setting the fastest lap on the last lap of the race, so he was trying as hard as he could right till the end. Callum Martin in third, Lacatas in fourth, and Greg Smith rounding out your top five, as these drivers complete their heat racing ahead of the finals. And already I can see the grid is going out there for heat number 11.
Penultimate heat for the lightweights. Let's take you through the grid. This is going to be a big one. Dante Dillon starts on pole position. Matthew Clark alongside on the front row. Ed Bars and Miles Reitman, the respective C1 and C2 points leaders on row 2. Jack Steele and Toby Wykes go from row number 3. Andy Orford and Ryan Williams start on row 4. Udi Menon and Luke Phillips complete the top 10 on row 5. Sam Morris needs a good result here. Starts on row 6 alongside Michael Reeder. George Lawler and Isaiah Guagu start on row number 7. 3 C3s in this one. Barry Lakes, Jack Hopkins and James Browning. We've just been having a look at some of the provisional points. It's still very up in the air for lightweights. Not expecting the title to go today, but the good news for Dante Dillon is he's at the moment on 2 second places because of post-race penalties. So if he could win this from pole position, he's going to put himself in a very, very good position on the grid for the A final. We're green, we're racing, 7 minutes of it here at Shenington. Good start for Dillon, good start for Bars as well, who takes that run from 3rd place on the grid and is immediately up to P2. The number 12 of Matthew Clark has slotted in behind the championship leader. Miles Reitman defensive into Stratford for the first time in this one, holds on to P4. That's all a little bit tight at the back of the field, but they all make it through Stratford hairpin on their way to Bruno chicane.
Yeah, great start from Ed Bars. Caught Matthew Clark somewhat napping there off the start, and where we've seen for the last 2 heats the 2nd place driver really challenging pole position through Cafe, it was bizarrely 3rd place challenging 1st place through Cafe, as indeed is still happening. The driver who started 3rd on the grid, Ed Bars, now challenging Dante Dillon as they come round to finish lap number 1, and again he's going to pull alongside and up the inside at Park Bend, and that is Ed Bars through. And I don't think Dante fought that one too hard, as he presumably feels he can work with Ed to pull out a gap in these early phases and maybe challenge later on.
Yeah, both of them lock up there into Stratford on the limit of adhesion. I'm really intrigued to see how these two drivers play this heat, because they're both very experienced in this game. Ed Barr's a former champion, of course. Dante Dillon very close to taking the title last year. You're absolutely right. They will look to work together to get that gap back to third place as big as possible. But at the same time, at this, the apex of the season, the last few rounds, they will both know. Bars will know if he can win this race, it's not just gaining himself points, it's taking points off a potential championship rival, and vice versa for Dante Dillon, trying to claw that gap back. Really interested to see what happens across the next 5 minutes of this race. Drivers knowing as well, it's a heat. You've still got to make your way through and get into that final.
Behind them, change for third place, your points leader in Class 2 coming into today, Miles Reitman, up into the C2 lead within this heat at least, up into third place past Matthew Clark, albeit Clark is still very much with him. And that looks like Michael Reeder getting by on Jack Steele there as well for fifth place. So a few changes in amongst the Class 2 runners on this third lap of the race. There is the 96 of Michael Reeder, now ahead of the 57 of Jack Steele. And Andy Orford with them, as well as Toby Wykes in that battle. New fastest lap of the race from Ed Bars, trying to really move on up the road. Dante Dillon, though, very much going with him. They're swapping hundredths of a second here at the moment. And there is that third place battle headed up by Miles Reitman, braking once again into the Stratford hairpin. Onto this runway straight heading towards Bruno.
There's an argument as well for at this stage these two drivers, Bars and Dillon, to work together, because again, the way that these scores are converging with the drops towards the end of the year, I would not be surprised if the title is won by less than 3 points at the end of the year. And it will come down quite possibly to an odd heat here or there. It's not a case, you sometimes see championship scenarios where, think back to the Formula 1 a few years ago with Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg, and it's like, right, I've got to get my title rival back in the pack here, and they need to drop down to a fourth or a fifth place. That's not going to be the case here. It's all going to be going out for the race wins, 1v1, and relying on those battles to get you over the line. 3 minutes to go. Bars and Dillon still in lead, but quite a gap behind. Miles Reitman still there in third. The gap's grown to nearly 4 seconds. Yeah,
there was a change for fourth place as well, just behind Reitman. Reeder getting by on Clark, so the 96 now ahead of the 12. That was through Park Bend and Cafe at the start of this lap. But yeah, it is quite a gap, isn't it? Bars and Dillon showing this field a fresh pair of heels as now Michael Reeder looks to challenge Miles Wright, but he's not going to be on the inside at Wilkins as we cut back over to this lead battle. And indeed, there was a change there, wasn't there? Dillon through. Yeah, sorry, that threw me because it happened just before they came onto this new lap. So Dillon through, indeed, on Ed Bars, and that was out of Wilkins. So battle joined between these two. They clearly feel they've got enough of a gap, and well, they might. To be fair, it's some 5 seconds they have in hand. So we are going to see now a very earnest battle between these two into the Bruno chicane. Dillon defending. Taking that shallower line, but managing to carry still good speed through, I should say, onto this back hanger straight.
And that's really nice reading of the race from Dante Dillon as Bars is looking around the outside into Wilkins. That's going to be a bit ambitious. There's not a lot of grip out there. Dillon's got it covered. He'll have had a little bit of better sight behind him than Ed to go, oh yeah, we've got a 4-second gap here. I can take the fight to Ed Bars maybe a lap or so earlier than I was planning to. That's my reading of the situation, as how Dante Dillon's played it. I'm sure he'll tell us very different, that he felt he had the speed and went for the move.
Andrew changed for third just behind them as well. That was a good move from Michael Reeder on Reitman at Park. But sorry, on the battle continues through Bruno.
Can Ed Bars find a way back through? As I say, this is such a tantalising championship battle, with these two drivers just a couple of those looking towards the end of the season and taking the number 1 plate. Right now, if Dillon had a perfect run through the course the rest of the season, finish on 1.514. If Ed Bars from this position finished with a perfect to only be 1-5, 1-2. That's what we mean by the convergence of the scores, and why, whilst a heat and not a final, a swap in positions between two championship leaders at this stage of the season could end up being critical. Dylan's going to be defensive into Stratford once again, off of one of the big overtaking opportunities for drivers around this circuit. Bars unable to find a way through right now. Dylan driving in the middle of the road. That's absolutely fine. Off of the Bruno chicane. Bars is going to have one, maybe two more opportunities to get through. Again, Dylan shows him to the outside on the run into Wilkins. Gets his nose ahead to Bars, but again, can't get it stopped. It's going to be a drag to the line. Dante Dillon, it's a heat, but could be a very important one. Takes it by, it shows the margin there, that much. A whisker, less than half a tenth ahead of Ed Bars. Good points hauls for both of them, but in a tight championship, that is effectively a 4-point swing to Dante Dillon.
And that's how significant championship results can be made through such fine margins. Can't dwell on it for too long though. We've got one more heat to run in our lightweight class, Heat 12, coming up next. Let's look at the grid then very quickly. We're going to have to reel through this one quickly. Andrew McWilliam starts this one on pole. Jack O'Neill alongside. Christopher Powell-Taylor and Adrian Mertens are row 2. Johnny Fletcher and Dan Seeger are row 3. Martin Joyce and Steph Theodore are row 4, with the top 10 rounded out by Harrison Kirkham and Jake Wilkins. Sam White and Dave Cottrell are row 6. Row 7 is Ben Sanders and Alex Ford. Thomas Holland and Martin Goddard are row 8. And rounding out the 17-car grid is Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, as we are ready for the start. Andrew McWilliam on your right, drivers left as they go away on to lap 1 of this final heat. Last opportunity for all these drivers as they come through Cafe Corner. Good start for Andrew McWilliam, was able to have the space to just put his foot down out of Cafe Corner, didn't have to worry about anyone on his outside. It's allowed him to pull away from Jack O'Neill. Christopher Powell-Taylor utilising his best grid start of the day so far to retain third place for now, and it looks clean enough as they head down runway straight towards Bruno chicane for the first time, although it is elbows out in the mid-pack as normal as they come out onto the second of these back straights. The hanger straight through the hanger corner. Christopher Powell-Taylor under pressure from Johnny Fletcher into Wilkins corner, but hugs the inside and is able to dissuade a move, and that is round for Dave Cottrell there. And well, his arm was aloft. I didn't see if there was that much in the way of contact. It's so greasy still on the outside of Wilkins corner. It's still there battling away over third place between Johnny Fletcher challenging Christopher Powell-Taylor, but still Powell-Taylor is able to hold him off, and that's allowing Dan Seeger and Harrison Kirkham to get involved with Johnny Fletcher here as they head towards the Stratford hairpin. Dan Seeger down the inside of the 83 in that number 6, and Harrison Kirkham will try and follow through as well. That's Dan Seeger up to 4th place behind Christopher Powell-Taylor in 3rd, and Kirkham is through on Johnny Fletcher. Fletcher still your highest placed Class 2 runner though after that exchange, but now where once he was in 4th, he's now down to 6th.
Gotta love it when it all comes down to the last heat to see who's going to be on pole position for the A final. Dante Dillon, of course, has booked himself into a pretty strong position with those 2 seconds and a win. That win that we saw a few moments ago. Andrew McWilliam, if he can hold this lead, would match that record, and it would go down to whoever's got the fastest lap between the two of them across the 3 heats that they've competed in each so far today. But again, Harrison Kirkham 4th and a win so far. The moment there in 5th place, I think if he can just play this one calmly, let the race come to him, this could be a good turnover of points for another one of those drivers who at the moment has a converging score. It's looking very, very good indeed. Very tight in the championship battle. 4.5 minutes to go of this one. Penalty for Martin Goddard, unfortunately, for an ABC takeout, so that's going to drop the number 55 down from 13th place.
I tell you who just had a good couple of laps is Ben Sanders. Unusually at this stage in the race, there were 2 distinct packs in the top part of the field, as there is a change for 2nd place. Dan Seeger down the inside of Jack O'Neill. And there's Harrison Kirkham on Christopher Powell-Taylor as well. So a change for 2nd and a change for 4th there. But Ben Sanders has done very well to get off the front of the lower pack, the lowlier pack in this, and get onto the back of Johnny Fletcher. He took some 0.8 of a second out of Johnny in one lap, which in these early phases, there must have been some drama in the mid-pack on the first lap or so, which caused that split in the field. You can still see it actually behind Sanders here. Sanders in the red suit, and he forms the rear of this front pack of karts. But that is the challenge now for anybody who's in that lower pack of karts, one of whom is Steph Theodorou, the only Class 1 driver in that second half of the field, who's just managed to get up to the front of that pack. So it's now Theodorou's turn to try and put in some rapid lap times to try and get back up onto the back of, well, these two drivers we're looking at now, Fletcher versus Sanders, which is, by the way, a battle for lead in Class 2, which is 6th place overall.
Sometimes I do commentary curses in my brain as Kirkham goes down the inside of O'Neill for 3rd place. I was just about to make a comment of how Ben Sanders is racing this year. I've seen him in, whether it be in the BUKC or other things. He's just a really calm driver at the wheel, and then he absolutely throws it down the inside of Johnny Fletcher into the Wilkins complex. Puts his head up, saying, "Oh, sorry about that. That was a little bit ambitious," but still there in 7th place. He's got a contact warning for his troubles, but no more than that. 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this one. Andrew McWilliam looking nice and calm at the front of the field. Dan Seeger is faster than him though, 53.1 for McWilliam last time around, 52.8 for Dan Seeger, but they're both not as quick as Harrison Kirkham, 52.7, who just for good measure has got Jack O'Neill as a rear gunner at the moment and is going to be looking to push him along.
I've got to say, if McWilliam holds on, retains the lead of this one, he will have won against one heck of a chasing pack, won't he? This is a very, very strong front to this field with these drivers who are chasing him. Dan Seeger is clearly reducing that gap, and probably got another couple of laps to go of this one, so it's going to be no mean feat for McWilliam to retain this lead through to the end. Seeger is pushing, make no mistake about it. Indeed, he just took another 2.5 seconds, 2.5 tenths, excuse me, out of the lead gap with another fastest lap of the race.
Final, if this result holds, the final's going to be fascinating, because we're talking about this top 5 fighting for the title. The bad morning for Sam Lovelace is starting to make it look like a bit of a long shot in terms of championship hopes for Sam Lovelace. But the other 4, right now, depending on how you cut the cake and you look at max possible scores, we could have 4 drivers covered by 8 points. That's how close it is this year in the lightweights. That, the difference of, never mind being on the podium, making the difference in the final, being between 1st and 2nd in the final is going to be so important. You could win the championship, you could finish outside of the top 3.
Absolutely, and just to be clear, because we appreciate it's been a little while since we had a broadcasted round of the senior sprints, we will be there at Butmore Park, Alpha Live, broadcasting all the racing action through to the end of this senior sprint season now for 2024. With news of 2025 due out tomorrow. Keep your eyes peeled for that, folks. We're on the last lap. Andrew McWilliam has been leading this one brilliantly. Dan Seeger, though, has also been chasing the lead brilliantly over the last few laps, but I'm getting the impression, unless he does something quite remarkable into this last complex, it'll be close, but not quite close enough. He's going to take a wide swooping line in to get good drive off the corner, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It is good drive off the corner, though. McWilliam needs to keep his foot planted to take the win, to see the checkered flag. Indeed he does, but again, it's less than 1/10 of a second for the win. Dan Seeger in 2nd, Harrison Kirkham in 3rd, Jack O'Neill in 4th, 5th for Christopher Powell-Taylor. Harrison Kirkham saving the fastest lap of the race, just for good measure, on the last tour of the circuit there. Johnny Fletcher, your highest placed Class 2 runner, in 6th, ahead of Ben Sanders, Steph Theodorou in 8th, and Adrian Mertens in 9th. And then in 10th, we find our highest placed Class 3 runner from that one, the 197 of Alex Ford, rounding out what I think has been a really good run of heats for our Class 3 novice drivers. We've seen some standout results from our novice drivers there, so well done collectively to that subclass.
And I think, if I've just read all my information correctly, I think Andrew McWilliam's got pole position for the A final here, because there'll be a tie on points between Dillon and McWilliam second and first. But Andrew McWilliam did a 52.6 in race trim earlier on that I think is quicker than anything that Dante Dillon has done so far in race trim here today. Bit of a pause at the circuit whilst the scores are tallied up ahead of the C final. As mentioned, more racing to come here at Shenington. We've got the heavyweights this afternoon as well. Between now and the rest of the season, we are in that kind of run to the end of the season, sub-season within a season. Cadets and juniors will be down at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time for their season finale, and as Howard mentioned, will be at Buckmore Park again for the senior sprints finale in around a month's time. If you're impatient and you can't wait to have some Club 100 racing action of any sort, Wednesday night over on the DDMM YouTube channel, round 2 of this year's Club 100 iRacing Championship. First time that we'll see the Mazda MX-5s in action will be at that classic circuit, Suzuka. It could be wet. It could be the first wet Club 100 iRacing race ever. Had a bit of a play around with the weather regeneration, and it'll be regenerated again at 5:45, 15 minutes before we go live with the meeting. 2 out of 4 rounds, it was Japanese monsoon conditions, so we've given the drivers that warning. But that's over on the DDMM channel on Wednesday night, and we do have a couple of spaces, and I literally mean a couple of spaces left on the grid. If you want to be part of that, if you're on iRacing and you're a driver with any kind of racing history in Club 100 or the BUKC, or a current driver in BPEC, or a holder of a Motorsport UK esports license, you're eligible as well. And if you are a member of a BUKC affiliated society at university. For example, we always use this example, Birmingham UBMRC, yes. Former student team, no. And if you're a member of both, therefore you are also eligible because you're a member of the UBMRC. Did I explain that in the most confusing way, Howard?
No, I think that was good. I'm just happy that we could have the first look at the MX-5s, could have the first wet race, and I'm hoping to turn up for this round as well after spectacularly missing. A bit of an emergency meant I had to miss the first one, so I'm looking forward to that as well. That's probably the least interesting
PC's
first.
Hoping you're there as well.
Sorry?
After what happened with the timing and score, it was absolutely all over the place using one single PC setup.
Indeed. We got through. You got through. We have, yes, let's look ahead. Yes, let's look ahead now to our first of the finals. It's going to be the C final up next here at Shenny.
C final.
Yes, sorry. So the drivers have all done their heats, and if you're wondering why was there a pause then, I thought these commentators had to quickly run through the grids each time. Why did they just have a few minutes to be able to tell us about the brilliant Club 100 iRacing Championship? Well, that's because all of the scores from across those 12 heats are being tallied up, and the drivers are now being told which of the grids that they form up on, and the first of those is the C final grid. Let's take you through that grid just whilst the drivers are being informed. This is hot off the press. This has just been calculated and come through. Toby Wykes will have pole position for the C final, Jack Steele alongside. Jake Wilkins and Phil Holmes will be on row number 2. Row 3 will be Hayden Lowe and Jeremy Deeks. That will be the first page of the grid. Then it's Thanasi Barner. Coach has had problems, I think, getting momentum to his day today. I think that makes him the one Class 1 driver on this C final grid. He'll have Benjamin Tompkinson Gray alongside him, Ricky Goodwin and Thomas Holland round out the top 10, and then Samuel Spencer and Barry Lakes on row number 6. With row 7 occupied by Ben Pickard and Martin Goddard, Martin Joyce and Danny Hell on row 8, and Jack Hughes and Jack Hopkins on row number 9. These grids will be larger than we saw in the heats, because in the heats we sort of distributed the entrance across 4 grids. Now we're grouping them against 3 grids, so it continues on to page 4 of the grid. Christopher Foxon and James Browning round out your top 20. Then it's Sam Morris and Owen Camber, and Ryan Williams and Alfie Hale on row number 12, and that rounds out that 24 car grid. So that's how the C final will go. And this is where we get onto, and these carts coming through now, just some of the tester carts, making sure that some of these Club 100 carts are shipshape and Bristol fashion ready for racing, so don't worry too much about that. The finals then, we've got 3 grids, the C final grid, the B and the A. The biggest points are available in the A final. Indeed, it is 150 points available for a win in the A final, and that goes all the way down through to the person who, the lower reaches of the C final. Everyone will score some points going down from with each position. There is the opportunity for promotion, and that is by way of the repechage system, which, as a reminder to all, and indeed as a reminder to my esteemed colleague next to me, is different for 2024, because it is the top 2 from the C final who get promoted, and the top 4 from the B final, which is a swap around from last season. It is the way it used to be, yes.
No, it's not the way it used to be.
Oh, not the way it used to be. Yes,
Swapped
yes,
round
indeed.
from
It's
what
swapped
I've
round.
used
Yes,
to.
yes.
Hello, I've turned up to work in October. A couple of other key things as well, just to note. So, just briefly looking through C3s who have made it through to the B final directly.
Yes.
Names are as follows: Alex Forward, the 197, Lewis Sills, the 155, Jordan Richards has made it through in the 258, and Curtis Mitchell has made it through. C3 title very unlikely to be decided today.
Yes.
In terms of the mathematics and everything behind that. But that means for Ben Pickard, who's 13th on the grid for this one, this could be quite a key race in terms of the C3 title. Pickard's got to have a good race here, otherwise the likelihood is that gap was 32 points at the start of the day. Could start to close, particularly with Curtis Mitchell, because Curtis Mitchell has had some C3 trophy wins so far this season. Other stories, we've been talking about Sam Lovelace. Would he make it through to the A final? He hasn't, but he does start 4th on the grid for the B final. So he's in that range where just nice and solid race. Don't lose any positions. Don't pick up any penalties. As aha, hello, we're on camera. That's a dangerous sight for everybody.
Hello.
I'm waving the wrong way though.
Yes, you are.
There we are. This is like classic British
that's
karting.
my flask
You can't do move anywhere without being looked at by a camera.
Professionally, that's my flask of tea on the windowsill. That's how we're powering the double dash.
Always important.
Absolutely.
To remain hydrated. And A final, pretty much as we expected. McWilliam on pole position. Dante Dillon alongside on the front row. But yes, this C final. It can be tricky. We talk a lot about the slipstream round here. I think in this kind of race, you've got to be patient, especially if you're in the front 4 rows.
And it is just the top 2. Right? That is the significance, right?
Yeah.
Of these 24 drivers, only the top 2 will go through. Now, just to be clear in the rules, I think that's redressed by the fact that a greater proportion of the field have made it into the A and B grids than would have done on previous years. So it's not like it's got less generous as a system for A and B, but the knock-on effect is that only the top 2 from the C grid can be accommodated on the back of that B grid there. So that's how that works. I have to say, that point you made about the Class 3 runners, more than a podium's worth of them getting through to the B final, underpins how strong of a day they've had. But as you say, it does mathematically stay open right through to the end in Class 3. The analogy I give for this, and this is not to take away from any other Class 3 drivers, but if you think of mid-noughties F1, when Minardi and Jordan would perhaps not very often have a point-scoring round, it stayed open between them over who was going to finish the highest of those two, because there could be some random...
Thiago Montero could have won a race.
Exactly.
Nearly did.
Got a podium.
Anyway.
But there we go. We're good for this C final then. Who is going to get these top 2 promotion spots? And beyond that, how well can each driver score? We are ready from the off. It's Toby Wykes who leads them away in the 86 as they head into Park Corner for the first time.
Jack Steele has dropped to third place. A good start for Jake Wilkins in the black and white suit there, immediately up to P2. This is where everybody else has got to keep organised. They cannot afford to allow that top two to break away in the early stage of this one. Good start for Phil Holmes there in the blue suit and the black helmet. One of the C3s. Problem for Ben Pickard. Ben Pickard, there's a bit of rain down at the far end of the circuit. This is something that can happen here at Shenington. You can get a bit of a localised shower as round goes. There's that Danny Hale who's gone round in the Bruno chicane. I think there was a bit of encouragement from others out there. Thanasi Barnacote trying to force his way through as well there into third. Have seen this happen before, Howard, that the weather comes from the Stratford hairpin and across the circuit. There were some slippery surface flags out warning the drivers ahead of this C final, but for your C3 points leader Ben Pickard, that is a big problem. That is him down in 23rd place. He's not going to be going through to the B final today.
Well, he'd already had arguably a bit of a challenging morning because he wasn't on the B final grid as some of his fellow Class 3 mates were. So he needed to have a good start as here battling away for second place, and crucially the lower of those two promotion spots, Thanasi Barnacote trying to apply pressure to Jake Wilkins. But as you say, the drivers having to be a little bit more sheepish through the first part of the lap. I can't see, Andrew, any rain out to this part of the circuit.
No, not
at this stage. It's a very long circuit here, bear in mind, quite thin and long in shape. So it is entirely possible for the rain to be very gradually passing over the circuit. Good drive off of the Wilkins complex initially for Phil Holmes. Thought he might be able to challenge Barnacote into turn one, but in the end wasn't able to get good drive. So here's the challenge for the drivers. Not only are the grip conditions deteriorating, but they're deteriorating at different rates at different parts of the circuit. Still Toby Wykes leading them through here, as you can clearly see adverse conditions down here at Stratford Hairpin. But these drivers at the front of the field are those who have normalised to that quickly. Drivers who have had issues and dropped positions. Jack Steele has dropped quite a few positions. Ben Pickard we saw having issues. Thomas Holland, Danny Hale and Martin Joyce all look to me like drivers who have unfortunately misjudged the conditions or got involved in a bit of an incident as a result. For example, there is Martin Joyce being given an ABC takeout penalty and he finds himself towards the back of the field. So not one to remember so far for Joyce, as Phil Holmes coming under pressure from Jeremy Deeks there, and through goes Deeks and indeed Hayden Lowe, as well. Both the 56 and the 66 overhauling the 22 for 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. And now side by side for second place is Wilkins and Barnacote. Barnacote has been challenging throughout. Now normally he'd be hard on the brakes here down the inside, and as it is, he goes 3 wide at the apex, and that's the race leader. Toby Wykes out and making contact with the tyres, and you can see the frustration because he can sense that he's lost out there on the not just the lead but the promotion spots. It's going to be a difficult job for him to climb back up. But what that was all of the drivers taking subtly different lines into the corner to try and find where the grip was. I was about to say that Barnacote would usually be hard on the brakes for a move, but was being more sheepish about it. Nonetheless, the other two ahead of him was slow enough, as there is a recovering Ben Pickard trying to go around the outside at Wilkins, and he's going to make that stick as well, actually. Nice move there. I think he was pulling on the likes of James Browning and Jack Hopkins, I think that was on. As there is a bump and pass penalty, 4 positions to be added to Jack Steele, whether he finishes that race. But that's a tough one for me. There was nothing that the two on the inside.
There's nowhere they could have gone.
There's nowhere they could have gone with that one. So it's a challenging one. Apart from contact warnings, I'm not quite sure what can be attributed to that moment. Either way, Barnacote leads, Wilkins in second, and Wykes is down to 7th place. But it's still very much a part of this pack at the front of the field.
And still a good amount of time on the clock to go. We've not even crossed through the stage of or the point of time where we've got the length of a heat remaining in this one. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Toby Wykes hasn't missed a B final for the last 7 rounds in a row. He had a C final appearance and a C final only appearance at the very first round of the year. trying to keep that form up, but has got some work to do now. That's a nice move. That is Hayden Lowe down the inside of Jeremy Deeks for third place. Trouble at this stage, though, is they're allowing Barnacote and Wilkins to break free. They need to work together a little bit. Obviously a little bit trickier when you're in these greasy conditions. Lap times are starting to come back down, by the way. We were in the 56s and 57s. We're now back to the 54s, even the 53s, if you're Danny Hale at the back of the field. So about a second and a half, I would say, off the dry running pace, even less than that. Now, Barnacote and Wilkins lead. They've got the top two repechage spots locked out by 1.6 seconds at the moment over Hayden Lowe. This is a big lap for Hayden Lowe to see if he can start to put Jake Wilkins under a little bit of pressure. Down into Stratford once more. It's still very misty down there at Stratford Hairpin. If it is raining, it's the very, very fine rain. We'll just sit on top of the racing surface. A lot of racing has, of course, taken place here at Shenington. Very active circuit in the owner karting scene. And this new track surface that was laid down, if my memory serving me correctly, last summer ahead of the 2023 Shenington Super Prix. It's a good quality surface here in Oxfordshire. 5.5 minutes remaining of this race. Now, what was the gap like between Wilkins and Lowe? Going in the right directions if you're Hayden Lowe. 53.9 last time around for the number 66. Jake Wilkins at 54.2.
Yes, indeed. New fastest lap of the race from Barry Lakes now. I agree, it still looks a bit inclement here at the Stratford corner, as that is a move from Barry Lakes, having set that fastest lap of the race past Phil Holmes. Takes himself up into the highest placed Class 3 driver in this race, albeit there are, I think it was 5 drivers who have made it up into the B grid in Class 3, so this is by no means a battle for even the Class 3 podium positions. Such is the strength of that subclass here today. That is Toby Wykes and Martin Goddard, I think it was, battling away there. Wykes struggling to buy back into this. Can we just reflect on Tompkinson Gray here for his first time
really
racing? He's
run.
up into 7th place. So he's having a great debut here. 7th place in the C final is not too shabby at all if you're just starting out racing in Club 100.
Ben Pickard having a good run as well. This is all about damage limitation now for Ben Pickard. Has used up 1 drop score already with missing round 1, which is fine. That's why the drop scores are there. At the moment, this would also be a drop score. This would be the 2nd drop for Ben Pickard, because whilst he's not always made it through to the B final this year, when he's missed out, he's been in the top 10, maybe the top 5 typically of these C finals, but is still pushing on. You never know how many points you could need. You can never know whether a 10th place in a C final could be the difference between winning or losing a championship title this year. 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Thanasi Barnacote, relatively late entry to the round here, but good to see him back in order. This will be a good bit of track time for him as well. Meanwhile, fight for 2nd place. That was a bit of a problem for Jake Wilkins through Stratford. Big load of understeer. That's going to give an opportunity, you'd think, to Lowe, to Deeks, to Lakes to all have a go here. This is pressure now for Jake Wilkins. Only his 4th appearance in sprints in 2024.
What it's done is create a momentum for Lakes and for Lowe to get by. Sorry, Lakes and Deeks to get by on Lowe, although they've all fought back again in the latter part then. But that was a brilliant exchange there for Barry Lakes. He's got great pace under him, has the fastest lap of the race, and he's up there and through into 3rd place. So what started as us wondering if the likes of Jeremy Deeks or Hayden Lowe might be challenging Jake Wilkins ended up with a change for 3rd place. And if anything, actually, it's given a few kart lengths of breathing space to Jake Wilkins for now. But as I say, Barry Lakes, well, until just now that Danny Hale overhauled him, had the fastest lap of the race. So what kind of inroads can Lakes now make into Wilkins's lead of second place.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It's a good, entertaining scrap, but I say they'd handed the advantage back to Wilkins, but Wilkins
Hold it back.
has had a bit of a problem there coming through the Bruno chicane. You can't tighten up. It's one of the worst things, but easiest things you can do as a driver in Jake's position right now is feel that pack on your rear bumper, knowing that you are on the bubble from making it through to the next race, and you just start to grip the steering wheel a little bit too tightly.
And I think this is one of the worst circuits for it. Look at this pack in the middle, though. I think this is one of the worst circuits for it, Andrew, because there are bits where you need to flow through this. I don't want to sound all high and mighty, but you need to just flow and carry momentum through. And if you're doing staccato movements, that can really upset the kart, and it can ruin not just a corner, but a string of corners. And it just loses you, a hundredth here, a tenth there, and suddenly you're not able to stay ahead. I'm not 100% sure that that's what happened here for Wilkins, but what we can say is that Barry Lakes is now very much on the tail of the driver who would otherwise be promoted. There's 1 minute left on the clock. I don't think it'll be last lap. There's 2 more laps to go. So this is game on here, certainly for the second place and the last of those promotion spots up into the B final.
This would be a big step forward for Barry Lakes. Quite a few drivers at the front of this race who haven't been running a full season. This is Barry's first appearance since Glanny Gore, so likes a broadcast round, and he was P22 in the C final in North Wales. Bit of a slide there, and he knows it. He just had a big slide through Stratford that's lost him a kart length. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Barry Lakes' best hope here is that Thanasi Barnacote can get across the line before that timer ticks to 0. We've not seen the last lap board yet. Thanasi Barnacote comes out of the final corner. I think he's going to cross the line with about 2 seconds to go. So this one is going to go one more. That is not good news if you are Jake Wilkins. It is very good news if you're Barry Lakes. Barry Lakes is down the inside into Park side by side in slippery conditions, and Barry Lakes has got it done. Great move from Lakes onto the last lap. Takes second place, the last of those repechage spots. Hayden Lowe still there as well in the green suit and the yellow helmet. Jake Wilkins, what has he got to reply? He's going to have a little look down the inside into Stratford. No, needed to fully commit to that one. Has had one of these top 2 positions since the first couple of corners, but may well lose it on the last lap. Lakes trying to find the grip through the Bruno chicane. This is a cracking finish. Good run off the low. Bit of a move there from Barry Lakes. Jake Wilkins understandably not too happy with that one. Hayden Lowe hoping for some things in the last corner. Wilkins down the inside. They're both arm waving at one another now. Wilkins has gone through. Barnacote wins the C final. Who's going to take P2? It's Wilkins who goes through. Barry Lakes not happy about that. But third place, a big improvement from GYG. Hayden Lowe P4, Phil Holmes, good score there in the top 5. No additional C3s make it through to the B final.
Shout out to Sam Morris. He's had a bit of a tough day, I think, in the office, but finished 7th. That pack of karts, that cluster you saw every single lap, that was the battle for 7th place down to about 14th. And he managed to get to the head of that one, so well done to him for winning out on what was a frenetic battle out there on circuit. But it is indeed Barnacote and Wilkins, or we'll say that provisionally at least, of course, but pending any post-race penalties, it will be Barnacote and Wilkins who will join the back of the B final grid, and it's them who we shall see out next here on your Alpha Live broadcast here at Shenington.
B final time here at Shenington, round 9 of the season for the CLUB100 Senior Championships in the sprint. If you're enjoying the broadcast, why not give that thumbs up button a press? Give us a like here on YouTube for the Alpha Live channel. And if you've not subscribed already, do give that button a press as well on whether you're watching on desktop or on mobile on YouTube. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell, your commentary duo for today. Bit of a turnover now. 2 of our drivers from the C final will hop to the back of the grid for the B final. 26 drivers due to go in this one, Howard.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through them because there won't be a reconnaissance. Let's not go through it just for a second, as we're just waiting for the grids to be confirmed. It'll be the latter two who have been promoted that we're waiting for confirmation of.
Dave Whitehouse makes a very good point. Was that a dive by Wilkins at Wilkins Corner?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it
good
was.
Spot, David. Wind's picked up a little bit here, but yeah, I don't think there's any more precipitation in the air at the moment. Here's your grid for the B final. Remember, it's the top 4 who race through.
It is indeed. Andrew Ravage on this one for pole position. Greg Smith alongside George Lawler and Sam Lovelace are on row number 2. Sam White and Luke Phillips are your third row of the grid. Matthew Clark and Hussein Rashid are next on row 4. Russell Cooper and Dave Cottrell round out the top 10. Udi Menon and Charlie Summers on row number 6. Row 7 is where we will find Andy Orford and Sam Pike. Joe Craddock and Christopher Powell-Taylor are on row 8 with Murtaza Hassan. And the highest placed Class 3 driver coming onto our finals grids, Curtis Mitchell alongside on row number 9. The top 20 rounded out by Isaiah Aguagu and Jordan Richards. Then it's Nick Lacasas and John Adey on row 11. Lewis Sills and Alex Orford on row 12. And then on row 13, we're going to find our 2 promotees from the C final, Thanasi Barnacote and Jake Wilkins. That's how they line up in the 26 carts for our B final. The top 4 get promoted onto the back of the A final. I've got to say, that top 10 is full of drivers who we have been saying the names of all day because they have been elbows out in battles all the way through, and they have all of them just missed out, as they may see it, on getting onto that A final grid. Really, any of these drivers that I've mentioned, I can see is getting onto this A final grid. It's going to be quite the B final, I think.
Championship scenarios, drivers to keep an eye on. Big race this for Dave Cottrell. He's 10th on the grid for this one. There's various ways you can cut the cake, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of the season of whether you count total scores, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. I always like to do it on the basis of how many points have they got banked.
Yes.
Like the weakest link back in the day. If you do it by that method, Dave Cottrell is sat second in the points in the C2 category. Miles Reitman is first and is already in the A final. Cottrell needs to get through here,
yes.
Particularly with him trying to hold off Lewis Marchant as well, who I think is also already through.
Can we say how costly it is if Sam Lovelace doesn't get promotion onto the A final?
Championship bid over.
Right, so he needs to get that.
Yeah, he needs to get through.
There. Okay, here we go then. We've had the thumbs up from Alt in that pace kart. 12 minutes on the clock for these finals. Not sure if we mentioned that before, but 12 minutes it is on the clock. As we are ready to go, Andrew Ravage will lead them away from pole position. Away we go then for our B final for round 9 in the lightweights. It's a good start from both sides of the grid, and Greg Smith is going to challenge around the outside of Park Corner with a brilliant move, and that is a dramatic moment there for the 18 of Hussein Rashid. They're off to drivers right there. That's a disaster for Rashid in terms of his hopes of getting through, but what a start from Greg Smith, and a good one as well from Sam Lovelace to get up into third, now challenged for second through the Stratford hairpin. But really good start there from Greg Smith. One of the boldest passes we've seen off the start from a driver second on the grid. And he's got a few cartlets to play with as well as the rest of them battle away behind him. Andrew Ravage getting all crossed up there in the middle of the Bruno chicane and losing out quite a bit of time there. That's a good start for George Lawler, having previously fallen down a few positions to get himself back up into second place ahead of Sam Lovelace. So it's going to be Greg Smith, George Lawler, Sam Lovelace, and Sam White, who finished this first lap as your drivers in the top four positions that would get promotion if they stay there till the end.
And the trouble for 24 of the 26 drivers out there is they're not familiar with the greasy conditions that we saw in the C final. The 2 drivers who are, well, Thanasi Barnacote's up 9 places on that first lap. Jake Wilkins is up 2. Sam Lovelace defending from Sam White here, and Sam Lovelace doesn't look fully happy with things right now. As you say, he's got to hold in the top 4 to make it through to the A final. It wouldn't completely mathematically rule him out, but really he would be, he'd be 1 or 2 points still within his max total versus what others such as Ed Bars, Dante Dillon have already secured. So really, if he wants to be champion this year, he has to find a way through there's a penalty out there for Andrew Ravage, an ABC bump and pass. That'll be +4 positions for Ravage, who's currently 8th on the road.
There's one for Sam Pike as well, so a few drivers in amongst the top half of the field who, if they were to be in those top 4 positions, would not see promotion. What a +4 basically means is there is no way you can get promotion now. It is all about just trying to maximise your points. Fastest lap of the race from Hussein Rashid, as there's a mechanical flag for Russell Cooper. He's going to have to pull into the pit lane. The infamous meatball flag that says you have a mechanical issue, you must report to pit lane. So that is disappointment for him. That he is going to have to. You have to follow that. That is akin to getting a black flag, albeit it may be one that's the kart failing rather than your own failing against the rules. Although sometimes there is a correlation. But yeah, unfortunately, there is the mechanical defect flag. That means that Russell will have to pull into the pit. Still, Greg Smith in the lead, George Lawler in 2nd, Sam Lovelace in 3rd, and Sam White in 4th place.
Cooper is going to be in. We'll just have a look and see what the problem is. It's helmet strap. It's nothing to do with the car.
Yeah.
It's the driver's. Oh no, sorry, no, the side pod on the left-hand side. Sorry, just corner side of that is not in its factory spec condition, shall we say? So there was a helmet strap.
Yes.
Hanging down, but I think it's one of those that just the helmet strap's a little bit longer. It is tied up.
More penalties. Isaiah Guagu's had a bump and pass penalty as well, +4 to be added there, and Udi Menon as well for repeated contact, which if memory serves is also 4 places. So quite a few drivers taking themselves out the running for promotion here, should the opportunity have come their way. Here are your top 4 at the moment, who, as far as I can tell now, will keep tabs on this, have a clean record in terms of penalties as it currently stands.
Yeah, and really important that these 4 don't fight too much, because Luke Phillips there in 5th place is on his own, saying that they are going to scrap a little bit. Oh, that's a huge save from Sam White. Fair play. And George Lawler puts his hand up there saying, sorry mate, did not see you. It's going into Stratford there. George Lawler does need to be a little bit careful with that. He doesn't get reprimanded for moving under braking, but my oh my, that was a big save from Sam White. Nearly had the exact same problem that Sam Lovelace had in his 2nd heat.
Yes, we're going to have to start calling that doing a Sam into that Stratford hairpin. That was a heart in the mouth moment there for Sam White, but I think he just lifted out the throttle and allowed himself to go back onto the circuit before worrying too much about braking and slowing down for that hairpin. So Luke Phillips is there in 5th place, and Charlie Summers coming up onto the back of him, just having a look at drivers who, well, where will the threat come from against these top 4 for the promotion spots. At the moment, Luke Phillips' pace is really very similar to Sam White's ahead of him, 9 thousandths of a second difference last lap, but Charlie Summers has got some good pace. He just took 0.6 of a second out of Luke Phillips in the battle for 5th place. In fact, here it is. So there are some drivers with good pace coming up towards these top 4, and still plenty of time. We've only just lapsed into the time we would have for a heat race, remember, so plenty of time for this to change.
Really important here for Greg Smith, if, and that's the big word here, if Sam Lovelace does catch, that he doesn't defend too hard. Because right now this top 4 are comfortable. They're nice. They've got, from Sam White down to Luke Phillips, there's a 1.6 second gap. If Greg Smith, as race leader, starts to defend, though, and that's exactly the right decision from Greg to say, yeah, let's keep pushing on, that's how you quickly lose time around this circuit. Luke Phillips will be wanting one of these 4 drivers to start getting a little bit rustle and tussle out there to bring the gap back, because it is so hard. From my personal experience, Howard, I'd say this place, if you're on your own, is the hardest circuit to pull a gap back, as Lovelace is going to look down the inside. Smith isn't going to defend this too hard. I fully understand why Greg's decided to do that, because you would expect Sam Lovelace on raw pace to be a little bit quicker. Now he's at the front of the field. Smith can push along. That shows how much he's matured as a driver to know, this is the quickest way, the safest way of making it through the repechage and into the A final.
Absolutely, and it can be a mentality thing as well. Earlier on you were talking about tensing up, mate, when you've got a big result. if you go from being the chased to the chaser, even if you've had an agreement to work together through hand gestures or whatever, there is still a psychological difference between I'm chasing this person.
Yeah.
And I can see, if there is a slippery surface on the next corner, I'm not the first one to experience it. I'm not the first person to, come upon this traffic or whatever it may be. There is a psychological difference, even though the big prize here is for anyone in that top 4. Even still, being at the front of a race is being at the front of the race, and it can be its own pressure.
A bit of an update on C3. Forward by name, forward by nature. Alex Forward has gained 14 places in this race and is now second in class. A brilliant run from Alex there. Curtis Mitchell is your C3 leader and has similarly moved up through the order, +9. His fit, we'll do all the maths at the end of the day. It's always a little bit tricky on the penultimate day of the season. There could be some really, really big shifts in C3 today in terms of those championship points. 4 minutes to go in this one. Sam Lovelace keeping it calm. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Christopher Powell-Taylor. So the pace in the circuit is back. We're back to where we were in the heats. 52, high 52s, low 53s out there. And Murtaza Hassan has now taking that new fastest lap of the race, and as soon as I say that, Tanasi Barnaco is now taking it and dropped to 52.6 in there.
So far, this is a bit of a masterclass for me from the top 4 in how to, control it, keep a level head, eyes on the prize. The prize is not. There is it's an irony, isn't it? There is a prize for winning the B final, but the prize here is not to win necessarily. The prize here is to put yourself in a position where you can get much higher points in the A final. First in this race, think of first in this race as 23rd position in the A final, right? You can't go any higher than first. You can definitely go higher than 23rd position. So you make sure you get to that race where 23rd position and up is an option, right? You've got to think of it that way. But it's such a hard mentality sometimes. These top 4 currently are demonstrating it beautifully. Change for 5th place though behind them, though. I think I just saw there that Murtaza Hassan has got by on Charlie Summers, so it now passes to Hassan to see what is his pace like. Can he start eating into the gap these top 4 have? But it is going to have to take some almighty effort, I think, because these 4 are driving so well at the moment and controlling this one. Under 2.5 minutes on the clock. But you can see, look for the move here, look for the lead from Greg Smith down the inside of Sam Lovelace. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't expecting that one, but it was a nice move, and Lovelace hasn't fought it too hard. This is potentially the other element of it, is you almost have a battle of level-headedness of not fighting it too hard. It's like, well, if you're not going to fight it too hard, I'll go for this move. Oh, okay, no, after you. Actually, if you're not going to defend it too hard, I might just go for this move here, and it can break down the discipline quite quickly.
Do you know what? I think we've just seen a really nice piece of sportsmanship there, because, as you say, you do get a little trophy for the B final win. Do. Greg Smith's journey has been a bit up and down.
Yep.
No discredit to a B final win. I've always been a champion of recognising a B final win. Oh,
I was going to say,
you've run a bit deep,
I knew that wasn't going to...
And he knows it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just going to be plain and simple here. A B final victory would mean far more to Greg Smith than it would to Sam Lovelace. They're both going to get through if they keep it nice and stable. I just think for Sam, he's such a nice driver, he's such a nice guy. He's not fighting this one too hard, because Greg's done enough to at least be in the discussion for this B final win. And that if Greg wants to take that B final win and take that trophy home with him after such a tough season and a tough return after his incident at Clanny Gores last year, that would be a really nice touch from Sam. Having said that, Greg did run a little bit long.
I was going to say,
into Wilkins last time around. Again, just got to keep it calm. The bigger picture in terms of the day is making it through to that A final. But if Greg Smith does go for this, I don't think Sam Lovelace is going to fight it too hard.
We're going to find out. Last lap board is out, and these top 4 have controlled it really well. Murtaza Hassan and Charlie Summers are pushing plenty behind them, but they're just not able to make inroads because these top 4 have more or less paired off. Although, as I say that, actually Lawler and White are getting a little bit closer to the back of Greg Smith on this last lap. But they have nonetheless worked well together here, have this top 4. Through Stratford Hairpin they go. And they've maintained that discipline really well.
The discipline and the respect between these drivers as well. You know, earlier in the race, Greg Smith didn't fight Sam Lovelace too hard when Sam Lovelace went down the inside. I think we're going to see a little bit of a fight for the B-final trophy here. Sam Lovelace is going to want to keep this one under control, as is Greg Smith, as is George Lawler, as is Sam White. Good proper race, that professional race, well managed by all 4. Thumbs up between them. Lovelace is still alive in the championship then. He does make it through to the A final after a difficult start to the day. Greg Smith will be there as well with a good drive in the 69, and I'm just going to track through. I think that is his 3rd A final in a row.
And I think I'm right in saying no Class 3 drivers on the A final grid.
Correct.
So I think we can call as well our podium in Class 3 for this round. Well done to Jordan Richards in 12th place overall, finishing 3rd overall in class. Curtis Mitchell in 11th place, finishing 2nd overall in class. And your Class 3 winner for round 9 in the lightweights for 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints, Alex Ford. As Andrew said, Ford by name and nature there, up 17 places over the course of that race.
Should remind as well, that's a provisional result.
It is. I haven't seen any penalties.
Might have been one earlier on in the race. Yeah, I think there was a penalty for Alex Forward earlier on.
Oh, okay. My bad.
In the race. We'll confirm that in due course.
There was a bump and pass.
Yeah, so that will be +4 for
yeah,
Alex
okay.
Forward.
That would give it to Curtis Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Thank you for catching that one, mate. So yeah, well done. Provisionally, at least we say Curtis Mitchell is your Class 3 winner for round 9. It's going to be the big points next. It is the A final for round 9 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Lightweight Championship coming up next here at Shenington. As a reminder then, for this A final, there will be some reconnaissance laps for our drivers. Why, you ask? We haven't seen those since the first rotation of sprints. The way I always describe it is by getting themselves up to this point, to the pinnacle of the lightweight field today, to that A final. The drivers have earned themselves the right to be particularly discerning customers. Club 100 do a fantastic job of maintaining very pace equal carts. That's not how I've said it before. I've never said it that way before. Parity. Why are words failing me today? Don't worry, I'm only in the comms position. Yes, fantastic pace parity between the Club 100 carts, but obviously every single cart is subtly different, and the individual driving styles of each driver may slightly be suited to a different one. So they are given these reconnaissance laps to make sure that they are completely happy with the standard of Club 100 Rotax Evo kart that they have been given. They're not going to be having any, grumbles afterwards about whether or not the kart was to their liking. They will have been given the opportunity to assess that in these reconnaissance laps. So that's why when the drivers go out, you will see them doing a few laps before going into grid order. And we will go through that grid in a moment's time whilst they're out on track, because if we go through it now, you would be forgiven for having forgotten most of it by the time we go racing. Although I'll tell you for free, it's quite a tasty looking grid. I think we're going to get a good race here. We are, of course, also having a brief pause here whilst we confirm our promotees from the B final. As one of our kart testers goes around. In fact, 2 of our kart testers are going around in these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts at the moment. Don't forget, once we've had this A final, we'll be going into our lunch break. We will give you the paddock walk that we did this morning, getting some of the thoughts of our lightweight drivers. And we're also hoping to bring you a second paddock walk with our heavyweight drivers, which will come immediately after. So that will be your lunch break here on your Alpha Live broadcast. And then we will be getting underway with our heavyweights. We'll be doing it all again for round 9. with the heavyweights here at Shenington. So don't go anywhere. We've still got plenty of racing action to go here on your Alpha Live broadcast. It is about 2:15 on the schedule that the heats are due to kick off for those heavyweights. To give you a reference point, this is where I always check my watch and realise how much time has flown when we're having fun. It's 1:45. When did that happen? Or 20, about 12:42 here at Shenington in the northwest corner of Oxfordshire in England. Not too far from where we were last in action here in the Senior Sprints Championship at Wilton Mill, just up the road in Northamptonshire. So a bit of the rescheduled round 2, giving us a little bit of a Midlands mid-season here, or mid to late season here in the 2024 calendar. And don't forget, details of the 2025 calendar will be heading out tomorrow. So for those of you with an eye on 2025, and well, you might do in this latter part of the season, do keep your eyes peeled for that.
Existing drivers as well will also receive all of the goodies by email.
They shall. They shall do.
So that will be landing in drivers' inboxes tomorrow.
Will indeed. Right then, let's focus on our A final then as the drivers come out onto the circuit. And certain elements of this grid are already being revealed to you if you're particularly good at spotting drivers' suits and helmets. And here is your grid then for the A final for Club 100 Senior Sprint Lightweights for round 9 of the 2024 season. Andrew McWilliam is on pole position ahead of Dante Dillon. They were tied on points, so it was determined by who had done the fastest lap around the track across all their heats, and that went the way of Andrew McWilliam. That's the kind of margins we are talking about here. So it's very close between those two on the front row. Rory O'Regan and Jack O'Neill are on row 2. Harrison Kirkham and Dan Seeger on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Ed Bars and Rhianna Percox. Then we get to the first of our Class 2 runners on this grid. Rana Menon with the bragging rights in Class 2 there, with Miles Reitman, championship leader in Class 2, coming into this weekend alongside to round out the top 10. Lewis Marchant and Michael Reeder are next on row number 6. And then it's Andrew O'Neill and Keaton Ford on row number 7. Daniel Munro and Johnny Fletcher, we've seen some great battling from those two. They start on row 8 here for the A final at Shenington. Steph Theodoru and Callum Martin are on row number 9. And then the top 20 is rounded out on row 10 by Philip Babilal and Ben Sanders. Then it's Thomas Northcott and Adrian Mertens. And then we get to our confirmed promotees from the B final, Sam Lovelace and Greg Smith on row number 12. And on row 13, to round out your 26 kart grid, it's going to be George Lawler and Sam White, underlining just how well disciplined our 4 drivers were at the head of that B final field. They really did keep it clean and work together, and now they will see the reward for that by starting at the rear of this A final grid.
Let's talk drops. So Ed Bars has already dropped to 12th place finish in an A final at Rissington. His next drop was his 10th, or is his 10th, at Lyd. So for Ed Bars to add to his championship points tally, he needs 9th or better. If you are in the Dante Dillon camp, a 25th from Clay Pigeon has already gone. 16th at GYG, the last time these drivers were on Alpha Live cameras. That is the result that Dante Dillon is due to drop next, so anything from 15th place upwards will result in additional points. Harrison Kirkham has already dropped, as we're going through the numbers, an 11th place at Llandau, 10th also at GYG is his next drop, so same situation as Bars, needs 9th or higher. For McWilliam, a B final 5th at GYG is already gone. 13th in the A final at Clay Pigeon is next to go. So for McWilliam, it's 12th or higher to start putting some more points on the board. for Sam Lovelace. Going through, I think, a 10th place. A 20th place at Llandau has already gone. The next is a 10th at Ella Park. Miles Reitman, as a reminder, could secure the C2 title. His biggest rival for that at the moment is the driver starting one position behind him. We're going to go around again for at least one more formation lap. Lewis Marchant is 11th on the grid for this one. Nicely positioned to at least take the fight in C2 to the last day of the season.
I was going to say, the key thing here is that none of the championships are going to get decided. It is brilliantly, from a neutral perspective, going to go down to the last round of football, which is what we like to see. So, brilliant stuff. And that theme will, I mean, obviously we'll talk about the heavyweights championship situation this afternoon, but it really is, it's a stellar season for competitiveness in Club 100 senior sprints, and that is reflected in the fact that it will go down to Buckmore.
Provisional scores on the doors. Should stress these are unofficial by us in the box. 1,466 points secured for Ed Bars, max possible of 1512. Dante Dillon 1453, so that's a deficit of 13 points, but with a max possible of 1514. Harrison Kirkham third, 1451, max possible of 1507. McWilliam 1,440, further 11 points back, a max possible of 1506. This won't necessarily decide who is going to be champion this year, but it's going to be a pivotal race in the story of this championship. It's green. We're racing in the A final in lightweights here at Shenington. Good start for Andrew McWilliam. Good start for Rory O'Regan as well. O'Regan immediately up to P2. Dante Dillon would be advised to just take it nice and calm in the early stages of this race, and has done so. Is there in third place. An attack coming in from Jack O'Neill there in the black and green, P4. Ed Bars has had a decent start, has tucked in behind Harrison Kirkham. That's the battle for 5th and 6th. Calm start, clean start from the lightweights here, Howard. Daniel Munro trying to make his way through there in the number 40.
Clean start indeed, in some ways would expect nothing left to our A final grid, and as I say that, that is indeed Michael Reeder in the 96, off to driver's left, coming onto the hanger straight. Move from Andrew O'Neill there in the mid-pack as well, but yeah, costly moment there for Michael Reeder, although he hasn't, I don't think, quite fallen off the main pack. He might get away with that just in terms of slipstream, as there is Jack O'Neill once again challenging this time. He's battling away, sorry, in fact he's being challenged, wasn't he, by Harrison Kirkham there, who has got through, and he was trying to battle back again. So that is actually Kirkham up into 4th place now, and a little bit of a gap opened up between them and the top 3 ahead of them. Ed Bars now on the tail of Jack O'Neill in the battle for 5th place.
So remember the wild cards in this championship battle. Rory O'Regan, who's now doing a bit of a dual junior and senior program because he's at that crossover between the two classes. He is not a championship contender. Same for Jack O'Neill in the number 26. But they are very quick drivers. They will have their eyes on taking... Oh, there was a spin there now was that Daniel Munro? It was a black suit and a black helmet falling down the order. Yes, it was. So Daniel Munro is out of contention in this final. That is a real shame for the two-time Club 100 junior champion the last 2 years. 10 minutes of this one remaining. Andrew McWilliam leads, has won a round so far this season. It was back at Lyd. In some ways, a bit of a similar circuit to Shenington. Lots of long straights, big braking zones. It does seem to appeal to McWilliam's style of driving.
Yeah, I'd say it's sort of in that... I sort of put them in the same category, the Lids, Shenington, Rissington category of fast, bit old school with chicanes, which is a broad generalisation, but it's that sort of category of circuit. So yeah, Rory O'Regan here applying the pressure early on here to Andrew McWilliam. Andrew O'Neill still on the move, by the way, up to 11th place as he works his way through what once again is an extremely competitive and closely matched pack of Class 2 runners in the mid-pack here. Now we see Dante Dillon starting to come under pressure. Just think a few laps ago how much of a gap, say 4 or 5 kart lengths it was, between Dante Dillon and the battling Harrison Kirkham and Jack O'Neill look at the way that you can see now how Kirkham has reeled in Dillon somewhat now. So you've got McWilliam and O'Regan here at the head of the field, and then you've got a three-car battle over third place, and there is a move from Jack O'Neill up into fourth on Harrison Kirkham. So that will have slightly opened up the gap again, and here is O'Regan looking for a move here into Park Bend, and he's through, and that wasn't fought too hard from McWilliam there, and I think that's pretty savvy driving because they're not far out enough ahead for them to start doing, you know, a side-by-side dogfight all the way around the lap. So heads-up driving there, I think, from McWilliam, as Ed Bars now is trying to get by on Harrison Kirkham. They're side-by-side on exit. Dan Seeger is with them as well. This is for 5th, 6th and 7th positions, and it stays as they were at the moment, and indeed that's actually going to allow Seeger by on Bars. So Bars was originally, or initially, looking like he was going to get by on Kirkham, and actually Dan Seeger has got through there and up into 6th place. Behind them is the next pack of Percox. Miles Reitman, I think, has got by on Lewis March in this lap, and then Andrew O'Neill. Those drivers chasing next on the pack, and in fact you can see Rihanna Percox has got by on Ed Bars, so he's lost out momentum there as he was trying to get by on Dan Seeger through Wilkins. Percox is through, and Miles Reitman is through on Ed Bars as well if he's not too careful. They're side by side on the Stratford Straight as we look ahead here at the battle between Kirkham and O'Neill, and that's Harrison Kirkham back through on Jack O'Neill is in 4th place and gives the very clear gesticulation to say, for goodness sake, can we please work together for just a bit, because we are losing out on the opportunity of a podium position here, and I think that's a fair point for Kirkham to make at this stage.
And not just a podium for Kirkham, but crucial championship points. As things stand, we would see a change in the championship leader leaving Shenington here this afternoon. Dante Dillon would be your new championship leader on 1,473 points. Ed Bars now down in 8th place. They're all gaining points. They're all chucking another result from earlier in the season in the bin in terms of being their second drop score. But it's the margin, it's the delta of the points that are being gained which are changing things this afternoon. But for Harrison Kirkham, again, the chance is there to close the gap even further. At the moment, he'd be 10 points behind Dante Dillon going into the final round of the season. If he can work with Jack O'Neill, close that 0.8 second gap, again, we're getting into that realm of one position here, one position there, is going to result in quite a few championship points.
Uncharacteristically, Ed Bars is going backwards in this race. He's now down in 10th place behind our top Class 2 runners in the form of Miles Reitman and Lewis March. And very unusual to see Bars to have slipped down like that. It's going to be interesting to see if he can gather the momentum up in the latter half of this race, which we have now just entered. Less than 6 minutes on the clock now as Miles Reitman sets the fastest lap of the race. That's not going to make the task easy for Ed Bars if those just ahead of him are the fastest carts on track. Reitman, incidentally, in setting that fastest lap, also put a move on Rihanna Percox, so he's up into 7th place now as the driver of the number 15. Sam Lovelace gradually on the move, by the way, having been the one Class 1 runner to have been promoted from that B final, up to 16th place now. Greg Smith as well on the move, up to 18th. So some of our B final promotees up to this A final, using that track knowledge, most recent track knowledge, to make hay in this A final. As we look again at the lead, there was a little half look from McWilliam, possibly into Wilkins, but stays as they are for the lead for now. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Fair play to Kirkham and O'Neill. Once they'd sorted out their differences and Kirkham had given that signal, they have worked together. They have reeled in Dante Dillon as a move for the lead here. Andrew McWilliam down the inside of O'Regan at the Stratford hairpin and says, shall we work together? They're just going to have a little meeting on the back straight, folks. We'll tell you what the outcome is. No, they're still side by side through the Bruno chicane. It is, though, McWilliam who comes out on top here, and I think, in fairness, O'Regan has agreed with the general memo to not overfight this, lest they bring the likes of Dante Dillon into the fight. On that topic, by the way, behind them, Dante Dillon has been passed. There you go. There's the pass literally happening, and that is significant. That is Kirkham and O'Neill through on Dante Dillon, and that puts Dillon down to 5th.
I really like that move from Andrew McWilliam. That's him getting on the front foot, not waiting for this chase pack to catch him and play it safe with keeping behind Rory O'Regan. If the catch does happen, Rory O'Regan's now the driver in that tricky position of having to maybe defend a little bit.
Yeah.
But that move for it's very animated. Like, come on, get on with it. The thing is, Jack, you're right in the middle of a good old pickle in terms of the championship, mate, because Harrison Kirkham right now, yes, he's dropping points to Andrew McWilliam, but more important, I think, for him at this stage, he's taking a good number of points over the drivers ahead of him in the title race.
Yeah.
He's taking points out of Dante Dillon. He's taking a lot of points out of Ed Bars. Ed Bars is now in drop score territory. This race is just not happening for him at all. Dante Dillon now falling backwards. This is what we've hoped for in this commentary box, that this would happen. If the race was to finish now by our scores, your championship scores heading into Buckmore Park would be this. Dante Dillon, 1,467. Ed Bars, 1,466. Harrison Kirkham, 1,465. Andrew McWilliam, and this is why I like this move from Andrew McWilliam to get himself to the front, 1,465. 4 drivers, 2 points, heading into the final round of Buckmore Park. We've been saying that these scores are converging. They are now in this final. We've still got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Miles Reitman is charging. The C2 driver, I don't think he's going to do quite enough. Well, I think it's not him doing enough. He's doing a good amount in terms of his championship score today. His trouble for sealing C2 today is the number 31, Lewis Marchant, in 8th place, is scoring a good haul of points and keeping himself mathematically in play. But what a story we've got developing here in lightweights. Andrew McWilliam trying to score his second finals win of the year. He's less than 2 minutes away from achieving that, but keep an eye on that gap back to Kirkham, because Kirkham's quick, 52.6 last time around. The gap was 0.8 of a second. Just visually, again, it looks like it's coming down. We're going to get, I reckon, 2 more laps in here.
Absolutely, and here is the look for the lead. Rory O'Regan down the inside at Park Corner, and he's through. And again, not fought too heavily there by McWilliam, but they are going to have to start taking these things more seriously for 2 reasons. In fact, in some ways, that's undone the good work for McWilliam, because now the chasing pack is arriving. So he really wants to try and not be that rear gunner if he can at all help it. But regrettably, that may be the position he finds himself in, although he still looks pretty chill to me in that position. This is the penultimate lap for everyone's information as they come onto the hangar straight. I have to say, just before we get into the thick of this, I do love that perspective, the Jack O'Neill perspective. We always think of it from the perspective of the championship protagonist. I love the idea of this person who hasn't got a dog in the fight going, what is wrong with everybody? Why are you defending so much? But yeah, here we go then. On to the last lap. It's O'Regan, McWilliam and Kirkham with Jack O'Neill and Miles Reitman closing out your top 5. How is it going to end? Come the end of this lap, and there's the move from Kirkham.
That's been coming.
Up the inside of McWilliam, and that is going to give the opportunity for the breakaway for O'Regan there, because they're still side by side as they come out of Pitts Bend. And Jack O'Neill now is on the scene to seize the opportunity, and it stays ironically as they were.
Miles Reitman is now, we've just recalculated the points, he is in a position that could give him the C2 title a day early. I think McWilliam and Kirkham have cost themselves the chance of the win today. Rory O'Regan is gone, clear at the head of the field, through hangar for the last time. Is Kirkham going to sling it down the inside? No, he's just going to hold it off. It's going to be a good race to the line. Rory O'Regan wins again. 2 out of the last 3. Rory O'Regan has arrived in seniors, takes the win at Shenington, becomes only the 2nd driver in lightweights this season to win more than 1 final. Andrew McWilliam takes 2nd place. A very good day in the championship for Andrew McWilliam. He is the biggest scorer of that top 5 that we talked about at the start of the round. Harrison Kirkham is 3rd, also on the C1 podium. Jack O'Neill 4th, Miles Reitman 5th. Miles Reitman 5th, that moves him to 1,367. Provisionally, we think that's enough to be C2 champion. He would be clear on the basis of Lewis Marchant's 8th place. Lewis Marchant's max possible would be 1.360. That is a margin of 7 points. We're just checking to see if there's any issues for Reitman. I don't think there's been any penalties for Miles Reitman. What a season it has been for Miles Reitman. He will be surely in C1 next year. But the big question now, as we head to Buckmore Park for the last round of the season, just to go over those key results. O'Regan, McWilliam, Kirkham 1, 2, 3. Jack O'Neill 4th. Remember, he's not a championship contender. Miles Reitman, we've talked about in 5th. Dante Dillon 6th place. It's an improvement in terms of his score. He does get rid of that 16th place from GYG at round number 3. Rihanna Percox P7. Lewis Marchant P8. P9 for Ed Bars, which does become 2 points. How key could that be at the end of the season? Not the kind of day that Ed Bars would have wanted. No. Still hasn't won a round in the A finals this year, but still is on top of the championship scores. That 10th to 9th place is virtue of 2 championship points. It moves him back to 1,468 on total counting scores. Depending on whether you take 2 drops or 3 drops will change the scores, but these are the ones where drivers have got the points locked in. His lead would be 1 point ahead of Dante Dillon going into Buckmore Park. Dillon's lead over Kirkham, 2 points. Kirkham's lead over McWilliam. This is how an A final win can be so valuable in this championship. He drops another 5 points. It's still mighty close. 8 points covering 4 drivers with 1 round to go. But Ed Bars, I don't know how he keeps doing this, but he just keeps holding himself at the front of the order. And if he is going to win one final this year,
a way to do it.
It'll be the last round of the championship, and it most possibly will win him the whole thing.
I was going to say, Ed Bars is either going to win this in style with his first win of the season, or not win it, or win it with no round wins. Those are the only options at this point. That is quite something. That is quite something. We have a fantastic end to this season in store, and I have to say as well, we've had to focus on the championship side of things already today. Like the battling around this Shenington circuit has been superb today. It really has shown why we love this circuit so much. So it was a brilliant round of racing, sort of in isolation, even if you're not considering the championships. But but nonetheless, it hasn't been a significant day in the championship as well. Right then, we now go into a pause at the circuit. It's the lunch break here at the circuit, and we're going to do all of what we just did again with our heavyweights for round 9. For the rest of today, racing action taking us all the way through to around about 5:30 this afternoon here on your Alpha Live broadcast. There's going to be a break now of at least 45 minutes. I'm going to. I think earlier we said 2:15 for the heats, but if I'm going off the idea that the test session is half an hour and starts at past, I'm going to say it's going to be more like 2 o'clock.
More like 2 o'clock, yes.
For the heats.
Yeah.
So. That is in around about, it's not 45 minutes time, that's 55 minutes time. So just shy of an hour here for the lunch break. But don't go anywhere, because we've got our paddock walks. I'm going to kick off with that which we did this morning, where we got some of the thoughts from our lightweight drivers, and then we'll hopefully be able to bring you some of the thoughts of our heavyweights. But that is still to be determined, as we are stood here in the comms box rather than out there talking to them. So we're going to go and rectify that. In the meantime, enjoy the first of our paddock walks. Join us again for live action here on your Alpha Live broadcast at around about 2 o'clock, when we'll be going live with round 9 of the heavyweights for 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints. Don't go anywhere. Well, we're down here in the paddock for our paddock walk. Continuity-wise, you'll be in your lunch break now on the broadcast, but for us it's early in the morning. All of the hopes and dreams for our lightweights are still very much valid as they prepare to head out. So
Rick, it sounds like going to crash and burn.
I just mean that once the viewers see this, their fates will be. That sounds even worse. We'll have we will have seen them race. So have fun comparing and contrasting what they say are their aspirations to what you have just seen. That's what I mean. Overcast.
Overcast. It's a
at Shenington.
lot chillier than it was. This more feels like October yesterday for the SP60 and the Endurance. Beautiful conditions, really, really nice. We'll have a bit of a chat about SP60 and Endurance as well, because we probably haven't done that at this point. Engines just fired up for the start of the practice session. Yeah, let's do a bit of a walk and talk. Some of the drivers are going to be milling around. SP60. We'll see Jack O'Neill in action. We'll see how he gets on in sprints. But 6 SP60 titles in a row. What a performance! In fact, there he is. Let's go talk to him.
Let's pick on him from him himself.
We'll pick on him. No, he's going to try and run away. We'll talk to Andy as well. I do want to have a chat with Rihanna as well, because another thing that's coming quite soon, which is great to see. We've got our trio, our Musketeers, going out to Valencia in a few weeks for the FIA Motorsport Games. Not in a CLUB100 kart, but really excited to see how they do. The O'Neills have run away. They're very quick. We'll go get Rihanna first.
So we'll just say absolutely immensely impressive stuff from Jack O'Neill. I want to say unprecedented. I'm sure someone out there will be able to sort of tell me of some perfect score or near perfect score, but highly impressive.
Rihanna, come in. You're wearing your Team UK suits. We'll start with that, because you're off to Valencia again. FIA Motorsport Games, racing with Jack and Andy. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We've got a day before as well to see Valencia, so yeah.
There's lots to see. Let's get to the business of here today, though. Shenington as a circuit, one that's been good to you in the past?
I've been here twice, and one of them went well, but that was 4 years ago. So we'll see. I was better then, so.
Well, it's good. It's one of those circuits that hasn't changed. I mean, they've had the new surface that went down last summer, but apart from that, it's not changed too much. Season as a whole, happy with it?
No.
Why not?
I think everything's gone wrong at every round. So, but it's been fun to be back in sprints, because I haven't done it for like 2 years. So it's been fun to kind of get back into it. But it's have to get into the mindset. So.
And as one of the more experienced hands in whether it be CLUB100 or BUKC back in the day as well, you know, we're getting to the end of another season. How have you seen CLUB100 change? Have you seen it change for the better over the last few years?
It just keeps getting more competitive, annoyingly. No, it's been great. The grids are massive every time. So many different championships as well now. It's huge. Yeah.
Going for it again next year?
Yeah, I don't know which championship though yet. I haven't decided yet. We'll see the info tomorrow or whatever it is, whether to do sprints or SP60 maybe. But yeah, we'll give it a go.
Good stuff. Well promoed. Well done. She's had some training. Thank you, Rihanna. Yes, if you weren't already aware, all the information about next year's championship comes out as you're watching this tomorrow. It's going to be a busy Monday for me.
It is indeed. It is indeed. But yeah, always. Well, maybe you're self-accepted, but always an exciting time for everybody to get hold of all that information for what I'm sure will be another fantastic season. Is this the first time we're going to reference a season going into 2025? It might be.
I think so.
But yeah, looking ahead.
Yeah.
Looking ahead there.
I'm gonna go for the O'Neills again.
Go for it.
We may not be successful, but we'll have a go. And because I do want to have a quick chat with Jack, because we should take the opportunity to mark how strong he's been. The trouble is, since I've talked to Rihanna, I don't know where he's gone. Some of our Alpha Live crew are busy sat in there, getting ready for a day's work. There they are. I've seen their handiwork already. Let's go a bit round as well, Howard, and have a look at some of the corners here at Shenington. Because we like to do this, don't we, on one of these paddock walk track walk.
We certainly do. We certainly do. I thought you were about to start a new type of feature for a moment, but yes.
I just do what I want.
Let's just see what everyone's having for breakfast.
Back in.
But yeah, it's a fun track, this one.
Yeah.
I use the term old school in a very positive manner for this one. High speed. You've got to have. You've got to throw the car into the corners with conviction.
Yes.
And passing is completely possible, but you have got to be bold to get that done. And I always find as well, Andrew, that I'm sure we will see plenty of moves, but where you think Oh yeah, there'll be an overtake there, like under braking into the hairpin. It's actually not necessarily where you see the moves. It's often about setting up for the best exit.
Yeah.
And giving yourself opportunity down the straight. So it's a great place for a dogfight.
Yeah.
And a lot of fun in any kart really, but particularly in these Club 100 Rotax Evo machines.
I'm going to suggest jumping on a driver. That's by suggestion of his leg, it's Owen Camber.
So again,
it's Owen Camber. It's one of our newer drivers. So I'll let you.
It is indeed. Oh, Owen, as Andrew just said, one of our newer drivers in Club 100.
No.
Oh,
I've been doing it about 3 years, I'd say.
fine. That's
Second year in the seniors.
yes. Sorry, yes. That's what we mean. How do you find that compared to, or how are you finding seniors?
It's all right. I missed a few rounds because I know like uni and stuff moving in, so I missed a few rounds. But no, it's all right. It's different. It's different to the juniors, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. How has that been? Is it? What is the difference? Is it the competitiveness? Is it the what's the difference?
I'd say juniors, there's a lot more like different skilled levels. I'd say everyone here is a lot more closer together, but it's more challenging. Yeah, it's a lot more challenging.
And how's Shenington for you as a circuit? Is it gone well for you in the past?
I've done it once, and that was about 3 years ago. It was like my first ever Club 100 race. So I can't remember how it went, to be honest. No, don't know.
Don't worry, it's clockwise. It's clockwise. No, sorry. We're getting towards the close of the season. What's on your mind? What you got your eye on within the championship? Everyone's always looking at the table for something.
I don't know. I want to, because obviously I've missed a few rounds, so I feel like I want to get a podium. It's maybe Buttmore. I feel like I fancy my chances at Buttmore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see. All right, have a good day's racing.
Good stuff. I think I'm getting the sense that a few drivers are walking back towards the paddock. We'll go as the salmon.
Is there an inverse pattern of where we go?
Yeah, they're running away from us. Understandable. We should talk about endurance. We've already talked about SB60. Well, we talked about SB60 from a lights perspective.
Yeah.
SB60 heavyweights yesterday, just to give that a mention. Another champion by my provisional score. So if I am wrong, please don't hate me. Anwar Smith retained his title in SB60 yesterday with 2 race victories. We didn't plan this, but if Darren pans round to the finish line, we had two races in SB60 yesterday for the heavyweights, which were decided by about that much. Anwar Smith taking a double victory, both of them by less than a tenth of a second.
I do feel, absolutely, and dramatic stuff there. I feel like it's a characteristic. I feel like, pound for pound, I see more close finishes at Shenny than at other tracks. I think it's perhaps the send-it nature of the last sector, but yeah, really, real testament there to the competitive nature of the SB60 class there.
Yep.
And it's a weird one because I expect nothing less from Club 100. It always creates these fantastic finishes to the championship, but yeah, sometimes I have to step back and just remind myself, no, this is awesome, and I'm really enjoying it. And well, I'm always enjoying it, but as in, what feels standard here of having these close championships, it really is something that we're spoiled with here in Club 100. I'm
going to go and kick Johnny Wilson in the shins and see if he wants to have a chat with us. Jonathan, turn round. Let's have a chat.
Hiya.
How are we doing?
I'm all right. Are you? I'm good.
Season as a whole, stepped up from C3 into C2 this year. What's it been like?
I've been finding it difficult. Obviously moving up, not having to start at the back of every race. So finding that mid-pack battle, elbows out, lots of people around you, lots of things going on at once. I'm getting there now towards back end of the season, and the results are getting a lot better now towards back end of the season. But I think we only a couple of rounds left. I'm top 15 overall, but I don't think it's long enough now to pull it back. I consistently finishing like 4th and 5th in C2 now. There's just a couple of lads that are just consistently quicker than me every round. But we're getting there.
Would you say you've learned more this year than you had last year?
Oh yeah, a hell of a lot more. So like I said, this year, just being in that mid-pack battle and starting towards the front and actually being able to battle with the quick lads who have been doing it for many years, who are winning championships, learning from them boys, and then hopefully start next season, use all that and just see where I end up next season.
So again, sticking with it next year, doing sprints, multiple series. What are you thinking?
I'm looking. JV's mentioned that we're doing because I'm from up north. I live in Leeds, so there's a Northern Championship starting. So I'm looking to do the Northern Championship up there. But I prefer the tracks down south, so I'm probably going to stick with all the Southern Championship as well. So I get plenty of seat time, and then hopefully I'm going to be battling with these fast boys up top.
I was going to say, it's a good way of getting quick. Thanks for your time, Johnny. Thanks for talking to us. But yes, that's one. Well, Jonathan said it now, so we may as well talk about it a little bit. We'll go back towards the paddock. That we've seen it a little bit with the cadets and juniors this year. They've gone to some different circuits. Rower a few weeks ago. They're off to Warden Law, Carlton North East in a few weekends time. But really cool. Rep in the north. That we're going to get a series. I won't go into too much detail. You'll see it all on Monday. I'm just here on Sunday trying to keep my job by not saying anything that I shouldn't be saying. But yeah, taking senior racing to some circuits in the Midlands and the North, looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've had for a while had this pattern. Actually, perhaps not so much recently, but I remember when you and I were in British University's karting champ back in the day, mate. There was an obvious discrepancy between CLUB100's main roster of championships and the BUKC, and it was that the BUKC, because it drew support from universities across the UK,
Even Scotland,
indeed, was able to perhaps balance itself up more towards the north of England with where it visited compared to the championship. So it's really good to see. You know, there are some fantastic tracks around the UK. Another thing that we often take for granted is just how awash the UK is with absolutely stellar karting venues. And, you know, that's something that, from a completely neutral perspective, you always want to see CLUB100 being able to take advantage of, and it's fantastic. There's ideas in the work. I don't know what I'm supposed to be saying. Ideas in the work. You can cut that one, folks. But it's fantastic that there are ideas afoot to make sure that we are utilising the full body of circuits that we should be doing in CLUB100.
A couple of drivers over here.
Yeah.
Howard, well, I'll have a chat with someone over there.
I'm gonna be cheeky and stick the microphone in. Who have we got?
Jack Hopkins.
Hello, Jack. Have you driven at Shenny before?
No, I've not.
Have you had a chance to go out there yet?
Nope.
Okay, I will not ask you how you find the track. CLUB100. Have you been with us for long?
No, I've only done the test session to get my license here. So that was at Clay Pigeon up at, I think, July 6th. So I've not done anything else since that. So.
Okay, so what brings you to CLUB100? What made you go, let's get that license, let's get racing?
Well, I've been doing karting for a long time, so wanted to do it more competitively. I've got friends that do this as well, so moving on, trying to move up the ranks really, so I think it's a good place to start.
Couldn't agree more. Have a good time out there. He's shifted off to the left here as if he's going to escape. Who else have we got?
Lewis.
Hello, Lewis. Are you in a similar position in terms of...
No, I've done, this is my second year now. I'm in Class 2 this year.
My apologies. Did you do Shenington last year?
Yes, I did. That was my first round.
And how did you find it? How does it drive for you as a circuit?
It's nice, actually. It flows really well. It's one of those tracks where you have to be quite careful on the brakes. That's the only thing. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's good.
And as we get towards the business end of the season, what have you got your eye on in the championship?
Keeping Dave behind me for a start and trying to catch up to Miles, but otherwise just keep doing what I'm doing and hopefully come away with top 3 in Class 2, fingers crossed.
Lovely stuff. Well, you have a good day's racing. Enjoy returning to where it all started for you and have a good day's racing. Andrew, who have you got? I caught him off.
Sorry, I'm just catching up with old friends. Steph, I'm liking this. This is keeping you warm.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's bloody freezing out here today.
Season as a whole, how's it gone?
It's gone all right, you know. I was trying to finish better than I did last year, which is currently the case. So we'll see. Yeah.
And Shenington as a circuit, is it one that you enjoy? It's a little bit more old school compared to some of the other circuits we go to.
It is, yeah. A little bit boring, I find it. It's just some straights and like 1 or 2 heavy braking zones, and that's kind of it. But it's fun. It's fun. It's going to be interesting to overtake out there, and yeah, we'll see what happens really.
We've asked a couple of people this question. Looking forward to next year. Are you sticking with it? Are you going on to even faster things? What are you planning?
That's a TBC for me. I don't know what I'm doing next year. I don't know what I'm doing. Depends on how it all costs, really. I did a couple of BPEC rounds this year with Bryn and Stephen Westwood, so I might do a couple of them next year as well. I just don't know.
Good stuff. We wish you the best of luck. I'm not sure how much time.
We've got like 60 seconds. Should we put a mic to?
I think I want to try and get a driver who's maybe come off the circuit.
Okey-dokey.
So I want to get a bit of an impression of what the track's doing today, because this will at least be useful for us for when we go and talk to. In fact, Dan Seeger, come here. How's the track feeling, Dan?
It's a bit cold. The rear end's sliding quite a lot, but yeah, it'll warm up, I think, hopefully.
Hopes for the day?
Well, I'm quite experienced around here, so I'd like to think top 5 in the A would be the aim, yeah.
And as someone with a bit of experience around here, what's the most important thing to get right versus other circuits?
Well, there's quite a lot of long braking zones, so I think you've got to sort of adapt your driving style to that a little bit. And I think a few people, struggle with that sometimes. But yeah, it's I really enjoyed the track. Yeah.
Good stuff. I'll let you get off, and yeah, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. I think we'll probably wrap it up there. He's back.
I wasn't chin wagging with the drivers.
So this is the lovely, friendly nature of the CLUB100 paddock. We'll try and catch a thought with Dan Munro later on this afternoon as well. But that's the end of part 1. Part 2 coming up.
Well, we're back in the paddock again, which I think you'll have not long seen us getting the thoughts of some of the lightweight drivers ahead of their racing. Now in the continuity of the day, we're just a few moments ago, so we're nearly live with you here because we're just here whilst the heavyweight briefing is going on just off to our left, your right, and going to try and get maybe the thoughts of some of the lightweight drivers who have now finished their racing, and once they have duly done their briefing, I might add, get the thoughts of some of our heavyweights as well.
Yes, we've not got long. I want to dive straight in with some of our key runners from that final. Rory, come on in. Two on the well, not two on the spin. Two in terms of the round numbers, but 2 and 3, not bad.
It's not too bad, no. It's good for my first season here.
And obviously, we've seen you race very well in the juniors for a good number of years. What's the main difference when stepping up with the seniors?
I'd say it's mainly the qualifying. The fact that, juniors, you get 1 qualifying, 2 races. If you mess up your qualifying, it's a rough day. Here you get 3 heats, all randomised. So it's a lot more equal, I'd say, especially if you get a bad car at one of the heats. You've got 3 races to make it up.
Do you prefer it with that weighting?
Yeah, I'd say so. My qualifying pace isn't the sharpest, so yeah, I prefer randomised heats.
You doing Buckmore?
Yeah, juniors and seniors.
You looking forward to getting in amongst these championship contenders with no pressure on your shoulders?
Yeah, it's quite fun because I'm not the championship fight, so I can really do anything, but I don't want to mess it up for anyone. So yeah, I'll try and make a gap at the front at Buckmore, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff. Well done, mate. We'll catch you later on. Who else?
Should we be a bit cheeky, Mortaza? Can we have a word? Yes, of course you can. How was that? Good to see you again, man. I've not seen you for a while. You had some great pace there today, but there were points where it was so tough to try and get on up ahead and challenge those in the finals there.
Of course, yeah. I think they kept it relatively clean, I was starting 17th and I went all the way up to 5th, made up 12 positions, which was amazing. I was one of the, I felt like I was on pace in the final, really came alive towards the end, and it was just really unfortunate because I could see them, but then I could see the guy behind me was really on my bumper. I was pretty much hoping there would be a penalty up ahead, but they kept it very clean, and I went defensive just in case there was a penalty, and then that would, qualify me into the A final. But it was just unfortunate, but I had a lot of fun in that final. Honestly, I was 12 positions, just picking people and finding my lines. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's a good point. I focused on the fact you couldn't get up to the top 4. You had made it up those positions, so yeah, really good. You did all you could, basically, and I guess that gives you peace of mind, right?
100%. Definitely looking forward to the final round at Buckmore next month. That should be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, you guys won't be there. Would have loved for you guys to be there, but yeah, Buckmore should be a good one.
I've got news for you. We will be.
We're there.
Let's go. Awesome. Always good to see you guys. Thank you very much.
No worries, man. All right. Have a good time until then, yeah?
It's got cold. It somehow got colder than it was this morning. There is a little bit of rain in the air as well. Very, very fine. Let's try and catch up with a couple of other drivers. I'm going to give Joe Holmes a nudge. Just poke him in the back and hope he turns around and talks to me. Joe, you are breathing. We're both paying attention. How are we feeling?
Yeah, good. I'm happy with some rain, if I'm honest.
It's in the air.
It's meant to come at about 5 o'clock, so I think dry heats then a wet final, maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
What could we say about sprints as well? You and Kurt going mano v mano. Is that a bit more special than usual?
Yeah, I mean it's good to have him in the title battle. Obviously, Anwar's in it as well. It's anyone to play for. I think this year it's kind of. The karts are playing a big part this year. I think, in all honesty, my heats have kept me in it. My heats are pretty much all wins is what I'm carrying at the minute. I think if I can get a good final today, I think it'd make it difficult for everyone at Buckmore. But who knows? It's a track where slipstream's massive. I don't think that anyone's going to break away. So I could see a bit of a dogfight today, but. We might be brothers, but on track we'll be rivals.
Good stuff. Quick word on endurance as well. That could be any tighter going into the last round.
Do you know what? I'm having flashbacks of last year. Last year went to the final round and we lost it in the final round. I'm hopeful for Buckmore. We need to, if they win it, if Titan win it, we need to come second. If they come second, we need to come third. If they come third, we've won it. So it'd be nice for Anwar to go and win it at Buckmore or something, or 2 other people to beat us, like make it so that we don't really have to do out. But it's nice that he's going to go to the final round, especially if it is going to be the final enduro. We definitely want to be the last champions of it.
What you're saying is me and Howard need to come out of retirement and get some kind of rocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guaranteed win, isn't it? Exactly, yeah. In fact, I'll pay for your entry, you two roll up and make sure you win. If you don't win, you've got to refund me, though.
That sounds like a fair deal.
That's quite, yeah, it's not a bad deal, actually.
We'll have further chats about that. But yeah, no, the driver briefing there, I think we've got some new drivers.
We have, yeah.
Quite a few new drivers in for this season. I know there was some chat about it in the comments that I think there is some benefit of, if you've not done it before, throwing yourself into the last couple of rounds of the season, because it gets you a little bit of a head start for next year.
Yes, one might call it doing a Peugeot, but that's maybe not the best example. Yeah, obviously it can be useful to get your eye in. And what's happening out there at the moment is that the new drivers are getting buddied up with an experienced driver for their first ever sprints round, so that they can be helping out. Here indeed is Mr. Anwar Burrell-Smith getting paired up with.
He's been volunteered.
He's been volunteered. That one was usually it's on a more voluntary basis than perhaps that one just was, but Anwar knows the rules.
He was sneaking at the back, and that's what happens when you wear a bright green race suit and try and hide at the back of the car.
Indeed. So yeah, because it's quite a format to get your head around if you're first competing in it. So it does make a lot of sense to get buddied up. So if you are thinking about taking part in Club 100, that's how it's done to ensure that you have a good start off.
Now we can
dive bomb them because they finished the briefing.
I'll let you pick a victim.
Oh, let's pick a victim. He's chosen us. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jacob Harris.
I'm Andrew Hogg as well.
I've not seen you in so long.
I know. How does it feel, Howard, to be commentating with someone shorter and potentially other ways less capable?
Less Welsh?
Less Welsh, yes. That's one thing we can say for certain. I can't remember how old Andrew is, so I'm not going to say young.
Too old.
But how does it feel?
It's tolerable. Tolerable, He's doing good, yeah. I think he's done it before.
Okay, good. No, I very much enjoyed sharing the comms box with you at Ella Park. Last time out, that was the last time we were live, wasn't it?
It was.
It was, yeah. I love it. You should have the mic, mate. You do the interview rights yourself.
Didn't get the shout this time, but it's okay. I'm fine with that.
What are we hoping for today?
A good set of results. This is my penultimate race day. I'm not racing next year, so I just want to get a good set of results and finish the year on a high.
Sounds good, mate. And we shall be completely neutral in the box. But in all seriousness, though, your progression has been a wonder to behold. So, yeah, hoping for good stuff.
Thank you for your kind words, Howard. I much appreciate it.
Sorry for not giving the call up. Mrs. needs a trip to Disneyland Paris. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Right, let's move on. We've not had a chat with JB today. JB, are we going to get rain this afternoon?
Sorry?
Are we going to get rain?
I don't know. I'm not the man that lives upstairs, but some people are saying one forecast, others are saying another. I think we get away with it. I think it'll be true. Do you know when it's going to absolutely chuck it down? When we when we finish racing and we're loading up. All the customers have gone in their nice cosy cars and we're out here still loading up for an hour.
There we go. Excited for tomorrow and the announcements?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I've had so many people asking me, they're trying to get information out of me, and I'm saying, no, just wait for the email, So, yeah, all released tomorrow, and you're going to whack it on SM for me, aren't you?
Will do.
Yeah, fantastic, yeah. Looking forward to it.
I was going to say, you have faith in your media officer of deploying the calendars tomorrow?
Absolutely, across the SM, but I'll be emailing it first, yeah.
Possibly the highest Jeopardy question I've ever asked you just then, but yeah.
Yeah, I do. I've got faith in Andrew. He's fantastic. Good.
Awesome. We'll move on from whether I'm performing correctly.
Sorry, what I just did there was an enforced performance review on air.
I haven't had one of them since my JLR days. Who else can we have a chat? Chat with Mike.
Well, they've stayed stationary. That was their problem. You see, they become victims if they're stationary. Who do we have?
Oh, Mr. Jennings, how are you going, Stephen?
Indeed. How's it's been a while since we were broadcasting this series. So how's it been going for you in 2024?
To be honest, I've been doing the SP60, so I haven't actually been doing the sprint racing. So I've come along for a bit of a interlude, get some fun, and obviously brother's there. So normally it's just me and him on the track, as in we don't see anyone else. We just see if we can beat each other or take each other out. And if Tim Hill's involved, then even better.
He's tactically scarpered quite effectively just there.
I know he has, yeah. Well, he's disappeared. Well, Tim's here, obviously. He's marshalling today, so that should be quite interesting as he gives us a penalty before we even start the race.
Yeah, indeed. All the best. Have fun out there.
Well done, guys. I've been watching you on YouTube, and it's great commentary.
Thank you very much.
Very kind.
Especially
Thank
when
you.
you say, "Oh, Jennings made a great move."
We'll try and get it in today, even if it doesn't happen.
Oh, why not? Why not, boys?
We've got about 3 minutes before we see the karts. Well, before we wrap up and before we see the karts out on circuit. I want to have a quick word with Tim Penny, if I can, because Tim was part of a sorry, Darren, I've led you through a valley of death there. Tim, feeling good today? A bit different to SB60 yesterday, the weather conditions?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot greyer. A little bit of spitting was interesting, seeing how much it was affected, even though it wasn't particularly heavy in the lightweights. But yeah, SB60 was sort of good yesterday, even if it is a little bit different today. Interesting circuit as well, very momentum based. So if you get swamped once, you just find yourself going backwards. So a bit of extra track time today to help it out.
And a very close finish with Anwar yesterday in the second race.
Yeah, it was good fun. They started battling really early, which was kind of weird. I was expecting them to sort of start fighting a bit later, but it helped me out, so I'll take it.
Sprints as a whole, how's it been for you this season, moving up into up the ranks?
Yeah, the mid-season's been pretty poor, especially sort of compared to last year. Just haven't been as consistent, haven't been winning as many heats or getting sort of like second and thirds as often as I was last year. But looking for like a nice end to the year.
Next coming week as well, have you been practicing your MX-5 monsoon driving conditions?
If I say yes, will you believe me?
No.
that's tomorrow and Tuesday's job.
Good stuff. I'll let you get in the zone ahead of the practice session. I say Wednesday night on the DDMM channel, the second round of the year for CLUB100 iRacing in this autumnal winter series, 2024-2025. What have we seen behind? Oh, he's back again.
Not twice in one day.
Camera hog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go and sit on my couch.
There you go. Any last words before we wrap this one up, Howard?
Only to say that I think you know, the morning's running with the lightweights has proven what a treat we're almost certainly in for with these heavyweights, and every single one of these drivers will have looked at that championship table. Bizarrely, even if this is their first round, I did as well, just to sort of go, can I learn names or numbers or anything? Right, everyone will have their eye on something, and I think it's going to be a treat. JV was talking about the right topic. What the weather does over the next few hours could be quite interesting.
And it can be very unpredictable here at Shenington. Right, that's going to wrap us up for this second part of the Paddock Show. If you've missed the first one, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live channel. And let's get ready for more racing here at Shenington. Heavyweights coming right up.
Hello everybody and welcome to continued live coverage here on your Alpha Live broadcast of round 9 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships. Today coming live from Shenington Kart Race Circuit, just to the west of Banbury in the northwest of Oxfordshire, England. And we are getting ready for the heavyweights now, having had our lightweights racing earlier today in the broadcast. My name is Howard Mitchell and I am alongside Mr. Andrew Mather. We are both from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position to talk you through the rest of today's action. And if this morning's action in lightweights was anything to go by, we are in for yet more treats by way of some very good, highly entertaining racing, and we will be trying to take you through all of the details, not just the racing but also the championship permutations, of which there are many still at this late stage in the season, which is fantastic to be able to say, although we've become accustomed to that in Club 100, such as the nature of the drop score system that keeps things nice and open right up until the end. But even by those standards, as we were sort of saying in lightweights this morning, this season has been particularly good within senior sprints. We're here at the penultimate round of the championship. Don't worry, by the way, at the moment we're just rounding out the test session ahead of the start of our heat races here today for our heavyweight drivers. And yes, penultimate round, getting to the business end of the season. It's actually been a while since we've broadcasted our Club 100 Senior Sprints. We last did that at Ella Park for round 4. We were also with this field for round 3 back at GYG in North Wales. But yeah, we are now at the sharp end of the season. There's just this and Buckmore Park to go, and we of Double Dash Motorsport Media will be working with our fantastic partners at Alpha Live to bring you full coverage of all the racing action right up until the last checkered flag at Buckmore Park at round 10.
Indeed, similar story in the heavyweights to what we witnessed in the lightweights earlier on today. Very tight championship scenario going into this 9th and penultimate round of the season, and it's the story of two brothers in heavyweights. Joe Holmes, the multiple-time heavyweight sprint champion, the reigning champion, has the championship lead if you take into consideration 3 sets of drops for all drivers at this stage of the year. 1,100 points already secured for Joe Holmes. That is a 7-point lead over his brother Kurt. Kurt's the runner-up in the championship last year as well. Anwar Barul-Smith, the driver who took the title away from Joe Holmes 2 seasons ago, he's in 3rd place and still has a mathematical chance of winning the title on 1,084. Do consider as well that he's already used up a full set of those drops by not being with us at Ella Park. Adam Wright, who since we last had a broadcast round has had a win, a very special win at Rissington earlier on in the year, is 4th on 10.76. Alex Pritchard, the 5th of the C1's 10.27. A bit more spread out across that top 5 in heavyweights compared to what we were talking about in the lightweights earlier on this morning. And say, if you missed what happened in the lightweights, oh boy, what a tantalising prospect we've got for the finale at Buckmore Park. Do go and give that a watch back. I won't give you any spoilers if you have missed the results. Adam Nather, we're going to be talking about a lot today. 6th in the championship at the moment is Nather, the Sheffield University graduate, 1,016 points. He, similarly to what we saw in C2 earlier on in the lightweights, could secure the C2 title today. And, well, we'll see how his chasers get on. Mo Hassan in 9th place is on 967 points. Yeah, he's about 50 points back from Adam at the moment. Miguel Hall and Scott Parker also looking to continue to run strongly and get up into a top 10 overall, which also includes Mikey Nichols and Steve Lindley. Super heavyweight, we're expecting could be decided today. Bill Taylor is currently your championship leader in the super heavyweight class. He lost that title of super heavyweight champion last year, of course, to Lee Henderson. Lee Henderson not competing this year, but Taylor has the lead in super heavyweights, 858 points at the moment on the counting scores. Richard Newton is the closest challenger at some 37 points back. Mike Bodner in a very tight battle with Richard Newton for second place at the moment in super heavyweight. 3 points cover them. C3 as well. Rupert Rickson is your leader at the moment in the C3 novice category, 720 points. And it's Will Emerson who's next up, about 10 positions further back in terms of the overall championship. Actually, 7 positions. I over-exaggerated a bit there. 7 positions back. 673 is currently the tally. But as again, we saw in the lightweights this morning, all it takes is one day for things to change very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, indeed. So thank you for the update there, Mr. Mather. We will be trying to keep on top of that throughout. Coming up here, though, on your Alpha Live broadcast, we are just getting ready for heat number 1. The first of 12 heats then here for our heavyweight drivers. We'll talk you through the format in just a moment, and they do have some reconnaissance laps first. So unlike many of the races, we won't be in a rush to take you through the grid, but shall we do it? Let's take you through the grid as we get ready to see karts coming out onto the circuit. This is how they line up then for heat 1 of 12 for our heavyweights for round 9. Tim Penny will start this one on pole position with Chris Reynolds alongside. It'll be Adam Naffer and Dan Grocott on row 2, Mo Hassan and Luke Winter on row 3. Row 4 we will find Jack Giles and Jamie Buchan, Vinod Harani and Jordan Hawkins round out your top 10. Steve Bosley and Archie Adkins are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's Stuart Jones and Luke Leonard on row 7. Row 8 is where we find Chris Horn and Lee Crowther. Rob Phillips and Charlie Newman round out an 18-kart grid for heat number 1 of round 9 of the heavyweights senior sprint championship in Club 100 for 2024. Let's talk about that format then. For those of you who followed this morning, for our lightweights, it is exactly the same. For those of you who have been following the season already, it is exactly the same. But by way of revision or explanation for those of you who aren't familiar, there are going to be 12 heat races of 7 minutes in length, and each driver is going to compete in 3 of those 12. They're going to compete in 1 race in each bank of 4. Okay, so by the end of heat number 4, every single driver will have contested 1 heat. By the end of heat number 8, every single driver will have contested 2, and so on and so forth. The aim of those heats is obviously to finish as well as one can. It gets you both position on the grid, but also championship points. It all counts. So it's not just a case of focus on your heats and then the finals decide the championship points, albeit the larger sums of points are available in the finals. But 25 points will be awarded to the winner of a heat race, and it's 23 to second place, 21 to third, and then so on and so forth, going down by 1 point with each position thereafter. So championship points are on the line right from the get-go here. And yeah, each driver will contest 3 of these 12 heats and try and bag themselves as good a spot as possible on the grids for the finals. As such, if you are here to support a particular driver and you didn't see them on the grid just then, that's absolutely fine. That was but 25%, a mere quarter of the heavyweight drivers who are here to compete today. They will be out in one of the next few heats. As I say, by the end of heat 4 we will have heard everybody, so if by that point you haven't seen the driver you're tuning in to support, then either they're not here or they were in the lightweights and you need to go back and watch it on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But why not stick around first to enjoy the live action of the heavyweights? All of the drivers are given randomly allocated grid positions across their heats, such that across all 3 races that they contest, the drivers have the same average grid position, the exception there being Class 3. They also have randomly allocated grids, but within a little sub-pool at the back of each grid. That is to prevent any of our novice drivers having the unenviable position of starting on pole position at what might be their second ever round at Club 100, which is a little bit of a recipe for stress and issue, so we avoid it by putting them in their own little group at the back. They still have randomly allocated grids such that within Class 3 they have the same average grid spot. That's how that works. Once with those 7-minute heats, we will go into our 12-minute finals. There are 3 grids in those finals, a C grid, a B grid and an A grid. We'll get on to more of that later, but just sort of bear in mind that when we get to those finals, the grids will be bigger because we will have gone from a format where we've split the grid 4 ways, right? So a quarter of our drivers are now out on track for this heat, to one where we've split them 3 ways, so the grids will be larger. It will all make sense as we go on, but that is how that works. In terms of classes, we have 4 subclasses in the heavyweights. We have Class 1, Class 2, our novice Class 3, and the super heavyweight class with a higher weight category. The Class 1 drivers have yellow number plates. Okay, this is different to the lightweights this morning, so if you're following that and we're familiar with those colours, be advised that those are different now. It is yellow number plates for Class 1, blue number plates for Classes 2 and 3, but green number plates for our super heavyweight drivers. That's how that works in terms of number plate colours. And a bit of housekeeping I'm not sure it did this morning. Don't forget that if you've got a supplementary screen or device, you can enhance your if you've got an additional screen or device, you can supplement your viewing experience. I got there eventually, by navigating your way in a web browser to live.alphatiming.co.uk/club100. Or just go to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100. That is Alpha Timing, not Alpha Live. Okay, live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100, and you can see the enhanced timing screen. Obviously, we'll have the timing tower on your stream, on the broadcast here on the left-hand side, as we always do. But you can see further details by going there. And if you want to see any of the grids that are for the races that are yet to come, or the confirmed results for races that have already happened, then take that URL and change that to results. That is results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100.
Or, as you say, with the advanced live timing screen now, click on the little podium in the top right-hand corner. It gives you a rundown of all of the complete sessions here today. Right, we are ready then for heavyweight sprint heat number 1 on the front row of the grid. Tim Penny there in the number 6. Had a chat with him before the test session a few moments ago. Chris Reynolds there in the 146. Let us know who you're supporting as well in the comments. We'll do our best to read through those in due course. 7 minutes on the timer for everybody out there on track here at Shenington. Into those new tram lines here in Oxfordshire. Are we good for a race start? We are. Green and racing. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Penny, Nafa and Hassan all immediately up to first, second and third places respectively. All of the drivers through the first couple of corners as well. Down towards Stratford we go for the first time.
Absolutely nice and clean from the drivers through the cafe complex. Little look from Mo Hassan there for second place. As they come out of that corner, and he's got the job done actually. He's already up into second place, past Adam Naffa there is Mo Hassan, so good start for the driver of the number 30. Perhaps not as good a start for Chris Reynolds and Dan Grocott, losing out a couple of positions there, which is what sees Mo Hassan now already challenging for the lead here as they head through Wilkins at the end of lap 1. But it's been a good start from Tim Penny off of pole position, and he controls the race as we come to the end of lap number 1.
Does indeed, but Hassan's going to go on the attack straight away. Here goes Supermo down the inside, takes the lead in the early stages of lap number 2, knowing this is a good opportunity for him to claw some points back in the C2 title race, because Adam Naffa there in third place is the leader in that points tally at the moment. Naffa's going to go down the inside to take second place away from Tim Penny, who was well, in these guys' position last year, as there's a problem there for Steve Bosley, who was in 9th place. Green flags out through the Bruno chicane. It was a little bit drizzly out on circuit during the lunch break, but still good conditions given that we're into October now. Into the Wilkins complex then. Oh, a bit of a slide for Dan Grocott there. In the black suit and the white helmet with the red details on the back, but got that all caught up. ABC penalty for a takeout. That's going to be a +6 position drop for Archie Adkins in the number 98.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Bosley confirmed at the back of the field that's going to be work for him to claw back. There's one of our Class 1 runners, not where he would expect to be, although mirrors what we did see for Sam Lovelace as a Class 1 runner earlier today, and he was able to claw that back. That's Jamie Buchan putting a move on Dan Grocott there. That is for 7th place at the Stratford Hairpin, as Mo Hassan leads the top 3 through the Bruno chicane. Adam Naffer with good drive off the corner, actually. Perhaps thought about pulling alongside on the hanger straight. Stays as they were for now. Is there an opportunity on the inside for Wilkins, though? Not this time around. Mo Hassan positioning his kart well there to avoid anyone putting a move on him. This is the battle between Luke Winter and Jordan Hawkins. It stays with Winter for now. Oh, excuse me, that was Chris Reynolds and Jordan Hawkins, because Luke Winter had already gotten by for 4th place in that 1-1-2. So there is Luke Winter in the black and green suit, trying to chase down the top 3. Starting to close up, actually, for that 5th place downwards there. The likes of Jamie Buchan and Dan Grocott, Stuart Jones coming up onto the back of the Reynolds-Hawkins battle.
Good progress from Chris Horn further down the order in the 1:05. Has gained 4 places as the top C3 novice. We do have one C2 novice, which is Archie Adkins. So Archie will have shown through previous experience in different formulas and through testing that he's already beyond that point of needing that time in C3, but is still marked as a novice. In fact, incorrect. Sorry, Luke Winter is as well a novice out there on circuit, also in the C2 class. And it's just at the fastest lap of the race as well, 53.925. No changes at the front of the order. That's okay in the moment for Naffer and Penny. They're just biding their time, letting Mo Hassan do the majority of the hard work at the moment. You'll still see a few lockups there. Ooh, a bit of a catch there from Jamie Buchan in the number 18. And, well, that is the pain of Shenington sometimes, that you make the slightest little mistake and it does punish you. Either you have problems off the circuit or you get overtaken by several competitors.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'll talk to the drivers, they'll talk a lot about how challenging this circuit is on the brakes. And, it's about rolling off them nicely, not catching them into the turning point of the corner, and that's easier said than done. I have to say, brilliant effort from Luke Winter. The last 2 laps have been the fastest lap of the race. He's just bested his own time there, and it's bringing him up onto the back of this Hassan Naffer Penny battle that's at the front of the field. It is rapidly turning into a 4-horse race here at the head of the field.
He's doing it solo as well, which is not easy to do here at Shenington. This very historic circuit. Racing started here in the early 1960s, the late 1950s for some demonstration events, but back in the days where it was RAF Edge Hill, of course.
Indeed, and the names of these straights, the runway straight, the hangar straight, these are nods towards that history of US pilots who sort of came over and popularised the idea of kart racing, and that allowed it to take hold in Britain.
Oh, big run there from Luke Winter. Had a look down the inside of Tim Penny for 3rd place into park. Penny was wise enough to it. This one's ebbing and flowing. Mo Hassan had built his lead up to around 5/6 tenths, but is now being pegged back again at 0.4. Adam Naffer, I think we'll be quite happy with this. Yes, he's dropping points to Mo Hassan, but it's not a huge number of points. It's keeping his own tally ticking along quite nicely as well. And now he's starting to put his C2 championship rival under a bit more pressure. Mo Hassan, who has had heat wins so far this season, in fact took the very first heat of the season back at Buckmore Park. Can he keep it all together? Can Tim Penny hold himself there in 3rd place?
Nice little last lap battle this to get us going with the heavyweight action here today. Any one of these 4 drivers, it feels, could win this, but as Andrew says, it's Naffer putting the most pressure on Hassan here in what is a little bit of a battle early doors between our top 2 Class 2 runners. And then fantastic battle going on behind them, by the way. Still many a battle to be settled from about 6th place down. Not a lot of field spread in that mid-pack. Out of Stratford Hairpin, that's one of the key overtaking areas gone, where Mo Hassan has to worry through this Bruno chicane. Jordan Hawkins a little bit on his own in the latter stages here in 5th place. He'll have wished it went on for another few laps to allow him to catch up. But he'll still be scoring solid points in 5th. Into the last part of the last lap, Tim Penny battling away with Luke Winter here. No real opportunity for Naffa there to challenge Mo Hassan. So it will be Mo Hassan who takes the checkered flag, wins the first heat of the round. He's well chuffed with that opening tally for his points. Adam Naffa in 2nd. Tim Penny holds off the attack from Luke Winter for 3rd. And then Jordan Hawkins in 5th. Stuart Jones in 6th. Chris Reynolds in 7th. Archie Adkins in 8th. 9th for Jamie Buchan. And Chris Horn rounds out the top 10 for that first heat of 12. And those drivers we will next see in the second cycle of heats between heats 5 and 8. We look ahead though already to heat number 2 for our heavyweights here at Shenington.
Let's take you through the runners and riders for heat number 2. This is the first racing appearance for all of these drivers. Jacob Harris has pole position for this one. Jake Hicklin alongside on the front row. Marcel Chimnevsky and Damien Smith go from row number 2. Mike Bodner and Kurt Holmes form up the 3rd row of the grid ahead of Tom Edwards and Adam Hadfield on row 4. Stephen Jennings, great to have Stephen back in sprints action, starts on row 5 next to Don Valance. Adam Wright and Mikey Nichols form up Norl. C1 row number 6. Next up on row number 7, Lucas Cleaver and Laszlo Earl. Gareth Pritchard and Kieran Hyde Moody start on row 8. Konstantin Abakumov completes the 17-strong field in this one for heat number 2. So, first sight of the day of one of our overall and C1 championship contenders. Just to remind you, in fact, not just to remind you again, we'll give you, say, there's different ways of putting the scores down at this stage of the season. We gave you the ones on Alpha timing earlier on, taking into account we've had 8 rounds and counting the best 5 rounds worth of scores. Different way of doing it is we've had 8 rounds. Let's count the best 7 of those with just 1 drop score. These are the scores that are secured, irrespective of what happens between now and the end of the season. Joe Holmes is 1,507 points secured. Kurt Holmes is 1,494, so it's a 13-point deficit. In particular, I think Kurt will be looking today to get rid of some of those maybe weaker heats. Just looking across his line, he's had every single one has been at least 7th, so that's a solid base. One of those 7ths from Wilson Mill in the rescheduled round 2 has already gone. A 6th from earlier in the season at Bucknell Park has already gone, and one of his 5ths has gone as well. They're already in the bin. So really, I think Kurt's going to be looking at through these 3 rounds. Can he get top 3s? Top 3s would straight away start closing the gap to brother Joe. The thing with the heats, Joe can't really, as we talked to him earlier, he's had very strong heats, which can be a blessing and a curse at the same time. Good in that his points are in the bag, but also can be a bit pressure filled in that he has to win races to further improve his score.
Yes, it becomes its own pressure, doesn't it? And yeah, it's always one of the fascinating things to me that you do have to have a good balance. If you want to win, you do actually have to have a good balance between your heats and your finals, right? It's we've got one stricken driver at the side of the road, so we'll just be waiting for that to be recovered. That's down at Wilkins Corner. But yeah, if you've won every single one of your finals, but you've totally flunked the heats, A, that's highly impressive. That means you've come up through a lot of repêchages. But B, you're going to lose to the person who finished 2nd in all those finals, but had some stellar heats, right? It is the way, and that's always a fascinating thing. So you can literally go into a day going, bizarrely, it doesn't really tend to generate this mindset, but bizarrely, there are situations where you can go into the day going, can't really improve my heats.
Yeah.
I need some good finals, right? It's almost like when people describe a driver as a good qualifier or something. It's an interesting dynamic.
And the difference in Club 100, you get the car that you get given. There's no taking care of your materials. I did commentate on the championship earlier on this season with the drop score system, where one of the championship leaders deliberately didn't push in the heats because they couldn't gain many more points in the heat, and they saved themselves for the final.
Yes.
And it turned out to be a risky but a very, very good strategy. None of that here. You've got to keep yourself at the front and in contention in pretty much every time you go out on circuit. So, getting ready for this one, Heat 2. Jacob Harris on pole position, Jake Hicklin there with the purple helmet alongside on the front row. Into the tram lines, waiting for the lights to go from red to green. 7 minutes will begin, and away we go then for Heat number 2. Very even start across the front row, but it's going to be advantage Harris, advantage Wales into the first couple of corners. Are they all going to make their way through? Kurt Holmes on the inside there, looking for a nice clean start to build his way into this one. This is his middle of the grid start. Don't worry about the two carts at the back, they are both testers. Move for the lead, Marcel Kimalewski down the inside of Jacob Harris, gets it done on exit as well. Beautiful move from a driver who has really, really impressed me this year. Howard started the year as a C3, kept winning, kept being top of the C3s time and time again. He has been moved up to C2 in the middle of the season, and this is why, because even though he's in his novice year at the senior level, fully capable of racing at the front.
Totally agree. Mike Bodden's had a decent start as well, up to third place, and Tom Edwards as well, from 7th on the grid up to 4th. So a few drivers putting tidy moves in early doors here in heat number 2, as that is a move for third place. That is Tom Edwards getting by on Mike Bodden there, and this one's going to confuse you and me, Andrew, if it goes to Jacob Harris versus Tom Edwards.
We're going to have to pause for now because there's a yellow flag out down at the Stratford hairpin. I think there's some remedial action here, just putting the tyres back in place to make sure that the drivers don't run wide and over that wide high curb on driver's left.
I'm going to say it was Lucas Clever who probably caused that, because he's just had a penalty for making contact with tyres.
There we go. But yeah, no, Tom Edwards, another driver who's been improving across the course of the last 12 months. Was a C3 last year, did a lot of racing in the Club 100 Experience Championship as well, a smaller series, with giving drivers a bit more time on track to get up to the cut and thrust of the sprints here, the blue ribbon event, as Kurt Holmes is on the move, has got past Don Valance and Adam Wright up to P4.
Well, they've all got by on Mike Bodden. That was there was a costly lap for Mike there. I think it was just Class 1 runners coming up onto the back of him and all moving at once. So yeah, Kurt Holmes up into 4th, Dominic Valance following through as well to 5th, and Adam right now in 6th place. Still not much spread amongst our top 3, and that comes in part due to the fact that Tom Edwards has just set the fastest lap of the race. That's the driver 3rd in this queue, the driver of the number 10, as they come onto the hangar straight. So it's closing up nicely here between Chmelevski, Harris and Edwards as they come into Wilkins for the 3rd time, and it's very likely, I should say, going to get even tastier here, because I don't expect Kurt Holmes and Dominic Valance and I certainly don't expect Kurt Holmes and Adam Wright, because Adam Wright has now got by on Dominic Valance, to not catch up to these, as there is the move from Tom Edwards, or an attempt for a move by Tom Edwards on Jacob Harris. It stays as they were for now. Harris checking where Edwards is going into Stratford, positions his cart well to deter the move. You can see Kurt Holmes and Adam Wright closing up onto the back of them now. There is a certain amount of pressure for Edwards. He'd quite like a rear gunner, rather than having to deal or be the first of these two to deal with the closing Class 1 drivers. Mikey Nichols, the other Class 1 driver in this field, has made his way up to 6th place, so he's starting to filter up. There he is, in fact, battling away with Dominic Valance, so he's starting to come up to the head of the field again. Once again, a challenge for 2nd place here. Tom Edwards up and past Jacob Harris. Nice little move, and so too Adam Wright has got by on Kurt Holmes, and they immediately go for Jacob Harris. Oh, and that's a it must be a difficult moment psychologically to be passed by 3 drivers in 2 corners. But to be fair, once your momentum's upset, and I think that's Mikey Nichols going through as well. And I wonder if to a certain extent that's Jacob Harris somewhat playing himself back into the rhythm rather than worrying too much. Although, as I say that, his elbow's out at the Bruno chicane, and now battling away with Dominic Valance on exit.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have problems with Stephen Jennings closing in behind as well, who's got some good pace at this stage of the race. Kurt Holmes switches to the inside, gets through past Tom Edwards, has found a way past Adam Wright as well in recent laps. This would be a useful score for Kurt Holmes, 2nd place. Remember, his heat situation in terms of the drops, he's got to be getting in 4th place or higher. 4th place would be only the additional 1 point, so really to start crawling back those points and the deficit to brother Joe, he needs top 3. 2nd place would do quite nicely. Down the inside, Adam Wright, the winner from Rissington, the first ever visit of CLUB100 to Rissington in the modern era. Down the inside of Tom Edwards. Nice move there for P3.
If you missed it, by the way, Kurt Holmes got back past Adam Wright whilst they went by on Jacob Harris. It was quite the move from Kurt Holmes. He did a double pass at the apex of Cafe because Adam Wright was ahead of Kurt briefly. So, yeah, really well read by Holmes so far. And as you say, Andrew, definitely a valuable score to get his day going. As you were observing, you know, some strong heat results would be very nice to improve what's cashed already in his championship campaign, because it is always that thing. You can't drop more heats and less finals, or more finals and less heats. You have to drop 3 rounds worth.
Yep. Down to the inside goes Kurt Holmes. That's a lovely move on Marcel Kimilevsky. Well, this is a very positive start for Kurt Holmes. 13 points is the deficit on Joe Holmes at the start of the day. With this result, if he can hold it for the next lap and a half, 6 of those 13 would, for now, be written off. Now, it will, of course, depend on what Joe Holmes can do with his first heat in a short while, but this is good stuff from Kurt Holmes. Down the inside there for 4th place, Mikey Nichols and Dom Valance have both gone through past Tom Edwards. Final lap board is out. Got to give it to Marcel Kimilevsky as well. Kimilevsky is not giving this one up at all. Taking on a very quick driver indeed in the shape of Adam Wright as well, but Wright's going to be side by side with Kimilevsky. Kimilevsky will have the inside line for Pitts Bend, down towards Stratford for the last time. Kimilevsky subtly defends on the entry to Stratford. That was nicely positioned, but a good exit for Adam Wright. Wright's going to try and stick his nose down the inside into the Bruno chicane. This is increasingly looking good. Oh, Adam Wright, how about that? Well, that's a lovely move for me. No, he's going to wave him back through. He's going to wave Kimilevsky back through, but is there going to be an opportunity to do? Because Mikey Nichols is going to go around the outside, 3 wide through hanger. Oh, what a move! Mikey Nichols taking advantage of the moment. Kurt Holmes starts his afternoon with a victory. What a move! One of the best of the year for Mikey Nichols in P2. Kimilevsky and Wright do swap positions, but for 3rd place, what a finish!
A double pass round the outside of Hanger Corner at Shenington isn't something I've ever covered, I don't think.
Mikey Nichols, you a brave boy.
Yeah.
That was, wow, that was something.
We've got to have a think about the next race. I don't know. I understand from Adam's perspective he didn't want the penalty, but was he did he concede a bit too much there?
We'll consider that and leave it to the comments as well. Heat 3 is next.
Let's take you through the grid for Heat 3 then. All of these drivers' first visit to the circuit today for racing action at least. They may have taken part in the test session earlier on. Miguel Hall starts this one from pole position. Joe Wright alongside Yusuf Sohajono and Alex Pritchard on row 2. Sam Iddles and Scott Parker are on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Luke Somerville and Vijay Patel. Bill Taylor and Paul Jennings are on row number 5. William Illith and Thomas Smith are your 6th row of the grid, and it's on row 7 that we find James Patton and Will Emerson. Ethan Herford and Nick Glynn are your 8th row of the grid, and And then it's Angus Eddowes to round out your 17 karts contesting heat number 3 of 12 for round 9. Don't worry, they're just doing reconnaissance laps. I know it looks like they're racing, but
they're heavyweights.
They're heavyweights.
It's what they do.
It's what they do. They look like they're racing even when they're warming up. It's a thing.
Keep coins coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. David Whitehouse does also make a good point that the other way of looking at the scores is if you apply no drops at all.
True.
At which point, in terms of total points, I mean, the reason you would look at this is like the trend of the season so far. Yeah. That Kurt has got more points than Joe at this stage. But for this race, we put the championship scenarios in C1 to the side for the moment. We will be having a look at how Bill Taylor's day gets going. The super heavyweight points leader starts this race from 9th on the grid.
High concentration of novice drivers in this one, by the way. Only the one Class 1 driver in the form of Alex Pritchard, who's the second driver in the queue there, you can just see.
Well, quite a few new drivers today as well. I know we've got some of the buddy system that you saw in the paddock walk earlier on. But just to give a shout out to all the new drivers that we've got here today, some of them in this race. Jay Richards, Angus Eddowes, Man Davidson. Jake Hicklin has raced before in other series, if my memory serves me correctly, but this is his first time this season in sprints. Gareth Pritchard likewise. Ethan Herford has raced in the BKT, if I'm not mistaken. Lee Crowther, Laszlo Earl and James Patton all making their sprints debuts into the 2024 season at least.
Yes, indeed. Here then at Shenington, as we've been talking about, a circuit steeped in karting history here in the northwest corner of Oxfordshire. Closest major town is Banbury, but on a map, if you're trying to find it, it's about in the very middle between Stratford-upon-Avon and Bicester. Which I don't know why I've started doing that this year, this sort of weird triangulation thing I do when describing venues. But, you know, kart circuits can be in quite rural areas because they can be noisy affairs. So sometimes it can be hard to find them on the map.
The other one I like to trip out about this place is that we are not far from a major battleground of the English Civil War.
We're not. The Battle of Edge Hill of 1640.
Sounds about right.
2? I'm doing that off of memory, folks. I do apologise if that's wrong. Any history buffs can correct me in the comments. The 1640s, the Battle of Edge Hill, which was a...
I'm
being told I'm bang on with 1642. How about that?
I took my missus for a walk round here not long ago, and I went, look, there's history older than your whole country here. Heat 3, first run of the day for this set of heavyweights.
I bet she loved you for that.
She did. She did. Miguel Hall, Joe Wright on the front row of the grid, keeping an eye on Alex Pritchard, who had a real ding-dong yesterday in the SP60 on the way to a super heavyweight win in that one. Lights have gone green, 7 minutes underway. Miguel Hall takes the lead in the early stages. Yusuf Sirhono trying to force his way through there in the blue suits and the white helmet for P2. But Joe Wright fights back. That's going to offer the opportunity for Pritchard to step through, and he takes it. Brilliant stuff there from Alex Pritchard. Scott Parker with the Dayglow yellow on his lid, trying to find a way through as the down into Stratford for the first time. Good start for Miguel Hall.
Yeah, brilliant start there from our pole sitter, but Alex Pritchard doing what you would hope to do as a Class 1 starter in this field, and jumping up into second place, putting yourself in a good position for the rest of the race to come, as there's the standard jostling for positional. We've got 2 spinners I can see out the 3 spinners, excuse me, I can see out the window at the back of the field. So we'll double check on timing who that is as we come round to the end of the lap. Just to be clear though, 3 spinners generally not enough to create a full start, and they're beyond the full start zone anyway, so this will be called good as the first lap, and it is wrapped up with our pole sitter still in the lead. Miguel Hall leads, Alex Pritchard in second, Yusuf Sohayono, Sam Iddles and Scott Parker round out your top 5. Drivers who have had a not suboptimal first lap: Nick Klin, James Patton and Angus Eddowes will have fallen a little way off the back of the pack. But I'll have to say, one of the worst things at Shenington is to be by yourself on track. They aren't actually. They've all recovered at the same rate. So they're sort of running as their own pack. So for some of those drivers, all of them are some of our novice drivers, it's still good experience for them to be learning this track and experiencing driving alongside others in Club 100 machinery. As down the inside there goes Sam Iddles on Yusuf Sahayono in a tidy move there for third place. But Sahayono is going to fight back here and fight back very well, actually. Got a good drive there through the Park Straight and into Park Bend, as behind them Scott Parker and Paul Jennings are doing battle as well over fifth place.
Miguel Hall trying to right a bit of a wrong, I feel, so far this season. He's had 4 second places in heats. He's not had a heat win so far this year. It's a great opportunity for Miguel Hall to put a number 1 in his heats column for 2024. 4.5 minutes to go. Your leader is the fastest driver on circuit, 54.0. 2/10 quicker than Alex Pritchard on that last tour of the circuit. Scott Parker, you see in the centre of the shot there, the blue and yellow on his back. This is a good scrap with Yusuf Sahayono at the front of the field. Sam Iddles in fourth place, and Paul Jennings, good to see him back in the fray as well in the number 58. Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. This is a good run for Miguel Hall. Not easy to do, leading a race on your own out here. To keep that rhythm going, knowing that you're always one little moment, particularly on a day like today, and there's not a lot of grip out there on the Dunlop tyres. Very, very difficult to keep pulling away from the pack behind.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I've just seen what I think must be the latest braking formation penalty I've ever seen in a race. It's for one of our novice drivers at the back. I won't trouble them by bringing that one up. Miguel Hall, this is one of the greatest examples so far today of controlling a race. Very few race leaders have been able to break away and control it in this fashion, as we're watching Sam Iddles and Paul Jennings doing battle here, and that's a nice move from Paul Jennings through Park Bend, through Cafe, and now through the pit bend on to the Stratford Straight. But Iddles is going to fight back here in the 39 down the inside. Will there be a switchback move there for Jennings on the exit? They're side by side down the runway straight. There is the 27 of Yusuf Sahayono, and it is indeed Paul Jennings who enters that Bruno chicane ahead in that battle.
Always impresses me with Paul. He's a perennial. How do I say this? He always tends to do like 4 or 5 rounds a year. He's not a full season driver, but whenever Paul turns up, he's always competitive.
Yes,
he's always there. Now, he normally does around. He does an annual feature at a clay pigeon round, for example. But you know, coming to the. He likes the old school circuits. You say, you look where he's been this year: Clay, Rissington, here at Shenington, and he's not one of those drivers like, I need a couple of races just to get in the zone. Bam! First race of the day, he's up there in P4.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Really good point. And I don't know what we do call it, perennial disruptor. I don't know what the term is for that, but yeah,
perennial part-timer.
Yeah, but he is. As you say, competitive right out the gates here, and currently holds the fastest lap of the race. Just over 90 seconds left on the clock, and Miguel Hall controls this one nicely. Alex Pritchard has increased pressure now from Sahayono, who's closed the gap for second place there. So it's not a done deal yet at all for second place. Further down the order, there's a few moves. Ethan Herford has got past Luke Somerville. Thomas Smith has got past William Eilith. The highest placed Class 3 runner at the moment is Ethan Herford. Just for the record, we said that there were quite a few Class 3 novice drivers. He is the one who has got up into the top 10 at the moment. He's now trying to chase down Bill Taylor, who is the highest placed super heavyweight driver in this field, albeit there are but 2 of them. Here is the battle for second place then. Closed up nicely there. Little bit of contact, corner to corner there, between Sahayono and Pritchard. There is going to be one more lap in which Soa Hyono can challenge him, because it's the last lap board this time around. Miguel Hall leads this one pretty comfortably. One of the most comfortable leads I can recall today of 2.8 seconds. There he is. He just has to stroke this one home. But Alex Pritchard is under no such comfort. He has got Yusuf Soa Hyono breathing down his neck. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there as he cuts back across. They've both got to be careful there, of course. They don't want to get too many contact warnings, because they will get a penalty. Still Pritchard ahead, though. Behind them, by the way, Iddles, Jennings and Wright having a decent battle as well over 4th place. On to this hanger straight then on the last lap. It looks to me like Pritchard has enough in hand to comfortably navigate his way through the Wilkins complex. Ahead of them, though, here is Miguel Hall coming through to take the win for heat number 3 of 12 for round 9. A well-controlled victory there for Miguel Hall. Alex Pritchard holds on for 2nd place ahead of Yusuf Soa Hyono. Good drive, though, from Soa Hyono nonetheless. Sam Iddles in 4th, Paul Jennings in 5th, Joe Wright in 6th, Scott Parker in 7th, 8th for Bill Taylor, 9th for Ethan Herford, and 10th was Vijay Patel. That was the top 10 at the end of Heat 3. Don't forget results on alphatiming.co.uk. Click on CLUB100 for all of the confirmed results as we look ahead to the last heat of this first rotation, that being Heat number 4. Here is your grid for Heat 4. After this, all of our drivers will have taken to the track one time. Joe Holmes starts this one on pole position with Adam Britton alongside. Luke Fletcher and Elliot Alt are on row number 2, and then it's Anwar Burrell-Smith and Gerard Moore on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Steve Lindley and Paul Williams. Jonathan Wilson and Simon Dean are on row 5. Row 6 is where we find Darren Booker and Glenn Orford. Then it's going to be row 7 with Davidson Mann and Adam Napora. Row 8 is Rupert Rickson and Jay Richards. And Robbie Scott rounds out the 17-car grid for heat number 4.
Joe's drops situation in terms of heats has been an ever-present, so 3 of his already accumulated scores in heats gone. They are a 4th, a 5th and a 7th. So for Joe Holmes, this is what we're meaning in terms of the level to which Joe can improve his performances. Anything outside of the top 3 is pretty much useless to him in terms of championship points. Yes, of course, it still counts towards getting onto an A final grid. That's where Joe will be looking to pull his points back, because as he mentioned earlier, some of his finals haven't been up to his high standards so far this year. This is quite a nice look of the draw as well for Joe Holmes, that his first race is from pole position.
Yes.
If he holds this spot at the front, which he's very capable of doing, of course, it would still translate into a points gain, a 5-point gain. It would put the lead back up to, in terms of total counting points, best of 21 results in heats, it would put the lead back up to 12.
I mean, it's a very nice problem to have, of course, that you can basically go, oh, if I don't finish 3rd or higher, it's not useful. It's testament to how strong the scoreline is already. You mentioned one thing that he benefits from this. Obviously, he still wants to score well to get onto that A final grid. Yes. The other aspect of this is denying good heat points to other competitors.
Yep.
And that is, of course, a factor here, because Anwar Burrell-Smith is also on this grid. So there is still, don't worry, folks. Joe Holmes is not about to back off here. He has just cause to focus on remaining competitive here and giving it his all. But yeah, it is interesting how high a bar he sets for himself. I don't mean in terms of his expectations and pressure. I mean literally mathematically the high bar that he has set for himself for anything to count furthermore to his championship when it comes to the heats at least.
Yeah, and Anwar's drop situation is a bit different because he wasn't present at Ella Park. So those 3 heats at Ella Park that he didn't race in, they're these ones that have already been dropped. So you look to the worst results that Anwar's had in a heat that he's competed in, and it's 16th place at Wilton Mill, which, if you're Anwar Burrell-Smith, is pretty much as good as not turning up at all. So yeah, you could see a big leap in the points for Anwar Barul-Smith off this very heat.
Yes.
If Anwar can get himself up there and say starting 5th on the grid, not a bad spot to be in, but you're absolutely right to highlight that point about Joe Holmes. One very good way of Joe Holmes keeping everybody in check is stopping them taking maximum points from this next race. Remember, it's 25 championship points for a heats victory, 23 for second place, 21 for third, and then it's a sliding scale of 1 point per place in the final classification.
We haven't really had it yet. We might get it at Buckmore Park as well. It's not just about you denying points, it's about the others around you denying points.
Yep.
And very often we can see, sometimes we've even seen situations where it makes sense to sort of unleash a driver with the hope that they'll catch up to your rival and deny your rival. But we've had
we had a very strange one last weekend at the British Kart Championships where an X30 title was decided by someone not relinquishing a lead that they had. It got very strange with drop scores sometimes. Right, get ready for the next one. So Joe Holmes is going to take us to the start line. Adam Britton in the blue suit alongside on the front row of the grid. Good chance here for Luke Fletcher to get a strong start from 3rd on the grid. Into the tram lines, lights go green. We're racing once again here at Shenington. Who's going to take advantage at the start? Holmes leads. Good start for Adam Britton. Keeps himself fully alongside Luke Fletcher for the turn through Cafe. That was crucial. He's going to hold P2. No, he's not. Elliot Holt's going to have a great start from 4th on the grid. The youngster flying through into P2. Here down the inside, Gerard Moore's had a great start as well, where you don't often see drivers from the outside here at Shenington then getting that bigger boost, but on that occasion we did. Braking formation penalty for Jay Richards in the 153 straight away. That was towards the back of the field. Steve Lindley getting involved there with Adam Britton. It's not been a good start at all for Adam Britton. He'll be a bit disappointed at having got that selection, that draw on the front row of the grid. Oh, Johnny Wilson going a bit deep there as the yellow flags are out. Oh, problem for Anwar Barul-Smith. Problem for Anwar Barul-Smith. Well, we were talking about this being a race to write off a 16th place from earlier on in the season. Rewrite that script. He's out.
Can I call commentator's curse on that one? Because you said 16th is, by Anwar Barul-Smith standards, as good as not turning up. It isn't discounted until it's discounted, folks. That is still going to count as a score as it stands. And that is, well, let's just say, the first thing to say, that is partially why we have dropped scores as Johnny Wilson's round. Do you know, I thought he looked loose under braking into Wilkins last lap, and I wondered if that was just that corner, or if he was, if it was the twinning of his style with that kart. And that didn't look like it was induced by contact. It looked like it was an unforced error. Don't know that for certain, but yeah, he spun round. You can see how dejected Anwar's looking. He'll have known how crucial each race is here, because he's got less to lean on, courtesy of missing a round. But yeah, that is, let's just be clear here. This can still be one of his discounted rounds.
Yeah.
But it's just a key opportunity to improve lost at a time when it's relatively cheap for him to improve, or relatively easy for him to improve.
ABC takeout penalty for Rupert Rixon, the C3 points leader.
Might have been on Johnny Wilson
on the road.
Yeah.
Out of the Bruno chicane goes that group of drivers. No problems for Joe Holmes. 1.9 seconds is the lead for the reigning champion. He's already seen brother Kurt get a win so far this afternoon. Is he going to reply with the same result in kind? Good drive at the moment from Elliot Holt there in second place. Gerard Moore in third. Steve Lindley has just got past Adam Britton for P5.
Davidson Mann on the move. Now the highest placed Class 3 runner in this field, up to 9th place. As there is a bump and pass penalty for Simon Dean. Any bump and pass penalties is +4 positions added. It is position penalties, not time penalties used in Club 100. It's been that way for half a decade now. It's been a long time that we've been using that. as that looked like Paul Williams coming under pressure from Simon Dean. 24 versus the 35, but he retains the 7th position he was in for now, although Simon Dean has good drive off of Wilkins there. It will pull alongside on the start-finish straight, but Paul Williams has a good second phase of that straight and holds on to 7th place for now. That is a battle for 7th place between Paul Williams, Simon Dean, Davidson Mann and Rupert Rixon as those top 2 Class 3s. Here is your second place battle. That's Elliot Holt and Gerard Moore. And then here is Steve Lindley, who had a good start from 7th on the grid to get himself up to 4th place on lap 1. And now leads this pack of himself, Glenn Orford and Adam Britton for 4th, 5th and 6th respectively.
Plenty of experience in this trio. Can they close down? Here's a bit of a big gap to Gerard Moore in 3rd place, who at the moment is on for an equal best result in the heat so far this season. 2.5 minutes remaining. Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. 53.257 for Joe Holmes. His lead is now 4.2 seconds ahead of Elliot Holt and Gerard Moore. Change for 7th place as Adam Britton looks down the inside of Orford there. Orford leaves a good amount of room there. We'll have the inside for Pitts Bend and will take the advantage as they head down to the Stratford hairpin. This is good news for Steve Lindley. He can break clear there in 4th place. Lindley trying to go for top 10 finish in the championship. At the moment is, in terms of our way of counting things, in 9th place. As through there, number 41, Rupert Rixon. Remember, Rixon does have a penalty from earlier in the race.
Yeah, through on Paul Williams there, although he must have also got by on Simon Dean earlier in the lap because he's now ahead of both of them. Penalty to be applied, though, as Andrew says. Adam Britton with a switchback here out of Wilkins, but he'll have to go the long way around Glenn Orford this time. That rarely pays off here at Shenington, and indeed Glenn is able to hold on to his position for now. Inside the last 90 seconds now. Fastest lap of the race, another fastest lap of the race for Joe Holmes. We were impressed with Miguel Hall's dominance in his heat earlier on. 5 seconds the gap that Joe Holmes has at the moment over the field. Highly impressive. Here is shout out to Gerard Moore, doing really well here to stay on terms with Elliot Holt. Impressed by both of those two's pace, even if there is that gap out to Joe Holmes at the front. And then here's your 4th place battle. Adam Britton once again trying to find ways to get by on Glenn Orford. Goes for the switchback, but unless he can tuck underneath the driver's left, he's always going to have a tough time of it. It's just, you have to have such a pace advantage to be able to go around the outside here. Mind you, I've now seen, Mikey Nichols go around the outside of 2 people at Hanger Corner, so I don't know what the rules are anymore. Last lap board is out for Joe Holmes, and indeed he's already in the Bruno chicane, indeed. Such is the strength of his lead. Big enough gap here that Elliot Holt can bring this one home in 2nd ahead of Gerard Moore.
And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that Elliot Holt's gone from pace carts to race carts.
He has
across the course of the lunch break. Joe Holmes replies though. His brother took 1 heat win. He's taken his first one as well. Joe Holmes takes race victory. Adds a few more points to his championship tally. 5 of them. Takes his lead back out to 12 points. Elliot Holt, P2, brilliant job. Ahead of Gerard Moore, who, with that is another 3rd place. His best result of the season so far in the heat. Steve Lindley nicely home there in 4th. Glenn Orford 5th. How did our top super heavyweight get on? That was Darren Booker in 10th place. Top C3 was Rupert Rixon, but remember he has a post-race penalty, which at least for now will drop him to 11th. That's the end of the first rotation. Everybody's done 1 race. Let's get cracking with rotation number 2. Heat 5 is next. Heading into the last couple of corners, quick run through this grid. Steve Bosley and William Iliff start on the front row. Jordan Hawkins and Paul Jennings next on row 2. Row 3, Damien Smith and Jake Icklin. On row 4, Adam Naffer and Jacob Harris. Luke Somerville and Jamie Buchan on row 5. Mike Bodner and Nick Klin start on row number 6. On the 7th row, Kieran Hyde-Moody and Chris Horn. The 16-strong field completed by Thomas Smith and Will Emerson.
Thank you, Andrew. Nicely done. We get ready for the off here. Steve Bosley will lead them away into Park Bend. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid. Looks to me like Jordan Hawkins is going to inherit second place. Yes, he is. And William Iliff having to battle with everyone else to retain what he can from what was second place. And I think he's lost momentum by being on the inside. Everyone else able to go a bit faster through, as it looks like drama for Mike Bodner and one other driver. I'll have to double check at the back of the field. They are both running still, but they've lost a lot of time. 3 wide, even 4 wide down the runway straight here. Paul Jennings struggling, I think, to find momentum in this pack, uncharacteristically dropping down the field a little bit on this first lap. Here is your top 2 though, Steve Bosley and Jordan Hawkins, and Hawkins having a think about going down the inside, having more than a think about going down the inside at Wilkins, and that is a beautifully timed move at Wilkins from Jordan Hawkins. Nicely done. I thought it was from a long way back, but just as they approached the apex, he was able to bring himself alongside, and that was perfectly measured by Jordan Hawkins. And it was Mike Bodner and Luke Somerville who were your 2 drivers. Unfortunately, down towards the back of the pack, it looks like Nick Klin may have had a bit of an incident as well to lose some time. So they're all on a bit of a recovery drive. Here's Adam Naffer down the inside on Jacob Harris. That will be for 4th place, that is, because it's Jordan Hawkins who leads. Steve Bosley in 2nd, William Iliff in 3rd, and now it is Adam Naffer ahead of Jacob Harris and Damien Smith.
Big race this for Bosley as Naffer goes through past Iliff for 3rd place. Bosley, who had that issue down at Stratford Corner in his first race. Oh, Jacob Harris to the front of this little group. Little bit of a conversation there between Harris and Naffer, as I think Iliff's going to try and get back underneath, putting the green plate, of course, indicating that William Iliff is a super heavyweight. 2 weight divisions across the field this afternoon. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Jordan Hawkins nice lead at the moment by 0.9. Harris on the brakes again. Needed to fully commit to that one. That one's not going to work this time around. And in fact, I think Jake Hicklin's now going to have a go and has got through. That's the tough thing with Shenington. It's sharp braking.
Yeah.
It's almost one of those that run into Stratford Corner. It's such a long run, you can easily overthink it.
Yes. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's an easy circuit to sort of
Damien Smith.
spook yourself, and that is David Smith round, and Mike Bodner with a slippery moment almost joined him. That's going to be galling for Damien Smith, because it kind of all concertinaed up ahead of him. He just caught the brakes and was round. The fastest lap of the race for Adam Naffer. But yeah, that's unfortunate for Smith there. Hawkins leads by a second over Steve Bosley. Adam Naffer in 3rd. And I think that's one of our back markers staying out of the way for those who are coming through.
Will Emerson, who saw there in the number 96, having a good race, is up 7 places so far as we're back towards the front. Naffer down the inside of Bosley. That is for 2nd place, and straight away we're seeing Adam Naffer starting to put a really useful score together here in this kind of, again, 1v1 battle with Mo Hassan at the top of the C2 points table. Naffer already has a 2nd place on the board. Mo Hassan beat him to the win in that heat earlier on, but in this particular race, Naffer doesn't have to worry about Mo Hassan. It's just about going out and getting as many points on the board as possible, and he's doing that pretty well. He's just got to find a way past Jordan Hawkins now in the remaining 3 minutes of this race. Onto the back straight once again then. Looking a little bit further back, this is the fight for 5th place. Hicklin, Harris, Buchan down the inside. Oh, that's going to get a little bit tight on the run through Hanger, and Jacob Harris holds the outside line. He's going to lose out there. He's going to get a face full of curb and cone. Colin's gone for a ride. Colin's been picked up. Taxi. There it is. We're going to want that back. number 18, Jamie Buchan. But that ain't coming out for a while.
Well, you say that, it's going to have the G-force, and there you go.
It's gone.
There you go. Centripetal forces to the rescue.
Contact warning for the number 58 of Paul Jennings. 2 minutes to go in this one. Kieran Hyde-Moody having a great race as well. Another C3 moving up through the order. Number 100 has gained 7 places so far in this race, up to P6.
I do always wonder, when they're replacing the cones, do they keep a spare one for when that happens?
Nope.
Okay.
That's going to be a long walk for somebody.
Move for the lead. Move for the lead.
Naffa
down the inside of Hawkins at Wilkins. And we said he had some great momentum, having got by on Steve Bosley. That is a tiny move there for Adam Naffa. Up past his fellow Class 2 runner in Jordan Hawkins. And he is through. And that is off the back of what was at one point, I think it got out to 1.5 seconds in Hawkins' favour over Steve Bosley at one point. But here we are. Naffa to the lead with this and one more to go, most likely. Really well played.
You asked the question of, this is the eye into the observer's world. What happens when a cone gets taken a long way away from its position? Get the pace cards out. This is one of the duties that you have as a pace car driver that doesn't always come to fruition, but I can tell you out of our commentary box window that it is right now. 45 seconds to go in this one, so drivers will see the last lap board this time around. Adam Naffa acknowledges that one. Has got a 3/10 lead over Hawkins. Bosley P3. This is what we mean about losing the toe round here. It's such a powerful thing at Shenington. There's a 6-second gap between Steve Bosley and William Iliff.
Speaking of which, by the way, the battle that William Iliff is as the head of is quite a tight one as they're on the last tour of the circuit. The battle for 4th place is by no means done. William Iliff absorbing the pressure from Jake Hicklin, Kieran Hyde-Moody and Chris Horn, so that'll be one to watch for who comes out on top there. But we are rightly looking at the battle for the lead here because it is nose to tail. That's a tester cart, possibly having an issue, but as the leaders are coming in to Wilkins now, who is coming out on top? It is going to be Naffa, who's coming out there on top ahead of Jordan Hawkins, but it's going to be a drag race to the line nonetheless. And it is Adam Naffa who takes the win by 1/10 of a second from Steve Bosley. And William Iliff does just hang on for 4th place ahead of Jake Hicklin, Kieran Hyde-Moody in 6th, Chris Horn in 7th, Jamie Buchan in 8th, 9th, Paul Jennings and Jacob Harris rounding out your top 10. That's how they finished heat number 5. Heat 6 is coming out next.
Halfway point of the heats after this one. Here's your grid. Simon Dean and Mikey Nichols on row 1. Jonathan Wilson and Adam Wright start on row 2. Alex Pritchard and Joe Wright go from row 3. We're going to go round again for another formation lap with Marcel Kimlewski and Tim Penny on row 4. Steve Lindley and Adam Hadfield on row 5. Sam Iddles and Scott Parker go from row number 6. They're ahead of Robbie Scott and Jay Richards on row 7. Luke Leonard and Lucas Clever on row 8. Gareth Pritchard completes the 17 runners in this one. Hello to Stay for the Winter, who's cheering on Nick Clean out there as well. Andy P as well, and Rebecca cheering on Chris Horn.
These were all drivers who were out in the previous.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for your support, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've already seen a dramatic round the outside move from Mikey Nichols today in the first round of heats. What can he do here from P2 on the grid with Simon Dean for company?
This is the highest concentration of Class 1s I can recall us having so far, actually. There's 5 of them in this heat. So we should expect, on average, we would expect those C1s to filter up to the top over the course of the race, but it is by no means a guaranteed thing. Here we are then, eyes on the lights, and engine notes rise as Simon Dean on our right, driver's left, takes them away towards Park Bend. Even start from both sides of the grid. In fact, Mikey Nichols might have an opportunity to seize the lead here on the inside of Cafe, which he duly does. Adam Wright fancies following through as well, if at all possible. He's going to be side by side with Simon Dean, the pole sitter, but Simon Dean has the advantage as it goes 3-1, even 4-1 there through pit bend. I'm delighted to see everybody, though, facing the right way. Alex Pritchard down the inside of Simon Dean as well now. So it's both Adam Wright and Alex Pritchard. In fact, 3 Class 1 drivers have got the better of the pole sitter as they head through the Bruno chicane, such that it is now Mikey Nichols, Adam Wright and Alex Pritchard, your top 3, as there is Tim Penny doing battle with Sam Iddles. I think that was in the mid-pack there, as they come round Hanger Corner and now breaking into Wilkins for the first time in this 6th heat of the day. For our heavyweights, it's going to be Michael Nichols who is in the lead come the end of it, ahead of Adam Wright, Alex Pritchard, and then it's Simon Dean, our pole sitter, still the highest placed Class 2 runner, in 4th, ahead of Johnny Wilson and Joe Wright in 6th.
Bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for Marcel Kimilevsky off the start. His front axle was momentarily up in the air. That's why Marcel Kimilevsky has fallen down to 9th place. Adam Wright on the move, down the inside. Really liking the look of Adam. There's a new energy. There's a reinvigorated Adam Wright in that number 3. I think getting that win, and it wasn't his first A-final win, we should note, but it was his first one for a while.
Yes.
When we went to Rissington, and it's always great to see when a driver gets a breakthrough result in terms of a run of form, that form continues.
Adam is, in my head, I see Adam as he's the king of consistency in Club 100.
Yeah.
You know, when you were talking so much about consistency in the lightweights this morning, where ironically the top 2 in the lightweights coming into today have not won a round, I was actually minded to think, I didn't mention him because he's taken that win recently, but I was reminded of Adam Wright because he is such a consistent driver. He is always in the hunt in this championship, but as you say, sometimes, you know, there's that consistency, but he hasn't had those big results. He's had those big wins surprisingly irregularly in his career, if that makes sense. And so I agree with you, mate. There's an energy there now after that great result from Rissington. It's great to see for a driver who was already extremely skilled in Club 100.
3 podiums in the last 4 A-finals for Adam Wright. And of course, we'll see if Adam can make it through to that A-final. At the moment, he's very much on course to do so. 4th in the first appearance for the number 3 earlier on today, and is leading this one at the end of lap number 3. Tim Penny's shifting, though. He's just put in a new fastest lap of the race in the high 53s.
Chmielewski has accrued a forcing driver wide penalty. That'll be 2 positions added to wherever he finishes. Just to be clear, that was accrued whilst he did have steering. Okay, that's not when he was riding up on another car. That would be a harsh forcing a driver wide. In fact, if you are wondering how do you steer when if you've lost your front axle, you've ridden up onto another car, the answer is you don't.
You don't.
You wait until you regain contact with the ground.
To the racing gods. 3.5 minutes to go. Good scrap this. Adam Wright and Mikey Nichols at the front of the field. And conscious as well that Alex Pritchard is not too far behind. Jonathan Wilson, this has been a really, really good start to this race for Jonathan Wilson, who needs a bounce-back result after a tough first heat in the 1:06. Joe Wright is there in 5th place at the front of the next train. In fact, I tell you what, Joe Wright is pulling that train along really, really nicely. Tim Penny, Steve Lindley, Scott Parker, all this way around a minute, and round goes Pritchard. Round goes Pritchard, moment there with Johnny Wilson. Pritchard not too happy about that at all. It gives a little bit of a thumbs up, saying, well, was that seen? We'll find out in a few moments' time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Tough to see. Our kind of view on it was very late on in everything that was going on there, as Tim Penny's going to look down the inside of Joe Wright. This, I think, he's going to be for 3rd place now, with Pritchard and Wilson both dispatched from this battle. Yes, it is. So Tim Penny having a good return here. 3 positions on that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, penalty for Jonathan Wilson take out. You were measured in your account there, Andrew, because it's not our call to make, but that did look fairly incriminating from what we saw there, and the call has been made by race control, so that will be a 6th place position penalty to wherever Wilson finishes, which, for the record, not that this is how it is adjudged, would put him back behind Alex Pritchard as it currently stands.
To kind of give a there's a problem
Simon
for
Dean.
the number 35 with Simon Dean to explain for our regular viewers on Alpha Live. I'll come back to this because there's almighty scrap going on between Adam Wright and Mikey Nichols. Good defence there from Adam Wright. Unlike, say, something that we were watching last weekend in the British Kart Championships, as Nichols is down the inside of Adam Wright for the race lead.
They're not going to let you make the point.
They're not going to let me make my point. Down the inside into Cafe Corner goes Adam Wright. The point being, no CCTV cameras in this. It's all down to the eyes of the trained observers out on circuit. That's a bit of a lock-up there for Adam Wright off the racing line. He's got it stopped, though. Brilliantly done by Adam Wright. Mikey Nichols is still not done here. Mikey Nichols wants another strong finish.
This will be the penultimate lap. Anyway, Simon Dean there with that drama for him. Particularly galling because this was his pole position start, of course. So of the heats, this was the one where he would have hoped to have gotten the strongest result. Oh, there's a little nip there on the back of Adam Wright's kart as Mikey Nichols pulls out the slipstream to try and set himself up for Wilkins. As it is, it stays as it was, if that makes sense. They remain in first and second as they start on their last lap here.
The point being, just going back to the CCTV, at something like a British Kart Championship level, you've got that infrastructure, but also the budget and cost of the infrastructure.
Yes.
For that as well too. Replay incidents, look through them, all the rest of it. That's not really appropriate for this level on the karting pathway. And as I say, correct call if you ask me for the incident between Alex Pritchard and Jonathan Wilson. And I can say from personal experience, it's not easy.
Yes.
It's in the heat of the moment.
Here we go, though, into the final opportunity here. And it's a bold braking manoeuvre from Mikey Nichols, but he's going to have to rely on the switchback. It is going to be a good switchback, but I think he's going to run out of runway here. Adam Wright is going to cross the line to take the win just by just over a tenth from Mikey Nichols. Tim Penny finishes a strong third place there. Joe Wright in fourth. Steve Lindley in fifth, ahead of Adam Hadfield. Scott Parker in seventh. Eighth for Sam Iddles. Marcel Chmielewski in ninth. And 10th on the road was Jonathan Wilson, but has a penalty to be applied, so it will probably go the way of Lucas Clever. That was Heat 6. We are now halfway through our heats. Heat 7 is coming up next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. And here is your grid for Heat 7 for round 9 of our heavyweights. Bill Taylor will start this one from pole position with Stuart Jones alongside. Archie Adkins and Elliot Alt are your second row. Adam Britton and Yusuf Sohayono are next. And then on row 4 we will find Luke Fletcher and Joe Holmes with Tom Edwards and Vijay Patel rounding out the top 10. Amar Burrell Smith and Gerard Moore are on row 6. Row 7 is Charlie Newman and Ethan Herford. Row 8 is James Patton and Lee Crowther, and Rob Phillips and Angus Eddowes round out an 18-kart grid as we're just coming out of the final quarter and we're going around again, so we're not ready to go.
So, a bit of an opportunity here for Joe Holmes to put a bit of pressure on. The first time around, it was Kurt going first before Joe. And they traded wins with one another. Joe Holmes goes first this time around. Another race victory as an example. As I say, it's 25 points for a race victory, but when we get into this stage of the season and drop scores are in play and you're effectively racing against your own results from earlier in the season, a win right now for Joe would equate to a 4-point game.
Yes.
So 21 of those 25 points is effectively already secured with a race result from earlier in the season.
Yeah.
I think we're going to go around again.
What's the super heavyweight situation?
Super heavyweight situation is well. The curious thing with Mike, again, depends on how you cut the cake. Mike Bodner, if you take points secured, as it's confirmed, we're going to go around again, is your race leader. But that's mainly because Bill Taylor was sat out 2 rounds.
Right.
So he's effectively a round behind everybody else. He's done 6 counting rounds as opposed to Mike Bodner, who's done 7 counting rounds,
right,
and 1 worth of scores that's already been dropped. That's why we're having a delay. Joe Holmes has gone for a kart change, which he is allowed to do in a heat. He's not going to have a lot of time to get everything up to temperature, though.
No. Adam Wright did the same thing for the very first heat of the day, I spotted.
So in terms of drops, Bill Taylor is he's accumulating his first set of points to take him up to a full complement. So nice and easy on the maths on that front.
I ask because Bill Taylor is our pole sitter for this one. Only super heavyweight driver in the field. And he will have the green number plate accordingly. We are good for the off though, for Heat 7. It'll be eyes on the lights. And engine notes rise, and away we go with Bill Taylor leading the way in the 144. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Stuart Jones perhaps caught a bit napping there because Archie Adkins is already up to second place as they work their way through, and Adam Britton has had a good start as well. A great start actually from 5th on the grid, and he's going to take second place there as they come out of pit bend. There's Archie Adkins, and he's all over there's contact under braking, and he's off to driver's left there. And we've got other drivers around at Stratford Hairpin. It is called good as a start at the moment. No full start flags out, but there are 3 drivers there, I think, who will be licking their wounds after Stratford Hairpin on lap 1.
Yeah, it's an understandable frustration for the driver. I think it was Archie Adkins there giving the double P1 sign. But from our vantage point, the drivers to the left couldn't really go anywhere but the grass. So, yeah, unfortunate to see that down there at Stratford Corner. Bill Taylor's your race leader. Good positive start for Anwar Barul Smith. Needs a good result here. He's had a DNF. If you're just joining us, in his first round of heats, it was indeed Archie Adkins, Angus Eddars and Rob Phillips all in trouble down at Stratford that first time around. Anwar Barul Smith, no need of ABS down into Stratford Corner. Anwar gets his braking absolutely spot on to take the lead of the race. Well, one way to bounce back from a P16 finish is to put a win in the record books and get rid of that 16th place finish into the drop spin straight away. Where is Joe Holmes in this now? I'm not expecting the flying Joe Holmes start. Because he's changed his kart, everything will be a little bit cooler, 2 or 3 laps cooler, even at just going round at formation speed than everybody else. Now things have hit into gear at the end of the second full lap. Joe Holmes has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 53.613, so look out for the reigning champion, the number 1 plate, to start coming through the field.
Indeed, coming up now as he is onto the back of Yusuf Sohayodo. In fact, there he is at the back of this queue, is the driver of the number 1. So here we go. Anwar Barul Smith is exactly where he would like to be. He would dearly love Joe Holmes to not come any closer. And he's got about 4 rear gunners, the first of whom, though, is under pressure now. And that is a very impressive from Joe Holmes there. I say that because he judged that braking perfectly then, not only to get past Yusuf, but also to not go into the back of Tom Edwards, who is now dispatched through Park Bend. But that was perfectly judged braking from Joe Holmes there into Wilkins. It is so easy to, yes, be on for getting the pass done by the apex, but career into the back of the person ahead of you, as there is a move from Adam Britton on Bill Taylor for second place. And that, if anything, is going to allow Holmes to try and get past, and he has got past. This is somewhat of a key demonstration, a bit of a masterclass, dare I say, in getting through this traffic that has been brilliantly judged by Holmes over the last lap. And he now just has Bill Taylor to get by before he himself will be trying to close in on Anwar Barul Smith as race leader. He's going to cut to driver's left on Bill here, and all things being equal, will swoop through up into second. Very impressive stuff from Joe Holmes. That is why he is one of the most decorated Club 100 racers ever, because of the ability to scythe through traffic like that when he needs to.
And as I say, you said earlier that his heats have been very strong. To put it quite simply, when he was in 3rd place, he wasn't adding any championship points to his tally. Like third is now, we talked about 4th at the start of this afternoon being a position that doesn't really do anything for Joe apart from bag some points on the day for the A final grid. You know, he's now in that position where seconds and firsts are what improve his tally. but he's still going out there and doing it, and that is very impressive stuff again from Joe Holmes. 2.5 minutes to go in this one. Further behind, this is a key battle for the super heavyweight situation. Bill Taylor, again, has missed 2 rounds, so one of those rounds is already gone in the drops pile. The second set of non-attendance and no scores is going in the pile for every single result he can get today, so every point matters. Adam Britton down the inside of the super heavyweight leader, and Elliot Olt's going to have a go as well. Bill Taylor might have to concede this one into 5th place. He's not going to, though, because Bill Taylor keeps himself ahead of Elliot Olt in 4th place. The trouble is now, as they move onto the Hanger Straight, is it going to be a bit of a sitting duck round the outside? Elliot Olt going for the move here. Tom Edwards in the all-black livery there, sitting just behind. Bill Taylor getting the elbows out and cleanly holding on to 4th place. Good stuff.
Yeah, really good battling going on there. There's the fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes, but as it stands at the moment, it's not nearly enough to overhaul Anwar at the head of the field. 2 seconds that Anwar has in hand, and he's only lost a 10th.5 on that last lap as Elliot Olt goes down the inside of Bill Taylor at Stratford Hairpin as they head towards Bruno Chicane. So that is Olt through past Taylor, off the back of a very good battle. Through Hanger Corner they go. Other recent moves, Vijay Patel recently got past Stuart Jones. Jones is carrying a penalty, by the way. He has a takeout penalty, and I didn't quite ever identify who it was that he had taken out. But it's a 6th place penalty to be applied to Stuart Jones come the end of the race, unfortunately. Last lap board is out, though, for our leaders. This is the battle over 3rd place, Adam Britton versus Elliot Olt, whereas behind them Bill Taylor defending against Yusuf Sahayono and Tom Edwards.
It might be for the incident with Archie Adkins, because they both started next to each other.
Okay. Good shout. Anwar Burrell-Smith, though, wasn't this the best way to respond? Just a few, within the last hour, we saw him pulling off to the side of the road here at this part of the track, but now he sees the checkered flag. Anwar Burrell-Smith takes the win in heat number 7 to bring himself back into the fight for today's round. Joe Holmes in 2nd, Adam Britton in 3rd, Elliot Olt in 4th, 5th for Bill Taylor, 6th for Yusuf Sahayono. And as if to give a statement of intent, that's the fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes on the last lap. It's the last heat of the 2nd rotation next here at Shenington. It's heat number 8.
Last heat of the 2nd rotation. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Dom Vallance on pole position is joined on the front row by Glenn Orford. Stephen Jennings and Darren Booker go from row number 2. Vinod Hirani, the super heavyweight, is joined by Dan Grocott on row number 3. The 4th row of the grid, Chris Reynolds is joined by Mo Hassan. Big race this for Mo Hassan in his C2 battle with Adam Naffer. Miguel Hall and Jack Giles complete the top 10 ahead of Paul Williams and Luke Winter on row number 6. Kurt Holmes has his from the back start on row 7 alongside Konstantin Abakumov, Laszlo Earl, Davidson Mann, Adam Napora and Rupert Rickson complete the 18 runners for this one.
Indeed they do. And I think we're going to be good for a start first time around this time. Dominic Vallance on pole, Glenn Orford alongside. We've got a single Class 1 runner. He's already won a heat today, and he's got to come from effectively the back of the field. Away we go then. Dominic Vallance in the number 95. Even start from both sides of the grid. Will Glenn Orford fire up the inside of Cafe Corner? He will, and he'll make that move stick. And look out for Stephen Jennings as well. Nothing to lose here today. He's not doing a full season campaign in the senior sprints, and he's up the inside of Dominic Vallance at Stratford Hairpin. In other words, he's here just to have fun and to get whatever he can from every single race he's in. And he's started off well there up into second place as Darren Booker, I believe, was able to retain fourth out there.
One kart off in the background has got going again through the Bruno chicane. We'll track who that was. It was a triple plate number in a few moments' time. Braking formation penalty for Vinod Hirani. Will have exited the tram lines before they reached the start line. Slight difference in the rules to those who maybe watched British Champs rounds here previously, where it's running to the line, so even as the lights go green, you've got to stay in the tram lines all the way to the start line. And yeah, that's most likely Vinod Hirani has just hopped out of those tram lines. This is the battle for the lead. Jennings down the inside of Orford. Still side by side as they head towards the Bruno chicane. It was Davidson Mann, the 156, that was in trouble at the end of the first lap. Laszlo Earl as well in the 166. Good scrap this. Stephen Jennings and Glenn Orford in towards Hanger Corner. Jennings goes to the inside. Orford shuts the door. Good braking from both of them. Orford a little bit deep though. Oh, felt he was a little bit encouraged perhaps there. Jennings takes the lead though. 5 minutes of this one to go. How is Kurt Holmes doing? P8 at the moment on the road.
Absolutely making good progress there. Bit of housekeeping as well. Your spinner at the Bruno chicane on that one was Laszlo Earl. Davidson Mann also had a bit of a drama there, but once again, two drivers who have dramas on the first lap are running quite close to each other, so they can at least enjoy that battle with themselves. As there is the penalty for bump and pass. Stephen Jennings, race control, were inclined to agree with the assessment, I think shared by Glenn Orford, that that move for the lead was a little bit too robust.
Yes, it was a bit of a bump and run from Stephen Jennings. It was slight, but again, all the weight's gone forward when you go into Wilkins, so it doesn't take a lot, you know, a little tap on the rear to cause a driver to run wide. So I can understand why that one has been called. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
It's easy.
Warning for Darren Booker.
Yeah, sorry. It's easy for me to say, yeah, that'll be for cones on the inside of Hanger Corner, by the way, where they're replacing them now under yellows. Easy for me to say from the cover of the comms box. I'm marginally surprised Stephen didn't give that position back in a way. That was an easy one to concede. That's easy for me to say with being Captain Hindsight here, but yeah, it's that's going to be a four-place position applied to Stephen at the end of the race. Kurt Holmes here on the tail of our pole sitter, Dominic Valance, who has recently been passed by Miguel Hall as well.
So the biggest problem for Kurt Holmes right now is his own brother's form. Because Joe Holmes getting some good scores on the board, he's retaining his 12, 13 point lead that we were talking about at the top of the programme for the heavyweights. Kurt Holmes with that win earlier has got himself into a very similar position in terms of drop scores as Joe. He needs third in this race to further improve his score by one solitary point.
It's really a case of anything you can do, I can do better, isn't it, between these two? Big move there, by the way. Oh, nice move from Dan Grocott on Dominic Valance in Stratford Hairpin. That's the 75 driver up to 6th place, albeit he has recently got a contact warning, excuse me, so he will need to be careful of that. This is the battle for third place. Miguel Hall, fastest lap of the race last time around, on the back of Mo Hassan. There's a battle for the lead. Glenn Orford keeping Stephen Jennings honest, but remember, Stephen Jennings has a penalty now, so your net leader is still Glenn Orford.
Miguel Hall has had contact with something because his right-hand side pod is at slightly askew angle. That's a nice move, though. Down the inside of Mo Hassan for third place. I don't think it'll trigger any kind of mechanical flag because it's not coming loose. It's not a scenario that's getting any worse. This is where I apply the Howard Mitchell principle of bumper derangement from a trip to Ella Park a few years ago. Bump held true and steady.
Yes.
At a slightly jaunty angle for the best part of all of 2 hours. It's fine. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Stephen Jennings, race leader from Glen Orford by 0.6 of a second, but remember, has a +4 place penalty. Kurt Holmes, the fastest driver out on circuit, what was that time? 53.625. He's even matching the same pace that Joe was doing earlier on. It's all building up to a nice, tasty A final later on this afternoon. Jennings at the moment, well, Holmes would jump up 1 spot with the penalty for Jennings, but again, would only get him up to 4th. That wouldn't mean anything in terms of championship scores.
Effective lead battle here. Miguel Hall on the tail of Glen Orford. Had a little bit of a look almost into the Bruno chicane. Whether these drivers know it or not, they are battling over the race win here as we come on to the last lap. In fact, if you apply that penalty, this is a 4-horse battle for the win here as we come on to the last lap. Glen Orford in that 34 is in second, but a net first with the penalty to be applied as Mo Hassan comes under pressure from Joe Holmes. And actually, Mo Hassan there skirting wide holds up, Kurt Holmes, excuse me, there. Almost held up Kurt, and there's a great battle going on between Dominic Valence, Dan Grocott, Rupert Rixon, Jack Giles behind as well. Plenty of stories still to be written on this last lap, but here we are side by side for what will be the net lead. Miguel Hall alongside Glen Orford into the Bruno chicane. They're still side by side here at the apex. It's going to be better drive off the corner surely for Miguel Hall. Mo Hassan though really holding station here well against Kurt Holmes, although Kurt Holmes now gets better drive off the corner. Who's it going to be into Wilkins' corner? Stephen Jennings rounds the final corner and we'll see the checkered flag first, but it's going to be Glen Orford who comes towards the line, although Miguel Hall's pulling alongside him. Drag race to the line. Who's going to take it? Glen Orford takes it by 33 thousandths of a second over Miguel Hall. Kurt Holmes will be a net third there. Mo Hassan 4th, and Stephen Jennings will be down to 5th with that penalty. Oh, I don't think they realise how close that was for a race win, but we do. And we'll continue to enjoy that with heat number 9 next here at Shenington. Here's your grid for heat number 9, then the first of the third rotation of heats. This is all these drivers' last time out before the finals. Adam Hadfield on pole, Scott Parker alongside, Luke Somerville and Sam Iddles on row number 2, Archie Adkins and Mikey Nichols on row 3. Row 4 is Jordan Hawkins and Marcel Chmielewski. Jacob Harris and Damien Smith round out the top 10. Elliot Alt and Will Emerson on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Lee Crowther and Kieran Hyde-Moody. Robbie Scott and Luke Leonard make up row 8 with Angus Edhouse on that row 9 by himself because it's a 17 kart grid. And we are already looking good for the start here. I have to say, the skies are looking a little angrier over the circuit at the moment. That might be something for us to check in a little while. Adam Hadfield, though, is ready to go here from pole position. Away we go. That is an even start from both sides of the grid. Made no mistake about it, but this time Hadfield is able to hold off the attack from Scott Parker. Luke Somerville, I think, has retained third place there as they all come out of Cafe and Pit Bend towards the Stratford hairpin. Wide moment there for Scott Parker. Sam Iddles looking to capitalise. And I think it's been a decent start for Jacob Harris as well. Yeah, the 79 definitely no longer in 9th place there, up into the top 5 by my reckoning, so a decent start there. But it's still Adam Hadfield leading them on to the back straight. As I think we've had some tyres replaced down there, so we'll keep an eye out for any calls from race control. It looks like Jacob Harris getting by on Archie Adkins as well there at the end of lap number 1. Then it's Adam Hadfield in first, Scott Parker in second, but up 7 positions on lap 1. Jacob Harris in third, Archie Adkins in 4th, and 5th for Sam Iddles.
Did I just hear you correctly?
You did just hear me correctly, sir. That was a really well judged start there from Harris. Yellow flags out at the Stratford hairpin whilst they do some tyre replacement. Adam Hadfield, though, was with a good start from pole position. Full course yellow. Full course yellow is being called. And
not clear to us in the box what it's for.
Nope.
No matter. There'll be a concern out there for race control. That means they need to neutralise the race. I've just been doing some weather forecasting for you, sir. The normal source says rain starting in 103 minutes. What was... that's the cause of the full course yellow. Tyre rearrangement on the exit of Stratford Hairpin. Good pick up there by our camera operatives. So yeah, the weather forecast is saying nothing for the next hour and a half, but again, I tend to agree with you, mate. And this is a part of the world that can have some very... I know it's a very motorsport circuit cliche.
Yes.
This circuit has very unpredictable weather. Very, very unpredictable weather. Don't worry about that kart going slowly. That's Sam Dimolo testing.
In our defence on it being a cliche, it's because there's a lot of good circuits in Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire. There's genuinely a lot of circuits in this part of the world.
Well, where weather forecasting is a bit of a dark art. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the heavens start to open on us. But then again, we're getting into that period of the year where the nights are getting longer. 4 minutes of this one to go. You're not missing anything right now. We're still under full course yellow. Are we going back to green at this point?
Doesn't appear so.
No, we are still static yellows all the way round the circuit. This is not good news if you're Mikey Nichols, because the progress that he'd been making up to this point has kind of been arrested by this full course yellow. Yes, it's keeping the pack tight, but I would not be surprised if we see a bit of field spread once we get things back to green.
Yeah, indeed. It's a weird one, this. It's, in some ways, right, it's a gift to the likes of Adam Hadfield. But it's also, psychologically, it feels like you're sitting on a powder keg, because you know how bunched up it is getting behind you. And, yeah, it's always a mixed one, this, when you have a full course yellow.
The other thing with the weather around here, as we know from our local knowledge, DDMM HQ is only 15 minutes down the road. Many a time we've had opposing weather conditions between those two locations. We are now back to green. So 3 minutes for Adam Hadfield to hold on to this one ahead of Scott Parker. Scott Parker moving to the outside. Can't draw alongside before they get to Cafe Corner. Jacob Harris still there in third place. Archie Adkins looking for a good score here after problems in heat number 7. I think Sam Iddles was down the inside, having a fight there with Marcel Kibalewski. Down into Stratford once again. Oh, Kibalewski all kinds of crossed up there. Penalty for Robbie Scott as well for breaking formation that's just come into us here. 2 minutes and 20 to go. Adam Hadfield. Oh, Jacob Harris just gets on the curb. He's going to lose momentum now because he got on the curb on the exit of the Bruno chicane. That's going to give Adkins the run down the inside. Harris has got to get across. Does get back across to make sure he doesn't lose any more positions. Round the outside there, Sam Iddles against Marcel Kibalewski. A little bit of a nip there for Jordan Hawkins, trying to get up alongside Mikey Nichols. Nichols is up to P6.
He is indeed. And good restart from Adam Hadfield, it has to be said. Don't think they actually covered, by the way. It was Luke Somerville who was penalised for tyres contact, so I assume it was he who created those conditions for the full course yellow. Sam Iddles is down the inside of Jacob Harris at the Stratford hairpin, but to be fair, Harris might get a good enough counter-attack off the corner. No, he doesn't quite get enough drive down the runway straight. Mikey Nichols now on his tail. Mikey Nichols in 6th place at the moment. Hadfield under pressure now from Scott Parker as they come through Hanger Corner, and also for 3rd place Archie Adkins under pressure from Sam Iddles. Ooh. And that was nearly heart in the mouth. Well, it was heart in the mouth. That was nearly to tears there with Archie Adkins, and that's balked Iddles and allowed Jacob Harris through and Mikey Nichols through, and if Iddles isn't careful, Chmielewski through as well. Indeed it does. That was a costly moment for Sam Iddles. Not a lot he could have done about that. Frankly, it just all checked up in front of him. Sometimes that is how the cookie will crumble. This is the penultimate lap. Archie Adkins defending against Jacob Harris. That's for 3rd place. As Elliot Alt going to Elliot Alt getting by on Chmielewski there as well. Oh no, sorry, that's Elliot Alt there behind Sam Iddles, so there's been a bit of a change there. Chilulevsky's back past Iddles. That's what's happened there.
Drivers will see the last lap board this time around. There's still some big attacks going into the Wilkins complex. Adam Hadfield has orchestrated this race really, really nicely. A lot of pressure off that restart, but he kept it tight, he kept it composed, and now he's just got to drive a nice clean lap. Doesn't need to defend from Scott Parker. Scott Parker's too far back. There's yellow flags out down at Stratford. That's going to neutralise things for anyone wanting to get through. It's, I think it'll be a bit of a frustrating race for those in the second half of the field. They've not had that many opportunities to move up through the order if they've got the pace side by side between Mikey Nichols and Marcin Kimlewski. Kimlewski holds on to 6th place, but Adam Hadfield, I think this is going to be a first win of the year for Adam Hadfield.
I'm inclined to agree. He's going to come around the last corner now and see the checkered flag. Yes, the full course yellow neutralises the race, but it is a skill in and of itself to retain the lead off the back of a restart, and do that exactly is what Adam Hadfield did. Scott Parker in second, Archie Adkins in third, Jacob Harris in fourth, and stealing 5th place from Mikey Nichols right at the last, Marcin Kimlewski.
Very good stuff there from Adam Hadfield. That is all those drivers done for their heats. We'll see them in the finals next. Next out on circuit, Heat 10. Next set of drivers out on circuit. Jamie Buchan starts on pole position. Gerard Moore alongside on the front row. Steve Lindley and Mike Bodner have all the experience on row number 2. They're ahead of Adam Wright and Stuart Jones on row 3. Stephen Jennings and Simon Dean go from the 4th row of the grid ahead of Yusuf Soriano and Miguel Hall. That's your top 10. Alex Pritchard and Chris Reynolds go from row number 6. Then it's the C3 runners. Gareth Pritchard, Adam Napora, Ethan Herford, James Patton and Thomas Smith. Nine different winners from 9 heats so far. Thank you, David Whitehouse. Continuing with the stats. And a very open day.
It's a very open season, to be honest. And this is going to see Jamie Buchan on pole position, Gerard Moore alongside. Fair old crop of novice Class 3 drivers towards the back of the field as well. Away we go then for Heat 10. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Steve Lindley looking to challenge for second place. Contact between the pole sitter and second on the grid there briefly, and it's allowed Lindley through as Buchan and Moore held each other up. Steve Lindley has been able to jump up into first place, and Adam Wright has followed him through into second.
A bit of a curious start there for Jamie Buchan. I don't know whether he just eased off the gas or was a little bit unsure running through the exit of turn number 1. He caught everybody out. Thankfully, everyone's still running in the race. Lindley leads, Wright P2, everybody else fighting for P3, including Mike Bodner there in the blue suits with the multicoloured helmet and the orange neck protector. ABC bump and pass for Steve Lindley. So Steve Lindley adjudged to have been at fault there for the, I imagine, the hold-up for Jamie Buchan. And straight away, Lindley knows, he shakes his head, knows that he's got a hard race against himself now. Best thing for Lindley to do right now, work with Adam Wright, break away, secure yourself at worst a P6 for finishing second on the road and then +4.
Yeah, so I judged it. I said that it was. I thought I saw contact between Buchan and Moore. Maybe that was induced by Lindley, and I just didn't spot it there in the first corner. Adam Wright though pulling alongside on Lindley now and through up into first place through the Bruno chicane. And so the spark that we're seeing in Adam Wright's campaign continues there. Nice move there. Good drive off of the Stratford hairpin, all the way down the runway straight and then into the Bruno chicane. You know, making it look pretty effortless here. You've got to have confidence here. You've got to have conviction to throw to execute a good lap, let alone execute a good pass. Stephen Jennings there up into 5th place past Gerard Moore. There's a contact warning for Alex Pritchard. He needs to be careful of that in this race where he is coming from the back of the grid, to the back of the non-novice grid, I suppose I should say. So all the Class 3s were starting towards the back.
We sometimes like to talk about drivers having live broadcast form.
Yes.
Adam Wright likes a double heat win on a live broadcast form. The last time he did it was at Ella Park.
Yeah.
And pulling away from Steve Lindley here, down the inside there. Jennings for the move. Miguel Hall on the outside. This is all around 4th, 5th, 6th places. Jimmy Bucket, unfortunately, there losing a couple of spots in that exchange. Alex Pritchard needs a good result in this one. Had that spin, that contact with Jonathan Wilson in his previous race. Good result here, should see him through to the A final, but if he doesn't get himself up there, it's going to be that perilously close to that cut-off and into the B final, same as this morning and early afternoon. Top 4 in the B final, repechage onto the back of the grid for the A final. There's a bit of a squabble. Mike Bodmer not too happy with things. I think that's in a fight for 9th place with Chris Reynolds.
It is indeed. Chris Reynolds getting a little bit crossed up in the second part of that Bruno chicane. Not sure what might have led to that. As Jamie Buchan there still got Gerard Moore as they started on the front row of the grid. For close company there in the battle over 6th place.
It's another corner, the Bruno chicane, where it all kind of funnels in. You can brake really late into the Bruno chicane, but also if you get a bit crossed up, have a touch of contact with other drivers, you can easily lose on the corner exit. You need a nice composed run through the left-hand kink of the Bruno chicane to make sure that you've got good speed down towards Hanger.
It's purely the order in which I first experienced these tracks, but it always reminds me of the Dell at Landau.
Yes.
That Bruno chicane. Very similar idea, but particularly not least with a blind right-hand entry, which only opens up at the very last moment.
Gerard Moore in the number 60. This is the battle for 6th place with Jamie Buchan. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader as well, 53.715 as Bodmer down the inside. I think this is with Ethan Herford in the 163. Ethan Herford switching to the inside. Lovely stuff there from Ethan Herford. 2 minutes remaining in this race. A little bit further up the order. Here's your fight for 2nd place on the road. Lindley with a +4 position penalty from earlier on in the race. Stuart Jones looking to bounce back here. Good to see Stuart up there in 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed. Always the classic thing I say at this point. When drivers who weren't next to the driver who's received a penalty catch up to the driver who received a penalty, they don't necessarily know that they're carrying a penalty. So Stuart Jones will not know necessarily that he is in a net 2nd place right now. He'll think that he's got to, go all in on some move to get 2nd place if he wants it.
I think even if he does know, Stephen Jennings is right there.
True.
And Stephen Jennings, if he's given one opportunity, will go for a move on Stuart Jones' 3rd place on the road. So I think he's still got to get past Lindley if he can. Either way, you've got Miguel Hall, who we've already seen today, be very competitive. It's almost one of those Colin McRae aspects. If in doubt, flat out at this stage of the race. If you're sat in Stuart Jones, if there was a good gap to Jennings and Hall behind, I'd fully agree that you just want to sit there in 2nd place. There's your race leader, Adam Wright, nicely in control here, and this is going to be, if you can see through this last lap of the heat, a very tidy score indeed. 4th, 1st and 1st. Surely going to put him on at least the 2nd row of the grid for the final.
Yes, indeed. And, provided he can get around this last lap, as you were saying, he'll make him the first double winner of the day within our heavyweights. Just goes to show how competitive it has been, and we've only got 2 more heats before we'll be getting into the all-important finals. I think we're in for a treat there. Oh, and an interesting moment over the curbs there. Stephen Jennings not happy. Miguel Hall trying to cut underneath, and I think Stephen got a bit hooked onto the curb there. And it got a bit clumsy on the exit.
I think clumsy is the word, but I don't think either driver was particularly at fault there. It's just too many carts on one small piece of track. Checkered flag is going to be out then. Adam Wright takes his second race victory of the day. Very tidy score for Adam Wright. He can put his feet up now for the rest of the heats, knowing he's going to be comfortably into the top half of the A final grid. Second for Steve Lindley, but a +4 penalty will drop him to 6th place. Steve Jones presents Channel 4 Hearts in Formula 1. Stuart Jones P2, Stephen Jennings P3, Miguel Hall P4, Jared Moore in the top 5 as well. 10 heats down, 2 to go, heat 11 next. Heat 11, and are those raindrops on the camera down at Stratford? Yes, I think there is a little bit of precipitation in the air. Here's your grid. Paul Williams starts on pole. Luke Winter alongside on the front row. Jack Giles and Paul Jennings go from row 2. Glenn Orford and Vinod Hirani start on row 3 ahead of Bill Taylor and Steve Bosley on row 4. Adam Naffer and Luke Fletcher complete the top 10. Joe Holmes and Joe Wright go from row number 6 ahead of Rob Phillips and Jay Richards on row 7. Row 8, Nick Klin and Laszlo Earl. Lucas Clever completes the 17-strong field.
Once again, it seems to be coming in from the west here. So the braking zone at Stratford Hairpin could be interesting. This is going to be an interesting start, but they have a very experienced pole sitter in the form of Paul Williams. It shall be he that leads them away in the 24 kart. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go for our penultimate heat. Paul Williams positions his kart well there to dissuade any moves into Cafe Corner from Luke Winter as they come out 2 wide, even 3 wide in the mid-pack here. And it looks to me like Luke Winter is going to try and challenge here towards the Stratford corner. No, it's Jack Giles, excuse me, but what's braking like at this end of the circuit? Generally okay, but there's clearly some precipitation in the air down there, and that has all changed at the front. That's Glenn Orford from 5th on the grid up into the lead of the race. The 34 at the head of the field, ahead of Jack Giles. Paul Williams, the pole side of the grid's top 3 rows have just swapped around. It's 5th, 3rd and pole in 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, another good start from Glenn Orford. Not the first time that we've seen that today. Joe Holmes is on the move. Adam Naffer there as well. Oh, Adam Naffer's going to get a face full of curb there. Joe Holmes puts his hand up to say sorry about that. Again, it's very easy to do here at Shenington. If you've got someone right on your rear left quarter, you're not going to see them. You're not going to see them in that scenario. Down in towards Stratford Hairpin once again. This is the tricky part of the circuit. Lap times are out beyond a minute at the moment, indicating how tricky things are down at that far end of the circuit. This could be a good race for Bill Taylor. Super heavyweights will be liking these conditions on the slick tyres, of course. Not a treaded tyre in sight in Club 100. So it should be.
Indeed. Challenge from Luke Winters. That looked to me as further back. Adam Naffer is trying to move on Paul Williams. So various challenges there, but I think Luke Winters was challenging for 2nd place, and he hasn't got it for now. Jack Giles still in 2nd place there as he fights back through Park Bend.
Whilst we're talking slick tyres, it would be remiss of me not to say congratulations to one of the Club 100 parish, not from the seniors, from the cadets.
Yes.
Margus Kovetskis won a double in the British Kart Championships last weekend in Honda Cadet. His first win at that level, and a big part of it was his ability to drive on slicks in the wet. Yes. Need I say any more, ladies and gentlemen? 4.5 minutes of this one to go. Glenn Orford has got a pop, because Joe Holmes is all over his rear bumper now, and Joe Holmes is back in a position where he's going to be gaining more championship points. Oh, it's getting a little bit squirrely down into Wilkins there as well. And that was Luke Winter losing a couple of positions. Yes, it was. It's changed for the lead. Holmes to P1.
Yes, indeed. Joe Holmes put himself in the position which would see him become the 2nd double winner. I am baffled by the rain today.
Welcome to Shenington.
No, I know, but like even by Shenington standards, once the rain arrives, I expect it to, roll over the track. It just doesn't. It's just I don't know if it's heading off to Well, no, it's not heading off to Banbury. If it was heading off to Banbury, it actually would go over the circuit. But, you know, let us know if you're in, what are the local villages here? If you're in Radway and you're getting wet, please let us know. Because I'm not understanding this weather system at the moment.
3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. What would this do in terms of championship as Adam Naffer's down the inside of Glenn Orford. Orford holds him around the outside. He's going to be on the dirty part of the track for the switch back into Cafe. Adam Naffer's going to have another go through pits. Ben is going to have to be brave around the outside. He's going to get very tight there towards the left-hand side of the circuit. Orford holding it in there at the moment, but now he's going to be vulnerable to Naffer into the Bruno chicane. Jack Giles is not too far away either. Naffer has had a contact warning. Needs to be careful out there. Great defence of Glenn Orford holding on to P2.
Yeah, really good job by Glenn Orford to hold off from that pressure. I thought that one was done. By the way, the rain has melted away as quickly as it came. Lap times are back down into the 54s. There's Luke Winter with not brilliant drive off of the corner there. Might give an opportunity to Paul Jennings or Jack Giles. Paul Jennings down the inside at Park Bend. Nicely judged there by Jennings. I think that's a double pass for Jennings. I think that's him back up into 4th place. Battle for 2nd place side by side. Glenn Orford versus Adam Naffer. Naffer appears to concede, perhaps avoiding a bump and pass penalty or some such. 3 seconds the gap Joe Holmes has in hand over these two who are still battling away.
There's a wisdom here, I think, for Adam Naffer, just going to know what, I'll just take a P3 if he can, because the 1st, 2nd and 3rd would do him very nicely, but he's going to go for 2nd place. No, he's not. He's going to withdraw back into that position. Look at the number 112 of Luke Winter coming through. Is that too much speed? Wow, how did he get that stopped? I thought he was flying off to see some of the foliage down there at Wilkins, but he made it work on the brakes. He's now down the inside of Adam Naffer for 3rd place. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Lap times coming back in. 53.8 for Joe Holmes. So the track is back to being dry. Helmet issues for the number 153 of Jay Richards. Glenn Orford defends again down into Stratford corner. That helmet issue will be something along the lines of an undone strap, not that the driver of the 153 is himself a helmet.
Yes, I can confirm, looking out my window right now, that his helmet was completely unfastened. Don't be doing that.
I mean, the driver is kind of a helmet, but not doing the helmet strap up, but live and learn.
If they were a helmet, they wouldn't need one now, would they? But they haven't done their strap-ups. I know what you mean.
Moving on,
last lap board.
Seconds to go. Last lap board is out. Joe Holmes is cruising to another race victory that's going to extend his live championship points lead to 17 and throw the pressure back in the opposite direction of his brother Kurt. Now, Kurt can even it all up with a race win of his own in heat number 12. But that's saying it's one thing, seeing it happen is another. Can Adam Naffer find a way through? Past Glenn Orford, one more time into the Bruno chicane. No, he can't. This has been a brilliant defensive drive from Glenn Orford. Jack Giles is going to stick his oar in there as well down the inside. Glenn Orford holds on to this 2nd place. This would be a brilliant result.
Well, he's only got to do one more corner. Joe Holmes is going to cross the line to take a 2nd win of the day. Glenn Orford is going to lead them across the line. He's done it. Hold on to 2nd place there. Good job there. Driving the widest kart in Oxfordshire at certain points there to retain 2nd place. Adam Naffer in 3rd. Jack Giles in 4th. Luke Winter in 5th. Paul Jennings, Bill Taylor, Steve Bosley, Lucas Clever and Paul Williams round out your top 10. As we have the final heat grid of the weekend out on tracks. Heat 12 next on your Alpha Live broadcast. Still getting reports of some rain down at the camera point right about here at Stratford Hairpin. Let's take you through the grid for the last heat of the day. Vijay Patel will start this one on pole position. Kurt Holmes alongside Tom Edwards and Anwar Burrell Smith on row 2. Darren Booker and William Eileth on row number 3. Jonathan Wilson and Dominic Valance are row 4. Mo Hassan and Tim Penny round out the top 10. Dan Grocott and Jake Hicklin are your 6th row. Adam Britton and Rupert Rickson are row 7. Charlie Newman and Konstantin Abakamov are row 8. Chris Horn and Davidson Mann round out an 18-car grid for the final heat.
So, can Kurt Holmes draw himself level in terms of points accumulated so far today with brother Joe? Can Anwar Barul Smith get himself back into play as well after his earlier retirement? Here we go then. Last heat of the day in the heavyweights. Good start for Vijay Patel there in the number 22. Through Cafe Corner for the first time. This is where it can get a little bit tight. 2 wide, 3 wide in the midfield there. The steady start from all 18 drivers involved. There's been a penalty though for Darren Booker breaking formation.
Indeed there has. It looks like everyone got through the bottom part of the lap okay, but that is Kurt Holmes up into the lead there past Vijay Patel, and Tom Edwards has followed through as well, but the door shut before Anwar Barul Smith came through on Vijay Patel. So it's Kurt Holmes, Tom Edwards, Vijay Patel and Anwar Barul Smith in the top 4, with a fast starting Dominic Valance up to 5th as well from 8th on the grid. And there is a look of a counter-attack there. Vijay Patel back down the inside of Tom Edwards to take back 2nd place as they come round to finish the first lap. Kurt Holmes has picked up that gauntlet thrown down by Joe Holmes, and indeed to a certain extent Adam Wright as well, and gone, yeah, double win, I'll get on with that, thank you. Jonathan Wilson side by side with Adam Britton there on the exit of Pit Bend, but it's gone the way of Adam Britton there in the battle over 6th place. Mo Hassan as well on the scene as well. This does look like it's getting worse at Stratford Hairpin, but everyone's dealing with it pretty well so far, it has to be said. Anwar Barul Smith getting by on Dominic Valance and going for the move there on Tom Edwards, but that was a little bit too ambitious, and he will remain in 3rd place for now, will the driver of the 13.
But it is one of the things that we see with the Dunlop tyre as well, that it's a bit more forgiving, particularly in these conditions where if you can get a bit of yaw going, you can get a bit of heat into the tyre, it'll still perform for you. Bit of a battle towards the back end of the field. Chris Horn involved there in the 105, and contact warning for William are in the 50. So right now Kurt Holmes, if he wins this race, keeps the live points gap between 2 Holmes brothers at 13 points. The driver who getting a bit of a moment there for Adam Britton. And Anwar Smith, you can see him pumping himself there to go, come on, we need to get this 2nd place ahead of Tom Edwards. Such has been the level of performance from both Joe and Kurt Holmes. I think unfortunately for Anwar Barul Smith, the chances of taking the title back, of course, won it in 2022 in that dramatic finale at Buckmore Park. He needs moves like that down the inside. He could be played out of the mathematical equation in the final later on today. So right now he's just got to push on and hope for the best. Number 95 rather, of Tom Valance, trying to find a way through past Tom Edwards. On to lap number 4.
Yes, indeed. Good driving so far today from Valance. I'll be honest with you, the footage down at Stratford Hairpin looks like it's from a different day to the rest of the track, but I think it, I think it must be a bit of moisture on the lens, because the drivers aren't. They are off the pace by maybe a couple of seconds, a second and a half, but it's not major. It's not having. We still haven't had a sustained rain shower that has really impacted the grip levels here as Dom Valance goes down the inside of Tom Edwards at Wilkins and gets that move done. Adam Britton sees an opportunity, and that's perfectly judged actually to slot in between them. But is he going to have a go at Dominic Valance as well? What a series of cordons there from Adam Britton. That was brilliantly read. He was millimetrically perfect there with when he cut back to the inside, having got by on Tom Edwards. Really nicely judged from the driver of the number 37. It sees him get up into 3rd place. Still Kurt Holmes leading just. Actually, it was very close across the line last time. Anwar Barul Smith was clearly having a bit of a look at Kurt Holmes as they came over the line last time.
And those 2 points the difference between second and first could be important for Anwar Barrell-Smith, because remember, if you weren't with us earlier, or you just needed a reminder, 16th place in the first heat for Anwar Barrell-Smith due to a technical issue. Adam Britton has driven across the gap. This is a really curious set of conditions. Very difficult for Kurt Holmes, because it's that thing of like, he's the leader. He's the first driver to encounter each set of conditions, ever-changing conditions around this circuit. And I think quite rightly so, he's going, well, I've got the race lead, I've got track position right now, I'm not going to take any silly risks, you know, because that will impact on my championship score. But it does mean everybody else is catching up to him, and it means Anwar Barrell-Smith's going to go down the inside and take the race lead.
Brilliant stuff from Anwar Barrell-Smith. Can he hold on to it though? Now he becomes the first one to encounter all of the conditions, albeit there's been fewer surprises conditions-wise in this part of the circuit so far today. Brilliant pace, brilliant stuff from Adam Britton to get up onto the back of these drivers. And he's brought some friends along for the party as Kurt Holmes is down the inside of Anwar Barrell-Smith, and that is a late move at Wilkins to the lead of the race for Kurt Holmes as they come round to start what will be the penultimate lap here. Good move from Kurt Holmes. All lap times are going up in time, i.e. they're getting worse out there at the moment. Virtually nobody's setting personal best, so the conditions are now worsening once again. Very stop-start this rain. What are conditions like down at Stratford Hairpin? Not so bad that Anwar Barrell-Smith felt he couldn't put a move up the inside, and he's made that one stick. So nice stuff there from Barrell-Smith.
You can hear how low the revs are dropping through Stratford now. Tyre temperature is going to be really important now for the remainder of this race. There's 40 seconds remaining on the clock. There's still going to be one more lap of this. Anwar Barrell-Smith might have got his tyres into the right temperature window and are going to go now. Kurt Holmes, this could be quite a key race in terms of the championship. He's got to be third or higher to start putting more points on the board, but the trouble is, if he drops further down the order, that's going to affect his starting position for the final. Further news though, penalty for kart 1-3, number 13, for multiple pieces of contact. That is your race leader, Anwar Barrell-Smith.
Yes, indeed, that's going to be 4 positions docked for where he finishes, so he now can't take the win. So it is going the way of Kurt Holmes again. Not sure how much drama there was, though, around attributing that, though. I don't know if all the drivers will be aware of it. Certainly not all of them in the queue, I wouldn't have thought. So your battle for the lead now is Adam Britton versus Kurt Holmes as they head down the Hanger Straight now, round this corner. Is there an opportunity for Adam Britton to fire a move down the inside? There's a characteristic I'm not fully in control steering wheel wiggle going on there, but it is going to be Anwar Barrell-Smith who crosses the line first, but has a penalty to be applied, such that Kurt Holmes should net become the third double winner in our heats, ahead of Adam Britton. Dominic Valance in fourth. Tom Edwards will be fifth, and then I would expect Anwar Barrell-Smith to be classified, having had that penalty applied. Now, does that surely puts Anwar on the back foot here going into the finals for staying. I know it's just no, I've got to stop thinking like this. I was about to say, I know it's just a 4-place penalty, but that can make all the difference at the moment.
I think he'll still be in the A final, because it's, you know, we saw with Sam Lovelace as an example earlier as a case study. 2 weak results and then a race victory just put him outside of the A final grid. But in a range within the B final where he could race his way through. I think Anwar will be fine. The version 1 of the results has just come through and is classified Anwar in third. So 16th, a first and a third. Yeah, that should be fine. It won't be at the very front of the grid for the A final, but it'll be in the mix. And again, if the weather continues to come in, suddenly starting 12th on the grid doesn't look so bad, because you can race your way through. By early calculations, I think we reckon Joe Holmes is on pole position for the A final. First and second. Could well be Kurt alongside him on the front row of the grid with first and third. Adam Wright on the inside of row 2, first and fourth. Adam Naffer will be up there as well with a trio of top 3s.
I'm seeing umbrellas coming out in the paddock area, suggesting that the rain is finally moving across the track. So we've got some spice added to the mix just as we're heading into our finals.
Correction, I should just say, on Adam Naffer's, just had a reconfirmation of his... he finished third on the road in his last heat, but then had a +4 penalty. So second, first and seventh. We'll have more racing here at Shenington. Race control just tallying up all the scores from those heats. That will then give us the grid for the C final as the weather, as I say, continues. We're on almost like a little bit of a rise here at Shenington, right on the top of a hill. So it's a circuit that gets its fair share of weather.
And you can hear the other thing as well, possibly on the pickup mics there. Yeah, the wind as well, which presumably if it's blowing there is a useful flag to tell us. So that is a westerly breeze.
I'll take your word for it.
It's a
breezy breeze.
I haven't completely. I haven't got a sixth sense for cardinal direction, but I'm going to guess that the Stratford Strait points vaguely towards Stratford. So I'm going to say that that's a breeze coming in from the southeast, or from the east at least. So yeah, that's going to be a tailwind as you're on the start-finish straight.
It is indeed. There's a reason why they've got a gliding club next door. We haven't had any of the gliders out today, which I think for commentators of a nervous disposition is good, because
Your peripheral vision can do strange stuff when there's a glider overhead when you're in a car.
Scare the living you-know-what out of me at this circuit sometimes, and I've had it as a driver as well. Keep your comments coming in. A lot of support for Dom Valance, I can see. And I think he should be nicely positioned for an A final start. So yeah, keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting out there. I think we have got grids for the finals coming through. Yes, we have. Intriguing stories. Let's hop to the B finals to see which of the C3s have qualified directly through. Bill Taylor has got to the sharp end of the B final of the super heavyweight battle, we should say, with a good chance of racing through. William Iliff is there as well from the super heavyweights brigade, as is Mike Bodner. C3s who are through to the B final: Lucas Clever in 12th on the grid, Kieran Hyde Moody, Rupert Rickson. Rupert Rickson, your points leader, of course, in C3, so that's a good return for Rupert. Chris Horn is through as well, Ethan Herford and Davidson Mann also through to the A final. Let's have a quick look out on the screens here in the comms box as to interested parties who are through to the A final directly. I think all your big hitters in C2 are through. Miguel Hall, Glenn Orford, Adam Naffer's there as well, Mo Hassan in various arrangements on the grid, and as we expected, Joe Holmes, Kurt Holmes front row, Adam Wright on the inside of row number 2, because it's the C final. Who's going to be trying to get through from the C final into the B final? It's only the top 2 who go through. Robbie Scott and Vijay Patel will hold those positions at the start of the race. Howard, he's looking through rules and regulations, ladies and gentlemen, which means something's on his brain. Big thanks to all the marshals, of course, here at Shenington. Very professional crew, very experienced crew of officials here. Without the marshals, we could not go racing. And I do know in the local area as well, they're on a bit of a recruitment drive as well. So if you are in the Oxfordshire, Warwickshire, Northamptonshire area, all kind of like, take a dart and throw it straight in the middle of the country, and you want to get involved with marshalling, there are not many better places, if no better places, in this part of the country to take your first steps into the marshalling world. here at Shenington, and James Montgomery running all the training courses. I know he's very heavily involved in that. So if you've ever wanted to have a go at marshalling, get in contact with the kart racing club here at Shenington. They will gladly take your call and inquiry and get you sorted for joining the Orange Army.
Absolutely.
Have you got a thought?
Motorsport Magpie, David has corrected me on something I never like to have to be corrected on.
Have you got something wrong on rules?
It's 2 points. It's 2 positions docked for contact, not 4.
I wasn't going to tell him, Dave.
I'm gonna take myself away and think about what I've done. Yeah, sorry. It's my thing.
Hello,
my thing, that.
Hello to Jenny Lynn, who's watching from Florida. I don't know which bit of Florida you are from, Jenny, but I hope everything is okay, because obviously they've had the hurricane go through the Panhandle.
Indeed.
In recent weeks, and sadly there's another one on the way. So our thoughts go out to everyone in Florida and the Carolinas and Georgia regards that. But cheering on Davidson, man, great to have you with us. We're getting ready. C final is next. Take you through the grid for this one. 2 places in the B final up for grabs. Robbie Scott and Vijay Patel are best positioned for them at the very front of the field. Jake Hicklin and Lee Crowther on row 2. Will Emerson and Jonathan Wilson on row number 3. Luke Somerville and Thomas Smith go from row 4. Charlie Newman and Darren Booker nicely positioned on row 5, can do something from there. Gareth Pritchard and Simon Dean on row number 6. Konstantin Abakamov and Luke Leonard go from row number 7. Laszlo Earl and James Patton on row 8. Damien Smith and Jay Richards on row number 9. Nick Klin and Vinod Hirani on row 10. It's a 22-strong field with Rob Phillips and Angus Eddowes on row 11.
And 2 promotion spots only available to get onto that B final grid. That is the repechage system, the system of promotion for the drivers who haven't had the best day in the office for their heats. The top 2 will get promoted up through onto the B final, and then there's the top 4 who get promoted from the B final to the A. Maybe a bit of a void. Oh, we've got confusion on the grid there. We're definitely going round again. There's a confusion over which side was pole there. So we're going to go round again.
Good news, Howard. David Whitehouse is letting you off for your foible because you've had a busy year.
Oh.
As opposed to me, because I've only finally turned up to work.
Thank you, David. I still feel like this shower is a bit of a wood if it could. It's not really pelting it down.
It's not making its mind up right.
Not really.
That's what it seems to be out there.
I really don't know if the track conditions. Either this is going to be slightly chaotic due to completely different grip levels, or it's going to have just no impact at all. If I'm it looks a little bit damper to me, looking out the window. But honestly, it's just sort of, it's very frustrating rain to commentate on. It either needs to fall or not. Anyway, these drivers are the ones who are going to give us the most accurate picture. These 22 drivers in our C final, and away we go. Robbie Scott on pole position in the 141. Vijay Patel alongside into Park Bend. How is the grip? And there is slipperiness, and they're out wide, skirting wide a little bit through Cafe Corner, but our leader has been able to gather it up. But they did all skirt wide there on turning, and they're distinctly more sheepish as they come through pit bend trying to find traction onto the back straight. So there is an impact here, but it is still Robbie Scott who leads. How are the grip levels into the hairpin? You can hear, as Andrew was saying earlier, those lower, throatier engine noises as they bog down there, trying to get traction into Bruno chicane. Yeah, okay, slippery surface flag is out, and there clearly has been an influence here from the conditions. But honestly, as it stands at the moment, I would expect the karts to start drying things out there, frankly, over the course of this race, because I think it's just it's literally got damp through a bit of mist, effectively. Jonathan Wilson, though, there down the inside, up into 4th place, I believe that is. 3rd place, excuse me, past Luke Somerville there at the end of lap 1.
Good start for Konstantin Abakumov, up 6 places from where the 119 started. Change for 1st position as Will Emerson found a way through. Yes, he has. Jonathan Wilson has also got up into 2nd place. Down the inside is number 32 of Luke Somerville. These are all drivers who've had issues so far today. That's why they're here in the C final. 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock.
I think Robbie Scott just went deep in Cafe. He just skirted wide, and then he was out on the dirty stuff off track even.
Which in some ways isn't a bad surface to be on. It's, I think, almost the optimum line at the moment through Cafe is to just dip one wheel off the edge of the new surface that was laid here at Shenington about 15 months ago, and use that to pull yourself around the corner. But yeah, if you go a little bit too wide, it then can be a bit of a skating rink on that part of the circuit. Hicklin fighting hard at the wheel there, trying to find grip. So yeah, it's around this part of the circuit they'll run out quite wide. Top 2 are breaking away though. Got to give it to Will Emerson and Jonathan Wilson. They've got in tune with the conditions. Thing is though, as you see there, just under braking, you get on the where the rubber's been laid down over the course of this weekend and across the course of the summer. Like Robbie Scott had there, you get a very, very slidey moment as 5 carts off down at Stratford. They all get going again, and we'll track through who was involved in that one in a moment.
Yeah, we're going to have to check that one on timing. Clearly a little bit of greasiness here at Shenington, slightly reminiscent actually of the initial conditions that our lightweights had this morning, insofar as just not being able to fully keep faith with the grip here of these karts. Take-out penalty for Nick Glynn, perhaps the driver who began the spinning down at Stratford Corner.
Wilson just had a huge moment coming in, and not more drivers having huge moments coming out of Cafe Corner.
Your spinners at Stratford on that last lap: Damien Smith, Jay Richards, Nick Glynn, Lee Crowther and Angus Eddowes all round at Stratford.
Robbie Scott's had a problem through Stratford as well. The 141 has lost one position. I think it's Charlie Newman has now got Jake Hicklin all over the rear bumper. Looking forward to seeing some of the shots from John Patterson when the albums start to come out tomorrow. He's going to be catching the drivers hard at work in this one. Thomas Smith there in the number 64, black suit and white helmet, up behind Konstantin Abakumov.
First drivers in this race have dipped below the 60-second mark. Will Emerson and now Luke Somerville, who has the fastest lap of the race. They've just dipped below a minute. So times are coming back to the drivers as they try and work their way around this slightly slippery Shenington here. This is Charlie Newman it's Jake Hicklin, excuse me, putting pressure on Robbie Scott. Charlie Newman is the kart just ahead of them. Further down the order, Laszlo Earl just got by on Vijay Patel. Which reminds me, I'm going to have a quick check of Class 3s and B final stuff.
It's about 5 or 6 of them from memory, so a good number have already made their way through to the B final. It's getting towards the second half of this one. You can see how the drivers are trying to use every single extreme of the circuit as possible. The resurfacing of the track here at Shenington also included nice painting of the lines, really clear track limits now here at Shenington. The drivers just again trying to get in that berm, trying to get to those parts of the circuit which normally don't have any rubber laid down, or be providing the grip necessary to take a bit more speed around the corners. Here, just saw out of the corner of my eye in the commentary box, Vinod Hirani have a bit of a wide moment coming out of Cafe Corner, but kept it off the grass on the run down to pits bend and is still currently circulating in 13th place. Jake Hicklin under a bit of pressure from Thomas Smith, and Abakumov and Earl not too far behind. Glasgow Earl, another one of our newer drivers to the heavyweight scene for this weekend. New fastest lap of the race from Jonathan Wilson, and that's a nicely timed new fastest lap of the race from Jonathan Wilson, because it's got his gap back up to 1.8 seconds clear of Luke Somerville. Will Emerson is going to have the black and gold suited 106 on his rear bumper in a short moment's time. Very close there between Hicklin and Abakumov on the run through Stratford.
Yes, indeed. Into the latter half then of this finals race, the C finals race. The first of our 3 finals, being the A finals still to come. And it's the top 2 from this race who will get the promotion spots onto the back of the B grid. Obviously, though, beyond that, everyone's just trying to optimise their championship points. As we're looking at the battle between Hicklin, Abakumov and Earl here. And there is Hicklin still hanging on to 7th place. Will Emerson and Jonathan Wilson then in the 2 provisional promotion spots for now. And Jonathan Wilson has continued that good pace, not beating his own fastest lap, but he's managed to pull the gap out further, but still this greasiness down at Stratford. Jake Hicklin squirreling around for grip there, and it's going to allow Abakumov through. Here is the battle over for 5th place. Sorry, that's Thomas Smith ahead of Robbie Scott, I think, now.
The rain's coming down a little bit harder again. That's a bit of trouble down at Wilkins. Track through who that is in a moment. Might be Angus Eddowes. It's one of the triple plated numbers. Yes, it was Angus Eddowes. Just done a, unfortunately, a 1:37. Yeah, the lap times have gone back out beyond 60 seconds again. So the drivers have seen the best of the conditions for this C final. 4 minutes to go, 3.5 minutes to go, more like. Leaders just coming up to the Bruno chicane now.
I have to say, contact! And that's Laszlo Earl and Jake Hicklin round. And that's frustration for Hicklin. That's galling in these conditions. Yeah. And we've got another spin there at the Bruno chicane. I think that's one of our back markers. And I think it was Angus Eddowes who we saw having that spin at Wilkins last lap as well.
Really tough there for Laszlo Earl, because what will have happened, he'll have gone on the brakes, got on a trajectory into the corner, and the rear axle have just locked up. That wasn't a deliberate thing at all.
No.
That was, I mean, yes, the ABC takeout penalty is the right decision.
It has to be given, yes.
Yeah, there was nothing much that Laszlo Earl could have done about that, but again, lost control of the karts with his mistake, which resulted in the spin for Jake Hicklin. And shame for Jake Hicklin as well, because he was having a really, really good run in this C final. There's Vinod Hirani, the blue suit with the white trim.
Up 10 places.
Yeah.
So far.
A very experienced driver is Vinod. He's been racing for a good number of years in Rotax powered arrive and drive competitions, or arrive and race. Mentioning arrive and race. Very interesting article on Vroom Kart magazine earlier this week, and I know a good number of people have given a read to about the concept of Rotax Arrive and Drive racing going overseas. Give it a read if you've got a bit of time in the week. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. That's Damien Smith trying to find a way through, and the number 69 has been a tough day for Damien Smith.
Yeah, it was running well in one of those heats before it was an incident, I think at Stratford Corner, where he ended up getting turned around, and he's not been able to find that the momentum in this C final to come back into this. This is the thing as well. This is these generally are the conditions you don't want if you're in the C final. If you're like, I've had a bad day in the heats, but it's okay, I reckon if I just find good pace and get on up the road in the C final, and what inclement conditions bring is uncertainty.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, okay, now it might be a battle just to stay on the road, where once it wasn't. Fastest lap of the race, though, from Will Emerson, a mid-57. That's not too shabby. It's still about 3 seconds maybe off the pace I'd expect to see, but still decent pace here.
Yeah, about 3 seconds off the pace that we would expect with this group of drivers for Will Emerson, returning to the B final. She's been pretty consistently in across the course of the season. Hasn't been at every single round as well. He's like Bill Taylor in the super heavyweights, has sat 2 rounds out. Can still get a full championship score and is still very much in the mix for C3 as well. Trying to get through here and getting through into the B final is going to be very important indeed. Will just lifts off here. He'll get the checkered flag. 1 second, 0 second. Oh, perfectly timed. There we go. Will Emerson across the line. Efficient job and use of the time there. Minimal risk. That's a route through to the B final. Jonathan Wilson joins him. Jonathan Wilson back at the B final. And it's good to see Jonathan Wilson. If he had missed out of the B final, it would have been the first time he'd not been in a B or an A final so far this season. So that's more like it from Jonathan Wilson. He will race through. Luke Somerville, 3rd. That'll be the end of the day for Luke Somerville, but a good effort there, up 4 places in that race. Charlie Newman, Thomas Smith, Simon Dean, Konstantin Abakumov, Damien Smith, Robbie Scott and Vinod Hirani, the top 10. Hirani, the biggest mover in that race, up 10 positions.
Absolutely. Results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on CLUB100 for all confirmed results. The top 2 will just be being confirmed from that one, ahead of the second finals race that we have for you here today in heavyweights. It's going to be the B final coming up next. So we'll just hold off for a moment until we have the confirmed promotees before we take you through the grid.
Well, indeed. A quick hello to John Adey, who's home. We saw him racing the in the lightweights this morning, and I'm sure we'll see John on the grid this midweek, Wednesday night, over on the DDMM YouTube channel. Second round of the CLUB100 iRacing Championship, the first appearance of the season in the multi-discipline championship for the Mazda MX-5s. The Global Cup cars will be at Suzuka, and it might even be wetter than this. We'll see what iRacing's weather forecast regeneration puts. Who planned this calendar to have us race at Suzuka in Japanese monsoon season and test iRacing's forecasting abilities? Who planned this?
It's been a habit of World Endurance Championship over the last few seasons, hasn't it? They always manage to...
Yeah, Fuji at a time when you know it's going to be wet. What are we doing here? Anyway, B final out next. So just confirming that our top 2, and they have now been confirmed, are good to go. So I think we can take you through the grid for the 26 drivers competing here in the B final. To Remo, it's the top 4 who go through into the A final. We saw a very well constructed run for 4 drivers in the lightweight B final earlier on today. Scott Parker and Bill Taylor will start it from the front row of the grid. This could be a big race for Bill Taylor in the super heavyweights championship battle. If he could make the A final, that would be very, very useful indeed. Yusuf Sahoyono and Marcel Kivalevsky start on row 2. On the outside, looking in at the moment, Joe Wright and Jack Giles start on row 3. Gerard Moore and Stuart Jones go from row 4. Jacob Harris and Steve Bosley the single C1 in this race, they start on row 5 and could do something from there. Paul Williams, king of moving through from the B final, starts on row 6 next to Lucas Clever, who's the first of your C3s. Luke Fletcher and William Iliff are next on row 7. Iliff the second of the super heavyweights. Kieran Hyde-Moore and Rupert Rickson, a couple of C3s there on row 8. Chris Reynolds and Jamie Buchan on row 9. Chris Horn and Dan Grocott on row 10. Look out for Grocott potentially coming through the field here. A few more C3s in this field as well, and novices, should say. Ethan Herford, a C3 novice on row 11, joined by the C2 novice, Archie Adkins. Davidson Mann and Mike Bodner go from row number 12, and there are your 2 drivers from the C final who repechage through and may have a little bit of advantage in the early stages of this race. They know what the conditions are like out on track. It's Will Emerson and Jonathan Wilson.
Yeah, if there's ever a time when it's useful to have gotten to grips literally with the circuit, it's in conditions such as this, where the greasiness is but a recent memory that you can draw upon, as opposed to everybody else ahead of you who is trying to work out what happened since they last drove around this much grippier as it was then Shenington circuit.
Quick reminder on Bill Taylor. He's missed 2 rounds. One of those rounds has been written off in the drops already. Effectively, Bill Taylor is still at that stage of the season where he's accumulating his best 7 sets of scores still. To the line. Are we good for a race start? Looks like we are. Lights are green. We're away in the B final. Scott Parker heads into turn 1. Gets a little bit of a slide on there. Bill Taylor's held it together. There's more drama in the background there. The number 60 of Gerard Moore is round. Who else has fallen? Don't think anybody else has. Very good driving from the rest of the field, particularly with Gerard Moore spinning there from 7th place. You've got a feel for Moore there. That chance of getting through into the A final is gone. Early race leader though, Marcel Kimilevsky.
Yeah, really good start for Kimilevsky. I think we've got a spinner there at the apex. Did I just see the rear of the bumper?
Yeah,
as the camera panned forward.
Marshall Post 3.
Yeah, as the camera panned forward. So we've got a spinner there. That's Lucas Clever, and that is our highest placed Class 3 driver. Already spun out and right to the back of the field. I have to say it now, I am absolutely amazed that nobody collected Gerard Moore there. I was seeing a car facing the wrong way, travelling backwards, which I don't like to see.
No, that's almost a little bit reminiscent of Sebastian Vettel a few years ago at Interlagos. But,
yeah.
Yes, indeed, Moore is out of contention in this one. Who's made good progress in the early stages? Tell you what, Rupert Rixon's made some good progress, up 6 spots to 11th. Jamie Bucket as well, up 7 to 12th.
And I said what I just said before I saw what I've just seen from race control. Penalty for Gerard Moore for rolling backwards. If you go into a spin, folks, it sucks, but hit that brake pedal, because it's far better to be a rotated stationary object than a rotated moving object. And yeah, that is perhaps salt in the wound for Gerard, but that is a really important rule for those reasons.
It's about predictability. Predictability of what the spinning cart is doing in that part of the circuit. So
if I'm very honest, I was never massively keen at what I saw Mr. Vettel do on that fateful day, insofar as how he dealt with the spin. Anyway, that's let's not pull that one up. Chilevsky with the lead, Bill Taylor in second, Scott Parker in third, Jack Giles rounding up that crucial top 4 who will see promotion if they can retain this position. But that is no mean feat in slightly harsher conditions now here at Shenington. Steve Bosley in 5th place, the only Class 1 driver in this field. Would be hoping as a Class 1 driver to get up into that A final, all things being equal. Here is your battle for the lead. You can see how strong an input Chmielewski is having to put in on the wheel to get the grip, to get the response. This is not you'll see drivers, as conditions are damper, really hacking away at the wheel really to just keep trying to get turning. You'll see them effectively crossing over mid-corner to hold any drift or oversteer that they get. Drivers now taking a much wider line through Cafe Corner. As Stuart Jones and Joe Wright there doing battle. Is that coming down more heavy heavily again at Stratford.
Yes.
That looks more heavy to me.
Yeah, lap times have dropped to the 64, 65 second mark. They were hovering around a minute in the previous race.
Yeah, absolutely. As such, this top three are judging the conditions really nicely here. As it's not the easiest thing to do when you're running nose to tail. Sometimes it can be nice to have a bit of breathing room to sort of, you know, experiment and work out what on earth is going on in these conditions. Didn't mention, last lap, Steve Bosley up into 4th place. He got by on Jack Giles last time. So Bosley is in the top 4 now. And has just set the fastest lap of the race to boot. So he's bringing a bit of pressure to bear now on this top 3. Now, ordinarily, I'd say work together as the top 4, pull out a bit of a gap. If I'm honest, in these conditions, I quite like the idea of having a bit of a rear gunner.
Yeah.
Just because there's more uncertainty in the sort of baked into the race. Just quite like the idea of not necessarily for all sorts of reasons. Someone behind you misjudging braking, having a bit of a wide moment, collecting a cone just because you've skirted what. There are various reasons why I would like to have an additional position in hand.
We talk about rhythm a lot around this circuit. In these conditions, when you're tucked up behind somebody, it's so tricky to overtake in these conditions. You can very, very quickly lose your way and make little mistakes, as opposed to, you know, you've got clear road ahead of you. Even in these conditions, you can find your braking points. You can push a little bit and feel like you're more relaxed at the wheel. Not too relaxed, of course, because then you switch off and make mistakes.
For the first time today, we actually have rain on our comms box window, Andrew. This is the certainly the strongest rain that we've had so far today, and you can see actually drivers now taking wet lines in parts of the circuit they weren't before, not least here at the Bruno chicane. Also, out of Cafe Corner, you note that the drivers are now going over to driver's right for turn-in through Pit Bend. Usually that's such a high-speed corner, they just keep with the standard line. Steve Bosley down the inside now at Wilkins. Perhaps has heeded well, not heeded our advice, he can't hear us, but you know what I mean. Seen it the same way that we do, that it's nice to have a buffer behind you. And it's by on Bill Taylor. It's at this part of the lap. They'll come out of Cafe and then you'll see they take a wide line through Cafe and then go much further over to the left of this shot than they were before. And that is to give themselves room to breathe on turning through Pit Bend, which in dry conditions is an easy left-hander, just run the kart through. But in these conditions, suddenly it's an event that you have to worry about.
Bill Taylor doing what he needs to get through to the A final at the moment, but Jack Giles is closing in behind. What Bill Taylor will be hoping for now is, with Steve Bosley ahead, that he would not disappear off into the distance, but just be able to stretch his legs a little bit and give a bit of space in front of Taylor's 144 to start to edge that gap back up towards a second ahead of Jack Giles. At the moment, I think that the Super Heavyweight Championship is still going to be open, kind of similar to what we talk about with the C3.
Yes.
You know, unlikely, if we're being honest, but there is a chance of a Super Heavyweight doing a clean sweep at Buckmore Park. But Bill Taylor is continuing to accumulate the points. Will most likely be racing at Buckmore Park. We'll wait for the official entry list, of course, for that one in due course. And we'll be looking to get rid of some of the lower B final results between now and the end of the season. But it's looking good in terms of those Super Heavyweight points. How's his closest rival in that championship doing? Well, Mike Bodder is improving. He's up to 19th place in this one, chipping away, adding some more points onto his tally.
Not getting any easier braking for Stratford, is it?
Oh,
and that's
Giles
round.
has gone.
That is Jack Giles round from 5th place, and that's going to be gutting for him. Because even if he wasn't going to get the promotion spots, he was on for some solid points there. As hands acknowledging the yellow flag.
I think there's a yellow flag out down towards Stratford. Yeah, there's a static yellow, and flags out through the first couple of corners as well. I can't quite work out what they would be
1.4. Jack Giles tumbles down the timing and scoring pile-on. Real shame for Jack Giles. He's had a decent day and deserves a lot more than I think he's going to get here as a result of that spin. Only 3 minutes of this race to go. Kimilevsky, Parker 1 and 2. 1.4 seconds clear of Steve Bosley, taking that nice middle of the road line through the Stratford hairpin. Good news for Bill Taylor is he's now got 1.8 seconds in hand over Joe Wright there in 5th place.
Really well maintained race lead here by Kimilevsky. Lest we forget, like, Scott Parker is within 4/10 of him, and hasn't really fallen out of that for the entire race. You know, there is a lot of pressure here. Now, you could say, to a certain extent, this is true. When you're in the promotion spots in challenging conditions, you can sort of settle into a bit of a truce of basically, my main concern is staying on the island right now, actually, and not going for the move. But even so, you don't know that that's the case.
No.
That's not a given. It's just something that can happen. And so Kimilevsky doing a great job of absorbing this pressure so far at the head of the field. Kimilevsky it is in first. Scott Parker now 6/10 behind him. Steve Bosley in 3rd place with the fastest lap of the race, and I'll be surprised if that gets overhauled at this point because the conditions are getting worse. This is a battle for 6th place between Stuart Jones and Archie Adkins, who we were looking at there. Stuart Jones with the distinctive yellow, black and orange lid that he has. Here's your lead battle. There's a lot of confidence Scott Parker's got under him when turning in through that hangar corner, isn't there?
There's been a couple of times that Scott's got the rear axle yawing around a little bit there, and through, say, one of the fastest corners in British karting. Steve Bosley is closing in. I don't think Steve Bosley is going to go for anything here, though. Just take 3rd place and move through to the A final. Not done for 4th place, though. Joe Wright's having a really good end to this race. That gap that was around 1.6 seconds is now only 4/10 behind Bill Taylor. Bill Taylor is going to have to work for this one to get through to the A final. Look at that, down into Stratford now. That is a very, very slippery part of the track for everybody. Change for 7th place, as mentioned. Adkins has got past Yono. Will Emerson, what a drive from Will Emerson, up to 12th place. That could be a really important drive for Will Emerson in the C3 Championship Stakes. In fact, he is your top C3 at the moment. What a drive from the C final.
Yeah, and we spoke about how having your eye in on these conditions can help. He's capitalised on that brilliantly. As coming to the line now to see what will be the last lap board is Kimilevsky. It's not done, as you say, for 4th place yet. Bill Taylor, Joe Wright, they're separated by less than 2/10 of a second here. These three, by and large, they're secure so long as they don't make a mistake. It's the 2 cars behind them in shot now. Those 2 are battling over the last of these promotion spots, and I'm not aware of any penalty they've accrued that would mean that that is not a legitimate battle for the last of the promotion spots. So through they come, and here's the move, here's the look for Joe Wright, and he's going for it. Oh, and they're out wide, and he lets Bill Taylor back through, and I think that's sensible, but Taylor's not taking... Is he? He is going back through. Okay, he's going to let him back through. Fair play by Joe Wright. He had to go for it.
And the thing is, you know, he can have another go.
Yeah.
He'll maybe at worst get a contact warning for that, and he can still have another go into the last couple of corners at making that one stick. The trouble is, it's so greasy out there. Here is the run for the checkered flag. Marcel Kimilevsky is going to be through to the A final again. Makes it through, wins the B final with Scott Parker there P2, Steve Bosley P3. Who's going to take P4? Is Bill Taylor going to get through to the A final? No, he's not. Joe Wright got it right on the last couple of corners to take P4. Bill Taylor is still a decent score for Bill Taylor, but it's 5th place.
That's
it will not, and this is what we're talking about in terms of the potential gain of getting through to the A final. It is a decent score for Bill Taylor, but if he'd got through to the A final, he could have got more. He could have got top 20 in the A final. He could have gotten himself another 10 points. He's still going to lead in super heavyweights at the end of today. Oh, but that feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for Bill Taylor there to take some of the pressure off at Buckmore Park, where, of course, he lost the title last year in the last couple of races. It went down to the wire with Lee Henderson, and he just missed out on it. He would have liked to have got a few more points, perhaps, on the board today with these conditions.
Absolutely agreed. Slightly galling there. I feel like we need to acknowledge the lead gap across the line, because Scott Parker very cheekily nearly tucked underneath there. He was getting a great run. It was only 46 thousandths of a second that Kamlevski took the win. That was almost a very, very cheeky snatch at the last moment there by Scott Parker. But we will wait to see that they get confirmed. I was just checking the penalties, and I can't see anything that would cause problems for our top 4 finishes there. But we will have that all confirmed in a moment's time as we look ahead to the final race of the weekend here for Club 100 at Shenington. It's going to be your A final for heavyweights coming up next on your Alpha Live broadcast. So the grid's just getting determined or confirmed for the A final. Obviously, most of the drivers have known for a while that they were on the A grid, but we are just checking those who would be promoted up onto the back. They will get some practice and reconnaissance, some crucial in these conditions, practice and reconnaissance laps. I'll do the little disclaimery bit I like to do as always. They do a good job of maintaining the pace parity between these karts at Club 100. But even so, every single kart is subtly different. And by getting to the A final, these drivers have earned the right to be discerning customers. So they get a few reconnaissance laps to ensure that they are happy with the standard of their kart, so that there can be no dispute that they were happy with their machinery when they began to race.
Just going back through some of the some of the scores. Just to be clear, Bill Taylor is still in a very strong position in terms of super heavyweight, because he's now, by our calculations, got 1,155 points secured. So he's now got a full complement of seven scores in both your 3 heats, getting up to 21 heats, and then your 7 finals. Mike Bodner and Richard Newton are the only drivers who can still beat that score, and they would need one of the best super heavyweight days in super heavyweight history to achieve that. So Bill Taylor isn't champion yet,
no,
but has taken a big step to reclaiming that title.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those things where mathematically it's going to stay open right through to the end, but he's in the pound seats with that one. Mind you, I think of it as what I would call doing a Richard Allen. Yes. Just winning as a super heavyweight. It does happen from time to time.
Championship permutations for this next one. It could be decided here, but it would need something negative to happen to Kurt Holmes and a very good result for Joe Holmes for it to occur. For example, if they held their positions on the grid, Joe Holmes would leave Shenington with 1,532 points secured. Kurt Holmes 1,112 with a max possible of 1,536. So out go the drivers for the reconnaissance lap. We should also keep an eye on Adam Naffer in this race. Let's take you through the grid then for the A final. Last race of the weekend here at Shenington for the Club 100 Seniors. It's an all Holmes front row. Joe versus Kurt, round number 9. Adam right there on the inside of row number 2, looking to repeat his win from Rissington. Miguel Hall joins him on that second row of the grid. Great day for Glenn Orford. Brilliant qualifying, 5th on the grid, joined by Anwar Barul-Smith on row 3. Adam Naffer could be C2 champion by the end of this race. Starts on row 4 and is joined by Mikey Nichols. Adam Britton and Elliot Alt are inside the top 10. Tim Penny and Adam Hadfield go from row number 6. Mo Hassan will be looking to chase Naffer down. Starts on row 7 alongside Steve Lindley. Stephen Jennings and Dominic Valance go from row 8. Lots of support for Valance in the comments. Jordan Hawkins and Luke Winter start on row 9. Alex Pritchard and Paul Jennings are next up on the 10th row of the grid, ahead of Tom Edwards and Sam Iddles. Marcel Kimilewski and Scott Parker have qualified through from the B final, as have Steve Bosley and Joe Wright.
It's an enticing grid for what will be the last race of the day and of the weekend for our Club 100 senior sprinters, and indeed for all of the classes that have been here this weekend. We had the SP60s and the Endurances as well here yesterday. Don't forget, details of the 2025 season due out tomorrow. These are the most crucial reconnaissance laps we've seen all weekend, as these A-final drivers get used to the conditions. One of the things that's difficult, though, when you're doing so, is you've got an additional factor to worry about for assessing whether your kart is up to your standards, right? Because you've got to first judge, well, what should I be expecting from the kart in these conditions? So it's always a difficult one here. I'm seeing fewer drivers come in fact no drivers coming in that I've seen so far to actually do a kart change, and that's not unusual in these conditions where drivers value track time more than they do the precision of exactly how good their kart feels.
The crucial thing in these conditions, though, is going to be your tyre temperature. Even if you can feel that maybe you've not quite got the top end or the bottom end that you would want in dry conditions, if you switch your kart out, you're going to have cold tyres.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get the drive off,
cost you.
Let's say you're not 100% happy with the top end.
Yeah.
You don't get good drive out the corner with warm tyres. You aren't going there anyway.
You aren't getting up to that level. Early prediction, we should stress, these are provisional. These are the calculations from us here in the box. We think Adam Naffer needs 6th in this race to be C2 champion, to get himself to a score that would take him above and beyond the maximum possible tally for any other C2 driver. Mo Hassan is out on circuit as well, of course, in this one. His max possible score before anything gets going here is 1,401 points. So if Adam Naffer can end the day on 1,402, he would secure the C2 championship with 1 round to go. He starts P7. At the front, though, Joe Holmes. Now, we've talked about his strong heats. Now it's the time to see if he can knock another one of his not Joe Holmes-esque finals out of the score tally. A 16th from Lyd has already gone. If he can finish 3rd or higher, he's going to improve his championship score. For Kurt Holmes, similar story, good number of 5ths so far this season. So yeah, top 4s will be good for either of the Holmes boys. Adam Wright's still there in 3rd, and Anwar Barul Smith is not out of things as well, we should note, in terms of what Anwar's trying to drop. He's already dropped a non-attendance from Ella Park. Apart from that, 7th place at Landau. So if Anwar Barul Smith can finish 6th or higher, he's going to improve his championship score here.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, thank you for those championship updates. This is going to be a fascinating A-final in isolation, though, because having raced through the heats, by and large, the pecking order is kind of up in the air. Like, we know we've got some good drivers who are good in all conditions, but exactly who will take to these conditions the best is not yet to be determined.
Bryn Albans just made a very good point. We've not actually talked about this because it was a new rule this year. Adam Naffer is 1 penalty in race penalty away from a points deduction.
Ooh, that's a really good point.
Well done, Bryn. That is an absolutely spot-on bit of work there. Hopefully we don't bring that into play, because we're green light, we're racing in the A-final here at Shenington. A very misty, slimy Shenington into the first couple of corners. Joe Holmes will lead in the early stages. Naffer round, and in trouble, and to the back of the grid. That is not the kind of start the C2 leader would have wanted. It's not out of the race, but that is not how he would have wanted to start his final here today. Anwar Barrell-Smith down the inside, hunting for 4th place. Adam Britton's going to be out wide. Oh, nearly makes contact with those tyres on driver's left. Joe Holmes has bolted. Joe Holmes is gone. At the front of the field, Kurt Holmes and Adam Wright fighting over 2nd place. Adam Britton having a bit of a rough ride out there in the early stages of this one. Anwar Barrell-Smith's up to 4th place. Miguel Hall running strong there in 5th ahead of Glenn Orford and Mikey Nichols. Elliot Olds had a decent start. He's holding in the top 10, and on the attack also is Alex Pritchard.
Naffa he's not completely off the back of the pack. Indeed, he's already making positions back up again. We've got a penalty for bump and pass for Dominic Valance in the number 95, so that's 4 positions to wherever he finishes the race. Joe Holmes some 2 seconds faster than anyone else on that first lap. Kurt Holmes is going to have to dig deep here if he's going to challenge his brother Adam Wright on the inside. Can he find the grip to overhaul Kurt Holmes? No, he can't, and indeed that actually leaves him exposed to attack from Anwar Barrell-Smith, who slides past him on the back straight, although Anwar Barrell-Smith struggles to get turned in now at the Bruno chicane. But yeah, Naffa's not out of this. He's just right to the back of the field.
He's not.
But it would take something extraordinary for him to get back up to the likes of position that he would need to seal this championship now.
Strangely, he might even still be in it, because the other aspect of this is, you know, you've got drivers trying to put points on their tallies so far this season. The other way of it happening is if his other rivals drop points.
This is true.
And at the moment, you know, his closest rivals in the championship, Mo Hassan's down in around 19th place. He's going to drop a good haul of points in terms of his max possible. Scott Parker's down in P21. We'll keep monitoring that situation. Meanwhile, there's been a change for 3rd. Anwar Barrell-Smith has got past Adam Wright for the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Is Anwar keeping his championship bid alive with this? 3rd would move into 14.93, max possible of 15.18. I think the answer would be no as well. That's better. He's going to get down the inside of Kurt Holmes and take 2nd place. That definitely keeps him in play.
Absolutely. Question has to be asked then, because he's overhauled 2 very competent Club 100 karters quite quickly there. What pace does Anwar have under him in these conditions? Can he, in clean air, start to put any pressure on Joe Holmes out front? The gap is already out to over 3 seconds. 3.5 seconds to be precise, as Adam Wright now tries to put a move in on Kurt Holmes, and he's through and up into 3rd place. Kurt Holmes not as at home in these conditions. That is very much a relative statement. I do not doubt he is lapping a lot faster than I ever would in these conditions, but he's just not quite at one with the conditions in the same way as Joe Holmes, Anwar and Adam.
Well, again, this is how the conditions can change things. Kurt Holmes dropping to 4th place. Again, it's a drop of points versus what's possible. I reckon Joe Holmes is in championship winning position here. Joe Holmes would have 1,532 points at the end of today. Kurt Holmes 4th place. His max possible would be 15.31. And this is the thing, because Joe Holmes is writing off drop scores and getting a good return from this result at the moment, is getting ever closer to yet another heavyweights sprint title.
Battles going on in the lower part of the top 10. Alex Pritchard up past Glenn Orford and Mikey Nichols. We were seeing them battle through Wilkins that time through. Another fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes. The answer to the question, at least the initial answer to the question of does Anwar have enough pace to begin overhauling Joe Holmes if he's in clean air, the answer for now is no, not quite. Although the gap is not opening out at anything like the rate it was before in favour of Joe Holmes. Out there, Adam Naffa up to 22nd, Mo Hassan in 20th. That is about to become a Class 2 battle. Was that not what we saw in the very first heat as well?
Yeah, very first race.
So the battle over 20th place, which is just coming down the hanger straight now for everyone's reference. That is Mo Hassan versus Marcel Kimlevsky and Adam Naffer. It's perhaps one that doesn't decide anything in and of itself, but it's a bit of a decisive moment in the Class 2, as we've got yellow flags out at Stratford Hairpin. Here is second place Anwar Brawl-Smith. It's tyre wall replacements going on at the Stratford Hairpin. Is the cause for those yellows. You can see the wet line so different to the line that they were taking but a couple of hours ago in the heats. Anwar Brawl-Smith giving us a lovely demo of the wet lines around this Shenington circuit. I'll be honest though, no one's donned a rain suit.
No.
it's
As I say,
clearly
it's still very fine rain out there. It's not great droplets of precipitation out on the circuit.
Everyone's picking ventilation over rain protection. As you say, it's just misty. It's just misty. As we've still got yellows out at the Stratford Hairpin.
Well, if Joe Holmes is on his way to another title, it would be title number 7 for the Premier Club 100 Sprints champion. 2, of course, back in the days where there was an invitational elite category in the mid to late 2010s. And then since 2019, all but 1 year, the only year he wasn't able to take the heavyweight sprint title, 2022, of course, where Anwar Brawl-Smith picked him to the post. What is the pace looking like, Howard?
I'd like to revise my answer on Anwar Brawl-Smith's pace, because he took nearly 5/10 of a second out of Joe Holmes' lead last lap. So I'm just waiting to see this time. It is genuine. It wasn't a fluke. That is now 6/10 of a second taken out of Joe Holmes. Anwar Brawl-Smith is getting dialed into these conditions. We're looking here at Alex Pritchard, who's battling away with Tim Penny over 6th place. That's been going pretty much race long, actually. But Anwar Brawl-Smith is beginning to find pace out there. Fastest lap of the race at 1:02.8. Yellow flag still out for the Stratford Hairpin. I wonder if that might be a race-long thing now, in favour of a full course yellow or some such.
The trouble right now, and in fact, the work's been done really nicely to get that tyre wall back into position, is because the field is quite spread out.
There's not a lot of gap, I suppose.
No.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, now that's going to be a big one. Penalty for racing under a yellow. I suspect that is going to have been through the Stratford Hairpin for Anwar Brawl-Smith.
And for the record, one's also been issued for Miguel Hall as well. Now then, and for Kimilevsky.
Yeah, this can happen sometimes in these conditions, and this will be a call from down at the corner, where any car that goes past that those rebuilding the tyre wall feel we're taking some liberties out there are going to get called in. There could be quite a few coming in here. It's effectively a speeding under yellow penalty. So if I understand the rules correctly, it's going to be 2 positions.
It is. It is going to be 2 positions deducted for that.
That, at the moment, would... Oh, is that a problem for the number 95? Oh, Steve Bosley's off. Steve Bosley's gone off down at Stratford. It's gone for a bit of a KZ2 route around the extended version here at Shenington. 2 positions would keep the championship alive. It would promote Kurt Holmes back up to 3rd place, keep the championship battle alive to Buckmore Park, but still very much be advantage to Joe Holmes.
So hang on. From a neutral perspective, even though it's good for the spectacle that Anwar can catch up to Joe Holmes, we want him to be where he is so he has the penalty applied, so the battle goes on to Buckmore Park.
You've got good mathematical deduction there, Mr. Mitchell. That is exactly spot on. In a bizarre way. Oh, this is even worse than Senior X30 were 1 week ago at Three Sisters. Joe, if you want to be champion today, you've got to let Anwar through so that his penalty doesn't benefit your brother.
There you go.
How about that? Drop scores in karting, ladies and gentlemen.
You gotta love it.
You gotta love it.
You gotta love it.
Adam Naffer's on the move.
Bosley's retired to the pits, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame Steve for taking that option.
I think he might want a cup of tea.
Yes. Adam Naffer's situation is going to be very provisional because Sprint Albans absolutely spot on to point out that he probably, with the penalty that he had in race 11.
Oh, round there for Scott
Parker. He's going to try and get on the brakes. You can see the tyres smoking. Oh, that's not the most textbook way of coming to a stop there. But
I will say for a brief moment when you spin around at speed, you can genuinely lose track of which penalty.
Yes.
I know that sounds insane, but but yeah, that's an interesting one. Fastest lap of the race from Anwar Barrell-Smith. I mean, Anwar must be mathematically out of it.
If Joe wins this race, the best Anwar Barrell-Smith can hope for in terms of the championship is second place.
Okay, so Anwar does still want to go by.
Yes.
And hope that something happens to Joe.
Yes.
But Kurt would want Anwar to overtake Joe so that Joe doesn't win the championship. No. Oh, no, sorry, no. Yes, sorry. Joe, yes, I'm with you. Yeah,
Kurt
sorry.
wants everything to stay
sorry.
as it is.
See, I had it a moment ago, ladies and gentlemen, and now I've lost it again. But no, I'm with you now. I get it.
10 seconds to go on the clock. Leaders are on their last lap. This is a mighty duel coming through the Wilkins complex that Elliot Alters weaved his way through there. This is all around 15th place. This, as I say, this could be championship winning position for Naffer, because we should remember, yes, he's most likely going to pick a points deduction for too many penalties across the course of the whole season, but he's still got a very good advantage over the rest of the field, over the likes of Mo Hassan there in the red and black. We'll have, this is one that we're not even going to try and tally it up before the end of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
But fair play.
We've tried.
He dropped all the way to the back of the 26 kart field, and now he's 16th.
Joe Holmes is going to win again. Joe Holmes is going to win at Shenington and take a big step towards the title. By our calculations, he's not quite going to do it today, because Anwar Barrell-Smith's second place there. 2-place deduction means Adam Wright finishes P2, and Kurt Holmes will get back onto the podium and still have a chance. He will need a perfect run through the final round at Buckmore Park in November, and only then has got to hope that something happens to Joe Holmes to wrestle the championship away. But in terms of the championship, it's a big, big day for Joe Holmes. Over the line, that may be it for Adam Naffer. 16th place, it's a point-scoring finish. None of his title rivals have done particularly well in that one. Scott Parker will get points for 24th. Mo Hassan will get points for in and around this, of course, before penalties are applied, 18th. That may well be it, even with a points deduction for too many penalties across the course of the season. If not, Adam Naffer similarly is very, very close to becoming C2 champion. And gotta say, well done to all drivers out there for getting through to the end of that one. We only had one retirement, and considering how greasy it is out on circuit, not too many spins.
No, really impressive control. The drivers used those reconnaissance laps brilliantly. I keep harping on about the reconnaissance laps. Frankly, the conditions worsened during the race anyway.
Yeah.
So really good driving there from our A finalists. You know, at a certain point it becomes a skill in and of itself just to keep it on the grey stuff today. So yeah, really good stuff from our drivers. I'm saying that just whilst we're queuing up the details of when you'll next be able to see Club 100 action, because, folks, that was the last race of the day, which ordinarily I'd say I'm very sorry to hear, but I am sort of hoping that everybody who's out and about can get inside and get warm again. So in that sense, that's something to hold on to. But yeah, what a fantastic day's racing it has been. Great weekend of action here at Shenington. As I always love it when we come here. It's a good circuit for racing. And but that's not it. We have more racing to go this year.
We do indeed. The next time you will have Club 100 action of some description on your broadcast platforms will be the weekend of the 9th and 10th of November. It'll be the Cadets and Juniors last round of the season at Bookmoor Park. Apologies again, the previously advertised broadcast on the weekend of the 26th and the 27th of October, which was Cadet Junior also. That is, to be clear, not happening anymore. That's for resource capabilities for the Rotax Grand Finals.
Yes.
And we should wish, actually, anyone going to Rotax Grand Finals, for the wider British karting Rotax family, best of luck. It is a mega team that Team UK is taking to the Rotax Grand Finals, so best of luck to everybody racing in Sarno. Best of luck to everybody from the Alpha Live team who are going to be going over to Italy to bring that one to us. I can't be there, unfortunately. I have other things on that weekend. But my good friend and colleague from the British Kart Championships, Henry Burdett, will be there. We're both really excited for how that's going to go.
Couldn't agree more. I do just want to stress, it is the broadcast that is not happening.
The broadcast is... there will still be broadcasting of Rotax-powered stuff, it just won't be Club 100 on that weekend.
The round is very much
The round is
I
still
just want to
very
make that
much-
clear.
Yeah, the round is still very much happening.
Yeah.
It just won't be broadcast. We will be keeping an eye on it, of course, with the social media at Club 100 Racing. So yes, to get back to the original point, the next time you'll see Club 100 broadcasting is that weekend of the 9th and 10th of November at Bookmoor Park, and then 2 weeks later we'll be back there again for the final round of the seniors. That will be on Sunday the 24th of November.
Certainly will. And if you like what you've heard from a commentary perspective, we're Double Dash Motorsport Media. double-mm.com, and check out at double-mm on your various forms of social media, apart from YouTube, where we're at Double Dash Motorsport Media.
Indeed.
Did I get that all right?
Wednesday
There we go. And it's time to give a few shout-outs and thank yous. First off, thank you to all the marshals and the medical team, without whom we cannot go racing. Thank you to all of the circuit staff here at Shenington, making us feel welcome as ever. And a big shout-out to the Alpha Live team, who we have the pleasure of working with, as always, to bring you this action. Thank you to Stuart Rice, who's been on the production desk calling all the shots, and thank you to our camera crew as well, to Luke, to Sam, and to Matt, who I'm sure you'll agree, right? At least when the drivers are out in these conditions, they're doing some physical exertion. The camera crew can get rather chilly in these conditions, which is why I'm conscious, which is why we're on the static cam right now, actually, to allow them to pack up and return back to base. And to Darren Haston as well, who's been around as well, helping out for Alpha Live as well. Always a pleasure to work with them, and they will be continuing to bring you all of the action for the rest of the Club 100 season. Check out their YouTube channel, like, share and subscribe, and hit the notification bell so that you follow everything that they're up to, which is a plenty, I have to say. And finally, a shout out to JV and all the team at Club 100 who put on this championship, and you know, it's a fantastic effort that they put in to keep these karts all on parity with pace, provide us with the fantastic racing we've had today. And don't forget, pack up in these conditions to take all the karts back to base. So shout out to JV and the team. Fantastic job as always. And look out for details of Club 100 in 2025 due out tomorrow. Keep your eyes peeled. If you are a current driver, you'll be getting the details via email as well.
Absolutely, and yeah, really looking forward to that. I think we're going to bring things to a close here, though, at Shenington. Thank you very much for joining us. If you've missed any of the action today, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Howard Mitchell. Together we've been Double Dash Motorsport Media. We will see you for the finales at Bookmoor Park in November. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday from all of us here at Shenington. Have a very good evening. Bye-bye.